Day 5 of the Kouri Richins trial about to kick off. Yesterday, we heard from Carmen Lauber, the one-time housekeeper who allegedly provided some of this fentanyl to Kouri Richins to do a very dirty deed, the government says, which is eliminate her husband, Eric Richins. Why this trial is happening right now in Summit County, Utah.
Welcome to the global phenomenon, Surviving the Survivor. Here's your host, Emmy Award-winning journalist, Joel Waldman.
And here to help us break down this trial, she is the professor emerita, University of Nebraska School of Law, and host of Prof. Joe Explains. There she is, Prof. Joe herself. Prof. Joe, I know you and I have both been kind of coming and going at different odd times, and just a reminder, today at 2 p.m. Eastern time, I will be doing a full podcast with Phil and Scott regarding Nancy Guthrie, and it'll be an opportunity for STS Nation to ask a lot of questions. Also, a reminder, on your way in, if you can, please hit that like button. Please subscribe to both channels, Surviving the Survivor and Prof. Joe Explains. And Space Coast will pull up court as soon as it begins. I'm looking at the Great Seal of the state of Utah. But Joe, I don't know how much of Carmen Lauber you were able to catch yesterday, but
well, I was there for most of it, and I missed just the very, very last part, but I watched it this afternoon, so I'm up to date on her.
And Aaron Tognetti is here as well. If you guys don't have enough already with good legal minds, Aaron Tognetti comes to us from Idaho via California, where she was a prosecutor. Aaron, good to see you again. Welcome. And we roll nice and easily. The only rule is no talking while court is talking, but we'll have you and Joe bouncing some legal analysis once this trial gets underway, which will be supposed to be 2 minutes ago, but they'll get cracking here. But Joe Patuto, just back to you real quick. So what was your take on Carmen Lauber?
I thought she held up pretty well, given her background and given the information that they had. I thought the defense lawyer, and I'll be interested, Aaron, in what you think, but I thought she hammered so much that she may have created some level of sympathy in the jury for this witness. I did think there were a couple of things she said that I'm sure the prosecutor wished she hadn't said. One of them was addicts lie.
Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we
let's just hang tight for one
Ms.
sec.
Lauber back in to take the stand?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis? Of course. Oh, do you need a Band-Aid?
Oh, no. It's a lipstick issue.
Oh, okay.
Not that I don't mind or am used to getting yelled at, but a lot of people said, hey, please don't talk over court yesterday to all of us, so we will do our best.
Take a moment. That's
not always so easy.
May we invite Ms. Lauber onto the stand while you are getting organized? Okay, very good. Let's do that.
I thought the only time we did that was when he was talking about, to the guy with the exhibits. It had nothing to do with the trial, really. The other thing that I think she said that wasn't really helpful, but, it's the truth, was that when she was being interviewed by I think it was the police, she said, just tell me what you want me to say, write it out, and I'll sign it. So those two statements from a witness who's already got some pretty big places where the defense can go at her, whatever.
Ms. Lauber, good morning.
I thought they were at least helpful.
Yeah, a lot of
You
credibility.
take the stand again, we'll get you a glass of water.
Aaron, while she's taking the stand, your thoughts on the trial up to this point. This is Carmen Lauber coming up. Aaron, just in a nutshell, you think it's going well for the state right now, for the prosecutors, or
And you can feel free to put it wherever.
I think it is. I think it's going well for her.
You and me both. That's all right. Okay. Ms. Lauber, we're on the record. We're going to invite the jury in a moment. When they come in, I'll just remind you that you're under oath, okay? All right. Mr. Bloodworth, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Erin, did you think I thought the one thing she really had going for her, she sounded really believable.
Aaron, are you able to hear us, Aaron?
I can. I'm sorry. I thought they were going to start talking.
Okay. Do you think she had some? Yeah. Do you
Go
think
ahead.
she had some? Do you think she had some credibility there?
You know, anytime somebody has a deal with the state, you know, an immunity deal, you always have to worry about that there's some bias there. And so that's always a concern. So that's why prosecution usually, you know, you want to bring that up. You want to let the jury know right away, yes, we agreed to give her immunity to testify, so that they know that you're not afraid of it. But it can color a jury's mind in some way.
Yeah, and I remember, obviously covering Adelson with Luis Rivera, one of the two alleged hitmen. He seemed to be maybe the most credible witness of everyone who took the stand, just because he was so brutally honest with nothing to lose. I don't know if it's the same case here, but the point is sometimes people with checkered pasts can be oddly honest on the stand. To be totally honest, I did not see enough of her yesterday to make a decision. And I see our friend Abby Crossing, who always has something interesting to say, but her comment, let's see here. Abby, I just think seeming to shame an addict does not land well with a jury. Everyone knows an addict in their life. Good point. And as I said, Abby usually has good things to say. That's a fine line. Joe, real quick. I mean, you got to be careful not to,
Please have a seat as you come in. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. And I did think she sounded very credible. She admitted, the places in her life where things hadn't gone well. I really did think she sounded credible, but she's got some, issues.
All right, have a seat. Thank you.
Don't we all?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We'll continue with additional questioning of Ms. Lauber. Ms. Lauber, please remember you are still under oath. Ms. Lewis.
Good morning.
Morning.
I want to move on to the next interview, which took place on May 4th, 2023. So I don't know if, in case we need the binder, do you want me to put you in the right spot or can you find it? This one? Yeah, I think that's it. And it's dated May 4th?
Yes.
All right. Okay. So you've stated that you worked for Kouri Richins for a long time prior to these events.
I worked for her aunt.
You worked for her aunt, but working through her aunt, she was one of your clients. You cleaned for Ms. Richins and
Yes, she was one of her aunt's clients, yes.
okay. And you had a lot of communications with Kouri over the years about cleaning.
Yeah.
And you were friendly with each other.
Mm-hmm.
Fair. So I want to ask you, strike that. You mostly communicated by way of text, right?
When I was cleaning for Kouri, yes. Phone calls or texts, yes.
Hold the mic just a minute.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
All right. And you texted a lot, you sent a lot of emojis back and forth, fair?
Yes.
All right. Now, you did some other cleaning projects for her, though, in addition to cleaning just her home, right?
Yes.
For example, one thing you did was you cleaned what we know as the Midway Mansion after she purchased it after Eric died, correct?
Yes, she had me go over there and get it set, clean it out for open house, I believe.
Well, yeah, I don't know, maybe it was for an open house, but the cleaning itself was you and 3 other people went in? Nick Bonsavage and yourself and
2
others.
Yes.
Okay. And you went in and the purpose of it was to clean graffiti that was inside the house, right?
We were going through and just sweeping up and cleaning up all the garbage. People were squatting there.
Okay. That's fine. And she paid you for that, correct?
She paid Nick through Venmo.
She paid you for that though, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to just turn to a minute to the check that you said you picked up on March 9th from Ms. Richins. Can you pull that up? I'm sorry, I don't have the exhibit number. Do you know it, Katie? You testified while she's getting that up that you stopped at the house on March 9th And you went inside and Kouri wrote a check for you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And this has already been admitted, so can we publish this? Now, do you notice on that check, the check is dated March 6th?
Yes.
So she didn't write it then. She already had it prepared, correct?
No, she wrote it that morning
On March 9th.
when I went to her house. Yes.
So you think she backdated it for some reason?
I have no clue why she wrote the date, but the date I picked it up was the night that I deposited in my checking account.
Oh, okay, I understand you picked it up on March 9th, but the check is dated March 6th, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
All right. And you were paid how much a piece for cleaning the Midway Mansion?
Nick and I got paid $25 an hour, and the other was 20.
And it came to approximately between $300 and $400 a piece, correct?
I'm not 100% sure on that. No.
All right. And isn't it true that you cashed the check and paid the other workers? You paid them. She paid you and you paid them.
Not at this. No, she sent Nick Venmo.
What about the other two?
Nick, she sent the money to Nick, and then it got paid out through.
You remember that?
We can
Yeah.
pause there for just a moment. My apologies. We need to hand out some glasses. Okay. Yeah. Forgive me. One of you needs a pair of reading glasses, right? Take a moment. Yeah, grab it. I'd be useless without mine.
I can't tell you how many times I wrote a check and put the wrong date on it.
Ms. Lewis, please proceed.
All right. So when Detectives O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard came on March 4th to interview you, I don't know if it's the first thing, but right at the beginning of that interview, they asked you if you've been speaking to anyone about what's going on in terms of your cooperation. Do you recall that?
No, I don't.
I'll turn to page 8 of the May 4th interview. And it's towards the bottom of 8 and to the top of 9. Now, do you recall that they asked you if you talked to anybody about what had been going on with them?
I don't see this on that page, unless I'm on the wrong page.
Let me see if I can help you out. See if we're in the right spot.
Yeah.
You're not on the right spot. Here we go. School here.
You told me.
May 4th. We're on May 4th now. All right. Let's see. Let's take a look.
You have not come up and just asked the question again.
I was
Repeat it.
okay. I was just trying to point out, but you should stay down here and then over here. Okay. All right. So they asked you if you'd been talking to anybody about what's going on, and then isn't it true you said No, you haven't told anyone. You've just told people you're in custody on a drug court violation. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, but that wasn't true, was it, Ms. Lover? Ms. Lover?
Yes.
That wasn't a true statement to them, that you had only told people you were on a drug court violation, correct?
Correct.
Because you had been telling people in detail that you were cooperating with law enforcement.
No, I didn't tell anybody. I don't recall.
You told Nick Bond Savage, correct?
I don't recall.
Well, you said yesterday that you had talked to Nick Bond Savage. You don't recall what you said yesterday?
I had talked to Nick a little bit here and there, but not that I was cooperating, I don't believe.
All right. So you don't recall, yesterday you told us you had talked to Nick about cooperating. Do you recall this? Do you recall a conversation with Nick on the phone, a recorded conversation on the phone with Nick, telling him all about how you were going to go meet with federal, with the feds?
Your Honor, objection foundation. Just when is this call? What call?
While you were in
I need you to provide a little more detail.
So while you were in jail, you would talk with family and friends on the phone, right?
Correct.
And one of the people that you talked to regularly was Nick Bond Savage.
Yes.
And you had a meeting set up to go and speak with a couple of people and agents from the U.S. Attorney's Office. You recall that?
I think so, yes.
Okay. And that and you called Nick Bond Savage and you told him all about that you were going to go meet with the U.S. Attorney's Office.
Yes. Here and there, yes.
And that you were really nervous about meeting with the feds, right?
Correct.
So you had told Nick all about what was going on. You talked in detail about what you were talking to Detectives Maynard and Detective O'Driscoll about.
I don't recall how much detail talking to Nick with.
All right. But when you told them, I've only said that I'm in jail on a drug court violation, that was not, you were not telling them the truth, because you had told people you were there cooperating and that you were there on new charges, specifically Nick Bond Savage.
Correct.
All right.
Your Honor, objection. I think that misstates both the evidence and the reality.
I need foundation in order to rule on the objection for who them is in your question.
I'm not sure what the objection is.
The foundation, yeah.
As to
When you say you told them, who is them in your question? Could you be specific about that?
you told Detectives O'Driscoll and Detectives Maynard that you had not talked to anyone about this case other than to tell them you are in drug court violation. And that was not a true statement, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, okay, thank you. You also they give you a tablet when you're at the jail where you can text people, right? Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And you were also texting your friend Nick Bond Savage, right?
Correct.
And do you recall texting him about how you absolutely can't lose your drug court?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what you said to him?
No, not exactly.
Okay. I'm going to show you. I'm not introducing it. Yeah.
She's having trouble following when the defense lawyer is using sort of conclusions, the word cooperating. I think she may have been honestly saying she didn't, but also not telling not telling the truth with regard to having not said anything.
Just
Yeah, but,
ask her about that.
but no.
Okay.
Just
And if you want.
it's complete. Let's just show it to everything.
Okay, that's fine. We can admit it. All right, I'm going to show you. This is marked as. Well, we might want to remark this.
Yes, yeah.
It's marked as an impeachment document, but I guess we can admit it.
Well, you can,
Is that okay?
it's marked how it's marked. You can
That's
still
okay.
edit it.
All right. All right. I'm going to show you this. It's marked as it's IMP CL1 on the bottom. Just take a look up here. Oh, you can look it on the screen. That's fine. Did you pull it up? Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
sorry, no, sorry.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you.
Mhm.
All right. So this is a text from you to Nick at the top, correct?
Correct.
And you tell him in that text, well, that
Do you want to admit it?
yes, we did. We did.
Okay. Any objection, Mr. Bloodman?
No, yeah.
All right. We'll publish this to the jury. They can read along with you if they want. Please proceed.
All right. And you tell him midway through, I have my ups and downs. I fucking can't lose my drug court. I fucking worked so hard to finally get clear-minded and get on a good path and live a straight life. And I have a supportive man, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you tell him that you absolutely cannot lose your drug court.
Correct.
Okay.
I've said that multiple times.
So, and then you talk to him about that you're going to meet with federal agents, and not in this text. We're going back. You recall that you talked to him about I have to meet with federal agents, and you were nervous about that.
I don't recall.
Well, I think you just said that was.
Well, I mean,
correct 15
I
minutes
remember
ago.
telling him I met with a couple people, but
All right, but you remember that you were very nervous about meeting with the federal agents.
yes.
All right. So on May 10th, which that's the thin notebook, which we're going to be referring to now, the one that you've got sitting on the.
It's filled.
So May 10th of 2023, there are 3 people that come to the jail in Wasatch County to meet with you, to interview you, correct?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, correct.
Okay, so there were 2 assistant United States attorneys and an agent with the federal government.
Correct.
All right. And the one who primarily questioned you, I don't know if you remember, her name was Serena Whistler. Remember Ms. Whistler?
Yes, correct.
All right. All right. At this point, you have immunity from federal prosecution, correct?
I'm not 100% sure when the immunity came in.
You pull up the federal immunity. Well, she's pulling it up. At this point, though, your federal immunity is not completely nailed down when they come to meet with you. Do you remember?
Correct.
Okay. You want to take a look at Defense Exhibit 1006.
Are we using this to refresh?
No, I'm planning to admit it.
Okay.
Do you recall that letter? The immunity letter?
I don't recall seeing these letters. They might have went to my attorney.
All right. You've never seen the letters giving you immunity in these cases?
No, I have not.
All right. We can just take that down then. She doesn't recognize it. But you know you have immunity.
Yes.
All right. So in this interview, it's you, Ms. Whistler, Mr. Holden, another assistant United States attorney, and Officer Tyler Parker.
I don't recall their names, but yes, I know they were
Okay.
the Fed
2 men
agents.
and
Yes.
a woman. Okay. And Detective O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard aren't there to help you anymore, correct?
Correct.
And you have to give your statement by yourself.
Correct.
Nobody's there to lay it out for you, correct?
Correct.
All right. she asked you right up front if you talked to anyone about your cooperation also. Do you recall that?
No, I don't recall.
You don't recall that she asked you if you talked to anyone about
I don't
cooperating?
recall what was said between her and I.
All right. Well, I don't have the page number on that one, so we'll have to come back to that. All right. You tell them though about your drug use, right?
Correct.
And you tell them that the last time you used was in July of 2022. Is that correct?
I'm not sure of the date.
Do you want to turn to page 24 of the interview? July. She has it. This is in the May 10th interview. Okay.
Oh, correct. It's right here.
Okay, so you told them July of 2022 is the last time you used.
Correct.
Okay. And was that a true statement?
It's been so long, I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. So you don't recall the last time you used?
Back then, I'm not 100% sure. You have the dates.
All right. Can you tell us sitting here today when the last time you used was?
4 years ago, I'm clean up for a little over 4 years.
So that would put us at, I can't even think what day it is, February of 26.
Mm-hmm.
And so the last time you used, you're saying is February of 22?
Hold on, I gotta count back too.
I mean, that's not correct.
Let her count.
I'm not sure of the dates.
Well, you told them it was July of 22.
Like I said, it was a long time ago. I'm not sure on the dates.
Okay.
Or what was said.
All right. So let me ask you, I know, what phase of drug court was it that you were using other people's urine to have drug testing done?
I never used anybody else's urine.
You never used anyone else's urine?
No, I've never used anybody else's urine.
You realize you're under oath?
Yes.
Okay. All right, well, let's assume for a moment that the July of 22 date was accurate, since that was 3 years ago when you said that. So maybe you had a better memory then than you have today, correct?
Her math is not good.
But again, that means the whole time of what we're talking about here, the time period of January, February, March of 2022, as we talked about yesterday, you were using consistently during that time period.
Not consistently, no. Off and on.
Well, we went over drug tests yesterday where you were having positive drug tests once or twice a week.
In the beginning of drug court, yes.
And all the way through March of 22.
No, I was due to graduate probably 3 months when I got arrested, so it was not.
That's not true. There was,
Yes,
I'll have a question coming.
Yeah, I need you to ask the
That's what
questions.
yes,
Yeah.
that's what I'm doing. All right.
Any other questions, Mr.
That's the one.
Yeah, I just
All
need
right.
you to ask questions.
Yes. Because you had an order to show cause about how you were that you had figured out a way to game the system, and you'd figured out an algorithm so you would know when you were being drug tested, so you would test clean, correct?
no, that is not correct.
It's not correct that that was part of your order to show cause.
No,
So if the prosecutor in your case testifies otherwise, he's wrong?
nobody figured out anything on how to do the UA system.
You and Nick Bonsavage didn't figure out how to game that system.
No, There was a couple of us that would text each other, hey, don't forget to go do your DUA today as a group. Nobody figured out anything.
All right.
It was a random phone call every day that you made.
I understand that. All right. So during that time period, you were selling drugs to support your drug habit also, correct? In 2022?
No.
So when you were picking up pills from Robert Crozier, you were pulling some of them out to keep for yourself to either sell or use, correct?
No, not correct.
So is it true that you had a phone call with Nick Von Savage again from the jail? This was right before, and I backed up a little bit from your May 10th interview, where you talked about with Nick, this was the last time we were able to get these pills, remember?
I don't recall that phone call, no.
Your Honor, I need to play a call for impeachment purposes. I don't know if you want, is there headphones? Because just Ms. Lauber can listen to it to help her refresh her recollection of the phone call, or how do you want to handle that?
Are you refreshing her recollection or impeaching her with an exhibit that you seek to admit?
I am, well, probably both. I'm starting by impeaching her recollection and then
Refreshing her recollection.
thank you so much. Refreshing her recollection, and then, yes, I may want to introduce it as impeachment.
That's not the
That's
first
fine. You
time
just
she
need to make sure
confused
that Mr.
those.
Bloodworth listens to it before we relay it for the witness.
Okay, I think we're going to need a moment then.
Okay. Folks, this may just take some arranging of devices. If you'd give us a moment, please rise for the jury.
Yeah, this is the way that the defense attorney is handling this is hugely problematic. Even if you just look at the chat, nobody understands what she's asking for, what she's getting at, and neither does the jury. So, so she's really missing all of the points she's trying to make are getting lost in her. She doesn't have her questioning well planned out. She doesn't have her exhibits organized.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Lauber, do you need a restroom break?
Not doing well.
And she's
All right,
also,
so please do
Go ahead,
not
Joe.
talk to anybody during the restroom break.
She's taking a restroom break
Avoid
now.
people. Yes.
she's
Okay.
also
You can take a restroom break,
misstating
that's
in a
fine.
way that the jurors can understand.
Yeah.
The witness said 4 years ago. She said, well, that means since it's February 2026,
Why
it
don't
was
we go
February
off the
2022.
record for a
The
moment?
witness never said February 2022. And then she said, so it was only 3 years ago. Well, when I do my math, it's closer to 4 than 3. But in any event, she's putting words essentially in that witness's mouth in terms of what the witness has said to try to make her seem as she's misstating or purposely lying on the stand. But some of that, the jurors won't have any trouble figuring out what she just did. And I think they're getting more and more sympathy for this witness who I think sounds credible.
Well, and one of the things that I think is problematic as well, as far as Kouri Richins, she's taking somebody who's actually already been in trouble and is in drug court and is trying to keep clean. And she knows that, and yet she's having her go do drug buys for her, which is putting her entire future in jeopardy. And that makes her seem even more callous to take advantage of somebody who's, a vulnerable recovering addict. So I think that's problematic as well. I have to say that one of the things I've never seen in all of my jury trials is she said, that's not true. The attorney, you're only able to ask questions. You do not get statements like that.
These attorneys have interjected comments that I don't understand why the prosecutor isn't objecting, or at least going to sidebar to tell the judge to tell them to stop. One of them said yesterday she tried to get a witness to say something, and she said, yes, that's right. That's what I wanted you to say. Something equivalent to that. It's consistent.
Yeah, right. And that's a problem.
I think so too. And this lawyer, this defense lawyer in particular, has misstated whether she's trying to refresh memory or impeach at least once before. And I don't know whether she's doing it deliberately or she can't keep track of what she's doing. Surely she knows the difference.
I just want to, Joel, if I could just answer a question real quick. Somebody said, why isn't the judge interjecting more? I guess staying on top of the attorney. And just so that you understand, the judge is basically a referee, which means unless the prosecutor makes an objection, the judge, very rarely will a judge sort of inject his own opinion into it, whether it's badgering the witness, whether it's a leading question when you shouldn't be leading. All of those things, they need to be coming from the other attorney. And then as soon as there's an objection out there, then the judge will rule on it. But the judge is not going to step in. And I wish we could hear the prosecutor better, because the prosecutors, I'm listening for his objections, because she's saying so many things that are objectionable, asked and answered, and the counsel is testifying. And the other thing is that, and I couldn't hear if he did it, but he should have moved to strike her saying that's not true. And then when she kind of started harping on well, didn't you find a way to game the system? And she said, no. Well, didn't you find a way to use an algorithm? No. And then she said, you have to make a random call every day. And I know all of this as a prosecutor. It's absolutely true that when you're on felony probation and they randomly, when she says you weigh, that's urinary analysis. And so it's that random drug testing, but she's explaining that. And then she still just didn't believe her. And you don't get to, I can tell you that I've had so many people on the stand just blatantly lie to my face. And you can have a moment of shocked expression so that the jury understands that she's lying, but you don't ever get to say it. So yeah. That's very unprofessional.
Well, right. I mean, and that just came up with the last time she did drugs, right? And MUR, Joel does not pay attention to guests. I do pay attention to guests. I'm just multitasking, doing 45,000 things. Plus, I have a show coming up, so apologies. But yeah, I mean, Aaron, she just talked about how she didn't do drugs 4 years ago, which is in question as well. But again, to your point, you can't really call them out. I mean, one of the questions was how harsh or not, like, is there a line that a lawyer needs to stay on the other side of and not cross? And how would you answer that?
Well, there absolutely is. Like I said, I mean, I've never seen a lawyer say that's not true. I have been in a courtroom, dozens and dozens of times when people lied on the stand, but you move on. You have to take a lie and accept it. Or, if someone's lying to you from the stand, you just try to find different ways to maybe corner them, but you don't ever get to actually comment on their testimony. People lie on the stand all the time. Unfortunately, they do. But that's just something that you don't do, which, like I say, it's surprising to me that this is the defense attorney handling a murder case. And I was reading yesterday that because she was found indigent, so I'm guessing that this is a court-appointed attorney. But usually, even in public defenders' offices, you usually have kind of the upper echelon doing your murder trials.
I think they're private attorneys that were on the list, and they're supposedly very experienced. The defense lawyer you haven't heard yet, I believe, is one of the defense lawyers on the what is his name? Ty Richardson, the shooting. So they're supposedly experienced, but the other one is doing the same thing. These interjections of comments it's amazing to me. It's repeated. And what do you think, Aaron, when she keeps saying, when she's pushing the witness and saying, but you said this, and she's not producing a document or anything else? Does she have one and she's not using it? Or is she just trying to push the witness and get a response when she really doesn't have the goods that she can actually show the witness? Because she's going to do it now with this one piece.
Well, and I think that's where she's losing so much of her impact, is that she's very disorganized. When she asks a question, you should have the exhibit ready to refer them to. Well, would this refresh your memory? And you have it right there for them. And then the jury goes, oh, well, she's putting something in front of her to show her that she's incorrect. And then you either say it refreshes your memory or it doesn't. But that's the way that you're supposed to be doing it. And to just keep sort of pushing her on things, you're right. If you don't have anything to back it up, you're almost badgering a witness, which is another objection. If she just kind of keeps asking the same questions, trying to get a different answer.
Yeah.
Well, the thing I don't like is the characterization that she gives the witness. And then the witness, I mean, I think she's genuinely, from the way I hear it, She's genuinely trying to answer, but the characterizations are throwing her. And then she confronts her with a specific statement that this witness agrees to. But I think the initial problem was the characterization was something the witness didn't understand. And I wish the prosecutor would at least get up and go after that, because it's not fair to the witness.
Yeah. Someone has a question that's kind of interesting, Aaron, which is right here. Carmen's attorney is present. Is there anything that Carmen's attorney can do in this situation to get up and either object or assist their client?
No.
Okay.
No, he doesn't. Only the state can. This is the state's case.
Okay. All right. Here we are. The jury's coming back in here. Aaron, I'm just curious too. What do you think of? On a shallow level, what do you think of Kouri Richins' appearance in court? I mean, the COE would characterize it as a damsel in distress. She's a little librarian-esque looking. Is it a good look for her for this trial?
I mean, it is. It's typical. We see it all the time. They're just trying to, she's not wearing any makeup. We've all seen photos of her. Normally, she's dolled up a lot more. And instead, she's got no makeup on. She's got the hair back. I like that somebody made a comment about the little schoolgirl. They've made her look younger. They've made her look innocent. She's doing her best to keep that deer in the headlights look on her face. I don't think that it will work, but they have to do what they can. And certainly they make her look sympathetic.
COE has changed, said she would call her mousy looking.
COE is right.
Yeah, COE. What
Well, it's not going to help if her lover gets on the stand for her to look like that.
I should probably just eliminate myself from this whole thing before I get in trouble. It feels like one of those
All
days.
right, have a seat.
All right, here we go.
We're on the record. Ms. Lewis, I understand you'd like to refresh Ms. Lauber's recollection with a couple of audio recordings, correct?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Lauber, if you put the headphones on, Katie's going to play 2 audio recordings for you. Just listen. And when they're done, Ms. Lewis is going to ask you another question. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Is the first one?
Oh, yeah. That was it.
Okay, and then we're gonna do the second one.
Okay.
Okay. If you would hand those headphones back to Katie. Katie, if you take your seat again.
Ms. Lauber, were you able to hear those 2 phone calls between you and Mr. Bonsavage?
Yes.
All right. So you were having a conversation where Mr. Bonsavage was saying to you, hey, remember, Carmen, we couldn't get any more of those pills after we've got those in March of 2022, right?
Correct.
And he said, remember, we tried to get more. We asked Kouri if she could get more. And she said she didn't want any more, so we couldn't get any more, remember?
Correct.
Why was it that you wanted more pills?
I don't think I was the one asking for them. Nick did. Nick wanted to know because Nick benefited from it when he made the $300.
Nick said that was the last time we could get them, correct?
Correct.
Meaning you and Nick.
Nick was the one that drove me down the last one. Yes, correct.
And that Nick and you wanted to get more pills, correct?
I don't recall me on that video. It wasn't me asking for them.
Your Honor, can we, I'd like to admit the recording.
Mr. Bloodworth, you've heard it. Any objection?
Talk about taking time to think.
No.
Okay. Pause for 1 moment. Katie, let me make sure you're connected. Let me know when you have them queued up.
That was very odd.
should
How
work.
do you not know? You either have no objection or you do. I don't know. I just thought
Are
that
you
was strange.
connected? Here, we'll start again. My apologies.
And this is Defense Exhibit 307 for the record.
Okay.
So 30:07.
This is actually 3:08.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Katie, would you do me a favor?
30:08.
Plug back in.
Okay.
Let me know when you've plugged back in. You're not showing anything on your desktop.
It's just
Forgive me, I'm not sure the audio player is connected. Can you drag it into?
Well, because remember I kept asking, like, hey, text Kouri, do we need any more? And that, so me and you was the last time we were able to get any because she didn't want any anymore. Because remember her guy was out of town or whatever?
Yeah, I don't know.
Can we play the next part?
I mean, I know that, like, I kept asking, like, hey, does her guy want more? Does her guy want more? So, and you're like, and she'd always say no. So, like, I know you and me was the last time, unless you cheated on me and had went with somebody else, which I don't think you would have. Yeah.
All right. So Nick said he's the one that texted, but then he said that's the last time you and me could get any of those pills, correct?
That was the last time Nick and I had gone to the Maverick.
All right, we're listening to the call. He said that's the last time you and me could get any of those pills. That's what the call says.
That's the last time him and I went to the Maverick. Correct.
Right. I'm going to try and ask the question again.
Your Honor, objection. Asked and answered. It's in evidence. It says what it says.
Sustained. Please ask your next question.
Finally,
Sure. All right, let's go back to the May 10th interview with Ms. Whistler and the others. Maybe turn to page 26, and I'll ask you if you can remember this, and if you can't, you can look down at the page.
Just wait 1 moment. She's going to ask you a question. Ms. Logan.
Oh, okay. So
Okay, so Ms. Whistler asked you how often that when you were using drugs, how often you were using, and you told her hardly ever, like maybe once a month. Do you recall that?
correct.
Okay, but that wasn't true, correct?
Correct.
Because you were using a lot more than once a month during February and March of 2022.
Correct.
Okay. So you weren't honest with Ms. Whistler, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then she wants to talk to you about the first drug purchase, the one with Susan Kohler. And turn to page 34, just so you have it ready. But first I'll ask if you remember, and then if you don't remember, you can look at the interview, okay? All right. Now, you told Ms. Whistler that you couldn't remember when you sold pills to, or I'm not, excuse me, when you bought pills from Susan Kohler, but it was wintertime, correct?
Correct.
And then you tell Ms. Whistler, the other guys, referring to Detective O'Driscoll and Maynard, they made it much easier because they drew it all out for me. Do you remember that?
No. No.
Okay, take a look at page 34.
Correct.
Okay, so you said they made it a lot easier, but Ms. Whistler's making you tell the story yourself, correct?
Yes.
All right. So again, you say you went to Susan Kohler and bought oxycodone, correct?
Correct.
That those were prescription pills that Susan got for a friend, correct?
Yes.
And I take it you don't know how many milligrams of oxycodone those pills were. Do you know that?
I didn't look at them. I didn't count. I didn't ask.
Okay, fair. And you told her that you fronted the money to Susan.
Yes.
You told Ms. Whistler that. And then you told Ms. Whistler and the U.S. Attorney's Office that you were supposed to leave the pills in the closet in the Midway house, the small Midway house, and the money would be in the closet. But instead, you decided to leave them in the fire pit, correct?
I don't recall. No.
Okay, let's go to page 46. If you take a look at that and look at where it talks about you were supposed to leave the pills in the closet.
What was your question?
Is that in fact what you said, that you were supposed to leave the pills in the closet and the money would be in the closet, correct?
It doesn't say anything about the pill or what one it was.
Can you take a look? Are you on page 46 of the May 10th interview?
Yes, I'm on page 46.
And that's not refreshing your recollection?
It just says in the next day, I want to say it was brighter, and she said the money go inside the house, and the money was in the closet.
Okay, that's what I'm
Doesn't say
referring
which
to.
day,
That's what I'm referring to.
which purchase.
That you were going to leave the pills in the closet and the money was going to be in the closet. That's what you told Ms. Whistler.
Just objection foundation. Which purchase here are we discussing?
I already said that. It was the first purchase with Susan Kohler. We talked about that.
I think that clarification, we need to be much more careful about whether you are impeaching or refreshing.
Okay,
And
I understand.
I'm confused. I think the witness's responses will be tough to determine on a written record.
All right.
What she's doing.
Okay. So the question is, when talking about the first purchase with Ms. Kohler, that you told Ms. Whistler, originally you were supposed to leave those oxycodone pills in the closet and that the money was going to be in the closet, correct?
I don't recall on that one.
But you just read it, correct?
It doesn't say Susan Kohler or anything in there. It just says that the money doesn't refer to what purchase you're talking about in here. It does not say Susan Kohler's purchase, or it does not say Robbie's purchase.
Okay.
It just says.
Your Honor, can we approach for just a moment?
Aaron, why don't you take the lead here? What is going on? This seems like a total cluster, and now the judge is annoyed, saying that he can't even understand what's going on, in the record.
Yeah, when you ask somebody, the difference that the judge is trying to say is if you're using something for impeachment, if somebody lies on the stand and you have something to impeach them with, you can admit that. To refresh somebody's memory, if you're asking them a question and they say, I don't think so, and you know that the answer is yes, you can put something in front of them to refresh their memory. What she's doing is sort of this weird hybrid of both, where she wants to read all of the contradictory information sort of into the record, which is an impeachment, but then she keeps having her read it as though she's refreshing her recollection. So she seems very confused. And like I said, I'm very surprised at her performance.
Joe Patuto.
Yeah, no, I agree completely. And then she gets frustrated, as though it's the witness's fault that she's not getting what she wants. And I don't think, I've had witnesses like this where it's very hard to keep them on the straight and narrow, but you've got to try. You should be in control. You've got to try. And
Okay, let's try this again. I'm sorry that this has been really
even if it is.
But
She's apologizing. We'll get your act together,
She won't
attorney.
be able to read along with you. And so if we can do a combination of you having that and putting it on the screen, or however you want to do it. But if you're going to read, she needs to be able to see what you're reading.
okay, let me just figure out where I'm at and then we'll do that.
No problem.
I don't know that the jury's following any of this now, frankly.
I agree.
All right, let me ask you this.
I know I'm not.
The first thing you talk about with U.S. Attorney's Office is the first purchase with Susan Kohler.
I'm not 100% sure. All right, give me one moment.
Drug addicts also have memory problems, so it's very legitimate that she's in the weeds, and the jury doesn't appreciate that. They don't understand the point she's trying to make. I don't understand the point she's trying to make. And so
Katie, can you pull up page 34 of the May 10th transcript?
And I'm having trouble figuring out why it matters. I mean, I know
All
our
right.
overall
If you could
points
look at
are.
line 18, and this is early in the interview, Ms. Whistler asked you, okay, so when would that have been? Referring to the first time Kouri reached out for pills. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. And
Yes.
that's when you said the other guys made it so much easier because they drew it out for me.
I need you to read it exactly.
The other guys had it so much easier drawn out for me. That's your response, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then Ms. Whistler continues to talk to you about, just go ahead and turn the page for a minute, that first purchase.
Mr. Blood,
Objection under 106.
forgive me for a moment. Okay. Give me a series of line numbers or page and line numbers that you're concerned about.
Your Honor, on page 34, the response spanned lines 20 through 23. I think that entire section needs to be read.
Would you please read the
That's fine.
response?
Okay, yes, that's fine. So the question from Ms. Whistler is, when would this have been, the first purchase? And you answer, the other guys had it so much easier drawn out for me. I want to say January or February. I don't know. You'd have to look at the phone records.
Correct.
Correct. And Ms. Whistler says of last year. Correct?
You got to read or answer the question.
Well, I was asking her to acknowledge that was the question from Ms. Whistler, that Ms. Whistler asked you of last year, correct?
Correct.
And you said, I think so. Yeah. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So now you go on and you're talking about the purchase from Ms. Kohler, correct?
Correct.
All right. And while you're still talking about that purchase, that was the purchase that was $600, correct?
Correct.
So let's pull up page 43 of the transcript. And Ms. Whistler says they're on line 10, so it's your best recollection it was $600, correct?
Correct.
So we're still talking about the first purchase.
Correct.
All right, thank you. And then as we move forward, as we're still talking about it, on page 46, you're talking about that the next, after you got the pills and you testified yesterday, you didn't give them to Kouri that night. It was the next day, correct?
Correct.
And then you said, and then the next day, I want to say it was brighter. And she said, the money, go inside the house. The money is in the closet, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then Ms. Whistler asks you, 2 lines down, 3 lines down, you took the pills you had gotten from Susan to that address, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so as you're talking about that,
You have to read or answer. The question is not evident today.
well, now I forgot what the question was.
So you're at line.
Oh, I'm
19.
sorry. You took the pills you gotten from Susan to that address and you said yes, correct?
Correct.
All right. And she asked if you'd been to the house before and you said no, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then as we move to page 47, line 14, Ms. Whistler says, okay, when you got there, did you go inside, correct?
Correct.
And she's talking about the small Midway house, correct?
Correct.
And you said, no, it was late at night and I put them in the fire pit, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Whistler says, outside, and you say, yeah, correct?
Correct.
turn the page. Ms. Whistler asks on line 7, okay, so you dropped this envelope full of pills in a fire pit in a vacant house in Midway. Did you think this was odd? Correct?
Correct.
And you said yes, but I didn't think nothing of it because if you're keeping a certain somebody out of the picture, you're not, I mean, if you know anything about the drug world, and then you don't complete that thought. Correct?
Correct.
All right. So you told,
Please pause. Go ahead, Mr. Butler.
Completeness, she does complete the thought. You just have to read down.
Yeah, we've got to read through.
all right, I don't know that it's relevant, but that's fine. Ms. Whistler then says, well, I've been doing this for 20 years, so I think I do. I guess referring to know something about the drug process, correct?
Correct.
And you say, no, I'm just saying some addicts, or, and she says, uh-huh. And you say, some people don't really ask questions, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So,
Objection, completeness.
Your Honor,
It keeps-
I think though, if I mean, that's the part that's relevant to my questioning. I think if Mr. Bloodworth wants to bring in the rest later, he's welcome to do so. We're actually changing the topic here back to the investor now.
Why don't you just read through the sentence, the period on line 23? I understand your position, but I think her thought goes through before changing up a topic, the period on line 23.
All right. So when you say some people don't really ask questions, Ms. Whistler says, okay. And you say, or they don't want to get caught in the middle of anything, period.
Correct.
All right. So I'm going to give this back to you for now. So back to my original question is, you told Ms. Whistler that the first pills you got from Susan Kohler, you left in the fire pit at the Midway house, correct?
Correct.
But that's not what you're saying today, correct?
Correct.
Now, is it fair to say when you were talking to the U.S. Attorney's Office, who could potentially charge you with a 20-year minimum mandatory crime, you were doing your best to tell them the truth?
It was a lot to take in, so I probably had confused a little bit.
Were you doing your best to tell them the truth?
Yes.
Is that fair? You
Correct.
were.
Mhm.
And this conversation was approximately a year after these events took place. The conversation with Ms. Whistler took place about a year after these things happened, correct?
I'm not sure on the dates.
Well, they happened in March of 2022, February, March of 2022, and you're talking with Ms. Whistler in May of 2023, so a little more than a year, correct?
I'm not sure on that.
Well, the date is on the transcript. If you need to look
I
at,
don't think it was a year apart, but I could be confused on the date.
all right. If I represent to you that this interview was in 2023, are you comfortable with that?
Yes.
Okay, so it was about a year after.
Okay.
And fair to say, 1 year after the fact, your memory was probably better than it is here today, 4 years after the fact, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Now it's 4 years, huh?
Okay. Now I want to move to the second buy. We're going to talk about the second purchase, which would have been the first purchase with Robert Crozier. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So you reached out because Kouri said she needed something stronger, like maybe the Michael Jackson stuff, correct?
Correct.
And you couldn't remember if this was by text or phone. You said you weren't 100% sure, correct?
Yes.
All right. Can you pull up page 50? You turn to page 57. I'm going to let you use the book. You put 57 on the screen for me of the May 10th interview. Okay, I want you to look at line. You're on page 53, Carmen?
I'm on 57.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe I gave you the
You
wrong
told me
page.
57.
I might have. You're right. 57. I'm sorry.
So do I need to go back or say?
No,
Okay.
57 is correct. I
Okay.
misspoke. I'm sorry about that. So line 7. Oh, actually, no. Let's go up to line 5. Officer Parker says, when you say by phone, are you saying a phone call or a text, correct?
Correct.
Talking about your communications with Ms. Richins, correct?
Correct.
You said, I'm not 100% sure the officers have it all, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall what you said after that? Well, let me ask you this way. Do you recall telling them they made it easier for me because they draw it out? Like they laid out the whole puzzle and they fit the pieces together. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So you recall that you said that?
Correct.
And do you recall what Ms. Whistler said to you?
No.
All right. Can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1033, the video? Do you recall that she, before you play that, do you recall that she said to you, well, we would rather you just tell what you remember?
Correct.
Okay, then maybe we don't need to play it.
It's not her objection. That's not what the question says.
But that's her memory. So here we go. There's nothing impeachable happening right now.
Okay.
All right. So, again, Ms. Richins on the second time asked for the Michael Jackson drug, correct?
Correct.
And you told Ms. Whistler that you had to Google it, correct? Because you didn't know what it was.
Correct.
And that you discovered it was propofol, correct?
I don't recall if that's what I remember, but
Well, you said yesterday that you discovered it was propofol.
yes.
All right. And you can't buy propofol on the streets, correct?
I'm not sure.
To your knowledge, can you buy it on the streets?
No, I don't go around asking for it. No.
Okay, that's
not
fair.
that I recall. If you can
That's
or not.
And I want to go back to the pills, the first set of pills you got from Robert. Did you pull up page 59? Yeah, I'm really not going back. We're still on the first set of pills you bought from Robert. Page 59.
If you would just wait for the question.
Oh, okay. I was just trying to get to the page.
Yeah,
Okay.
it'll be less confusing if we do it this
Okay.
way.
Ms. Whistler asked you during this interview if you'd ever taken opioids. Do you recall that?
No, I don't recall.
All right, can you look at page, you're on 59, right?
Yes.
Line 4. Ms. Whistler says, and you yourself have never been an opioid user. I misspoke. She said, you yourself have never been an opioid user. Recall that?
Correct.
And you said, well, I was for my neck.
Correct.
Okay. And she says, okay, but I mean, and then you say, I had neck surgery. Correct.
Correct.
And she said, I mean illicit opioids. And you said yes and no.
Correct.
So you're saying, yes, I had taken illicit opioids also.
Yes.
Correct? All right. She says, tell me what you mean by yes or no. Correct?
Correct.
And you say, I mean, I would take Roxy's or Oxys for my neck and stuff. Okay.
Okay.
And then Ms. Whistler says, were they, okay, but were they prescribed to you by a doctor? Correct?
Correct.
And you said they were in the beginning, but not after a while. Correct?
Correct.
So then she asked you roughly, when did you have neck surgery? Correct?
Correct.
And you said, I had neck surgery a year ago. Correct?
Yes.
All right. So your neck surgery was pretty close in time to when you were getting these pills from Mr. Crozier, correct?
No, my neck surgery was completed. I was out of my brace and everything.
So when you were getting the pills from Mr. Crozier, your neck surgery was over, correct?
Yes.
That's fine. I mean, I didn't know that. Thank you for telling me that. All right. So my question is, when you were getting oxycodone from Mr. Crozier, were you holding back any pills for yourself?
No, I turned them in to my therapist. She kept track of them. When I had my prescription, my surgery, when I was done,
Right, but you said you were getting some that were not prescription. You were getting illicit pills. I take it you didn't give those to your probation
No.
officer. All right. So were you holding back pills from Mr. Crozier to take for yourself?
No, I was not.
All right. So then you talk more about that Kouri had asked for the Michael Jackson drug. And that's when you told her, well, it's not a pharmacy. I don't know what you want. I can't just go get you a stronger dose of pills, correct?
Correct.
All right. But the first pills you gave her were prescription oxycodone, correct?
From Susan Kohler?
Yes.
Correct.
From Susan Kohler. And then you asked Mr. Crozier for Roxy 30s, correct?
I don't recall if that's exactly what I asked for.
Well, we talked about that
I
yesterday.
said blues. Blues, or I asked for pain pills or an opiate pain pill.
All right. Yesterday you testified you asked for Roxy 30s or blues. Remember that? Yes, from yesterday?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm not sure that's accurate.
I'm not either. Foundation.
I can go back and find it, I guess, but that is accurate. All right,
Wow.
let me find it.
I think the difference is whether, to be a little bit specific here, she testified to that yesterday or acknowledged having said it in a prior interview.
That's fair. Yesterday, you acknowledged that you had told Mr. Crozier that you wanted Roxy 30s or blues. We found that page number yesterday, and you acknowledged that, yes, that is what you had said at the time. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So my point is, Roxy 30s, 30 milligram oxycodone, are a stronger variety of oxycodone than what you would typically get in a prescription, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I need
So you could get
oxycodone
her
right
something
now.
stronger and still get her
Listen to this.
oxycodone, correct?
I'm not understanding the question.
All right. There are different milligrams of oxycodone, right?
Correct.
Prescription oxycodone, and then which are weaker, and then Roxy 30s are a stronger variety because they're 30 milligrams, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you could, in fact, get the same drug, oxycodone, and get a stronger version of it, right?
If you knew somebody with the prescription.
Okay. All right. And this is when you reach out to Nicole Cummings, and she refers you to Robert Crozier to get the stronger pills.
Correct.
All right. But you never did ask Crozier, and we talked about this yesterday, you never asked him for fentanyl, correct?
Correct.
And you told Ms. Whistler, Kouri never asked you for fentanyl, correct? She never asked you for fentanyl.
I'm not 100% sure.
All right. Can we pull up the Defense Exhibit 1035? Do you need to see this? It was provided in discovery.
Can you remind me? I don't.
We'll put it on,
I want to introduce this.
so we'll preview it for
Okay.
council once it's up.
Can you put the transcript next to it so he can?
Yeah, the transcript's more helpful. Can you scroll through? Katie?
And why is the date?
Not yet.
Just let him read the transcript of what is in the video.
If you take the video down for a moment, Katie, let Mr. Bloodworth review the transcript. Just pause for it.
Can you go to page 71, please?
Right, through line 25.
So we only have that one page, so just 71.
Whatever page you had up.
As long as you pause for a minute. Thank you.
What was the next page? Oh, now I don't know. It was the page you had up right a moment ago.
You want
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
read 70. Does
Okay.
does the clip start at page 70?
It's right. It's just, yeah, it's just a
Oh,
little.
okay. What line does the on What page and line does the clip go through?
Line 70, line 25.
Okay, then please back to 70. Okay, the state objects under completeness. If you look at 71, page 71 of the transcript, it continues.
Well, go ahead. Let me see page 71. All right. I mean, Your Honor, I
Through line 11 of 71 at least.
I think he can introduce that. She's testified to that
If
on
you,
redirect.
you got to pay the whole thought,
Well, how about if I play it and then I read the rest because the clip doesn't include that.
but you just read the complete part and then ask her if you read it correctly.
All right.
Can't play an incomplete clip.
You pull it back a page to 70. All right. So Ms. Whistler, and we're on page 70, line. Let's see. Let's back up.
Page 70.
7-0, Ms. Lover.
Okay. I just want to make sure that's right on.
Let's go back then to line 11. Miss, do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Miss Whistler asked you, when you met with Robbie, did you specifically ask him for fentanyl? And you answered yes. She says, you used that word, you said, uh-huh. And she said, and if, and why is that you specifically asked for fentanyl? And you said, because that's what was asked for. I mean, that was the Michael Jackson drug, right? Or that was the Michael Jackson thing. So let's stop there for a minute. Is that what it says? Is that fair?
Correct, yes.
All right. But we already talked about you knew the Michael Jackson drug was not fentanyl, correct?
Correct. Correct.
Okay. All right. So then Ms. Whistler says, okay, so that's what Kouri had asked you to get. Is that fair? And your answer is, did she ever come out and ask for fentanyl? No. Correct?
Correct.
All right. Next page. Ms. Whistler says, okay. And you say, she asked me to get Michael Jackson stuff. Yes. Ms. Whistler says, okay, did you tell her what she was getting was fentanyl? And you said yes. And that's on the second transaction that took place in my driveway when she came to pick it up. Correct?
Correct.
Okay, but all right, we're going to come back to that because I don't want to confuse you by jumping around in sequence. So we'll talk more about what you said about that in a few minutes, okay? All right. Now, you told the U.S. Attorney's Office when you interviewed with them that you purchased drugs 1 time from Susan Kohler and 2 times from Robert Crozier, correct?
Correct.
You didn't tell them you purchased 3 times. You told them you purchased 2 times from Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct.
All right. You told them that the first time from Mr. Crozier, you got light green pills, correct?
Correct.
And the second time you got light blue pills, correct?
Correct.
That you got his number from Nicole Cummings, correct?
Yes.
Told him you needed Roxy 30s or blues, correct?
Correct.
Met him at the Maverick, correct?
Correct.
Picked up the money to pay him, correct?
Correct.
You said it was $1,000?
Yes.
And that means he was charging, my math I don't do, but I think it's approximately $30 to $35 a pill, correct? Maybe more?
Probably yes.
And that's about the running rate for oxycodone. Might even be a little high, but for oxycodone, correct?
Yes. Correct.
Are you aware what fentanyl typically?
Pause so we can get a response on the record. I apologize.
That's okay.
Was your last answer was?
Correct.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay.
All right. Now, are you aware what fentanyl sells for?
I'm not 100% sure.
Because you've never bought fentanyl?
It goes for, it's a street, because I'm not 100% sure what it's out.
Do you know that it's really cheap? At least it was in 2022, 2023, 23?
No, I didn't know.
Okay.
I just went off the price he told me.
Okay. And you picked up the money at the closet in the Midway house for the purchase for Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct.
In a closet, correct?
This one might have been the box. I'm not sure which one.
Wasn't the box in the closet?
Yes,
Okay. So in a closet in the Midway house.
correct.
And you got approximately $1,000.
Correct.
And that same day you brought the pills, you bought the pills for Mr. Crozier. Correct?
I'm not sure if it was the same day. Like I said, I'd reach out to him and he'd get back to me.
Okay. Do you recall if you picked the money up the same day you bought the pills?
I'm not 100% sure.
So you might have picked the money up first and then taken it a day or two later.
Maybe, yes,
Okay.
correct.
Tell me again. So that time you go in the house, which it's a little unclear. You've said different things. If it was the first time or the second time, what was in the house?
There was nothing that was being remodeled. It was one that she was flipping.
Wasn't it already remodeled?
I'm not 100% sure. She said it was a house she had done. that
Are
was
you
flipping.
aware? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk over you. This is in February we're talking,
Okay,
correct?
correct.
Yesterday you said the first purchase from Robert Crozier was February 11th, correct?
Correct.
Which you also said was the first purchase from Susan Kohler, correct?
I don't recall. That was the same time.
Okay. You don't recall that that's what you said yesterday?
I knew Susan's was in the beginning, yes.
Okay.
Not sure exact date.
Are you aware that Ms. Richins didn't own the home in February of 2022?
I knew it was a house she was flipping.
Are you aware that she'd already sold it at the end of January of 2022?
No,
All right. So you meet Mr. Crozier at the Maverick, correct?
correct.
Give him the money and he gets you the pills, correct?
Correct.
Well, he leaves. He has to go somewhere close by to get the pills, right?
Yes.
And then he brings them back to you, correct?
Yes.
And now you're saying, now you didn't say this before, but now you're saying Nancy Peterson was with you on that trip?
Nancy Peterson drove me.
She did say that before.
Overruled. Let's keep moving.
Well, you didn't say that to Ms. Whistler, correct? You didn't say anything about Nancy Peterson being with you, correct?
I don't recall.
All right. But, okay. You said she drove you? Ms. Peterson drove you?
Yes.
Can we pull up, it's already been admitted, States Exhibit, I think it's 3-7D, 3-7D3? Can we publish that, please? You see that?
Yes.
That's a selfie, correct?
Correct.
And if you look at the lettering on Nancy Peterson's hat, the lettering's reversed, right? It's backwards.
Correct.
So that picture's backwards, correct?
I guess so. Correct. I guess.
Okay. So if we pull up just for, well, no, let's pull up CL9 for the witness. Can you make it so it's not split like that? That's how that picture really looks, correct? Because now it's not backwards.
Correct.
So you were driving, correct?
On the way back, I drove back. Yes.
Well, on the way there, the first picture was,
On the way down, Nancy drove. On the way back, I drove because she wanted to get high.
okay, well, you testified yesterday that this photo was of Nancy driving and you in the passenger seat. Recall that?
Correct.
But you're in the driver's seat and she's in the passenger seat, correct?
I guess so. Correct.
Okay, can we publish IMP-CL9 to the jury? We'd move to admit it and publish it.
Mr. Bloodwood.
Yeah, 3,000. 3,000.
No objection.
Okay, one moment. We're going to keep this number the way it is, right?
Sure, that's fine. So you testified yesterday that
Hold on a second. Why are we renumbering though? It makes it harder on Brittany.
All the 3,000s are impeachment documents that were not on the witness list, so to make it easier at the end. And we've been bringing the next day ones that have a new sticker on them and giving them to Brittany.
Okay. Defense 3009 offered as IMP_CL9 is admitted.
all right. So yesterday you testified that you had Nancy drive you because you didn't have a driver's license, correct?
Correct.
But in fact, you're driving, correct?
Down the mountain,
Either way,
driving up.
you're driving without a driver's license, correct?
Yes, I always did.
Okay. All right. So this purchase is the light green pills we talked about, correct?
Correct.
And then you told them that the next time you bought from Robert was after the death of Eric Richins, correct?
I'm not 100% sure.
Well, at this time you said you did one purchase from Susan and two from Robbie, correct?
Correct.
So two purchases in February, one from Susan, one from Robbie, and a third purchase on March 9th, correct?
I'm not sure of the date, but yes, there was.
You testified there was a purchase March 9th, correct?
Correct.
All right.
No,
Your Honor, Foundation, I'm sorry.
I need you to be more specific about when you say you testified.
Yesterday you testified that you did a purchase on March 9th, correct?
yes,
But back when you were talking to the U.S. Attorney's Office, I mean, you also said you did a purchase on March 9th, correct?
I don't recall, but
All right, so you don't recall at that time when the third purchase took place.
I'm not 100% sure. That was a lot to take in back then.
I understand. But now you're sure.
Yes,
How did you become sure? If you didn't know then, why do you know now for sure?
my bank account. I'm the one that told those guys there was a check to check my bank account and tell them the exact dates of everything.
Okay, well, in all fairness, you talked about that during these interviews. You decided and discovered there was a purchase March 9th, correct?
Correct.
All right. So my question is, at that time, you said though that was the final purchase from Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct.
But now you're saying there's another purchase, correct?
You've confused me. I'm not understanding.
At that time, you said you only purchased 2 times from Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct.
Now you're saying you purchased 3 times.
Correct.
All right. So now you go back and you're going to make your third purchase from Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct.
And in that purchase, you didn't tell him you wanted something stronger, correct?
In the last purchase,
Yes.
you've confused me.
Well, it's kind of confusing because we
You
have a
you
bunch of
bounce
statements
you
that
bounce
are-
back and forth. It's confusing.
All right. We're going to talk about in May of 23, when you said there were only 2 purchases from Mr. Crozier.
Okay.
Okay. The first purchase you said was light green pills.
Correct.
And then the second purchase, you actually said, just give me the same thing, correct?
I don't think those are my exact words. I think he just
Okay, let's
kept
look at
purchasing
page,
through him.
I'm sorry.
I just kept purchasing through him.
Okay, let's look at page 86. You give it.
Here, yeah, 86. Sure. 1 second, just look.
Sure.
There is a badger in the witness.
Okay.
Which slide number are we at?
I'm checking. Where it makes the most sense. Okay, line 8. Ms. Whistler says, did you contact Robbie a second time? And you say yes. Correct?
Correct.
She says, same phone number that you used to contact, and you say, uh-huh.
Objection, I think we're refreshing at this point, not impatient.
Fair, sustained. If you would just give her a page number and line range to read and then ask your next question.
All right. Can you just read that page, please?
Start from what number?
Right where we were just talking about, line 8 through the end of the page.
You want to read 8 all the way down?
Yes.
Just read it to yourself.
Okay. I thought you meant out loud. I'm like,
No, I
okay.
apologize.
Okay, yeah.
And then will you give me the next page up on the screen, please? If you can tell me when you've reached the bottom of that page.
I've reached the bottom.
Can you turn to the next page and read through line 5?
Katie, I need 88. Thank you.
Did you read through line 5 of that next page?
Yes.
All right.
Hold on. Okay.
Okay.
Can you see this?
Yeah, I can, Your Honor. There's going to be a completeness problem if we get to a page here.
Yeah. Well, can we just? Okay. That's fair. Ask your next question, Ms. Liz.
I don't have the right page up here. Can you?
That's okay. It
Okay.
just has. I apologize for interrupting. Please ask your next question.
All right. So the second time you went back to Mr. Crozier for pills, you did not ask him for something stronger, correct?
Through Robbie?
Yes.
I'm confused on what purchase we're on.
Okay, we just read it. Let's go back and read it again.
You're confusing.
Page 86.
Okay.
And the top of 87. See that? Through line 5.
Correct.
All right. So do you now recall that you told Ms. Whistler that you just asked him for more of the same the second time?
Correct.
And she asked you, you didn't ask for anything stronger, or do you have any better? Nothing like that. And you said, no, I just asked for the same.
Correct.
All right. So the first time he got you light green pills, and the second time you just said, give me more of the same, correct?
Correct.
All right. And again, you picked up the money at the Midway House in the cup in the closet, correct? For that second purchase with Mr. Crozier.
Correct.
You went back to the Maverick, correct?
Yes.
With Mr. Bon Savage, correct?
Bon Savage wasn't that one.
That's what you told Ms. Whistler, though, in 2022, correct? I'm sorry, I misspoke, 2023.
Pause for 1 second,
I
Ms.
think
Lover.
that question's fine. I think the lack of foundation is confusing the witness as to whether she's testifying about what she said yesterday or what she said in the course of this interview.
Or what she recalls happening. I just need you to be a little
Okay.
bit more specific.
Aaron, I have to
All
think
right, we're
that
still talking about the
we'll answer
interview.
this in a minute, but I have to think that this is helping the jurors
Whistler.
sort of form an opinion against
Where
the
you
defense.
told
But we'll
her-
pick it up in a minute.
You only purchased twice from Mr. Crozier. First time light green pills. Second time you asked for more of the same, correct?
Correct.
and that you picked the money up in the Midway house, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, you said there were only 2 purchases with Mr. Crozier, and it was the second purchase that Mr. Von Savage went with you to pick up the pills, correct?
Bon Savage was the last purchase.
Right, but in
Ms.
20,
Lauber, pause for a moment. Ms. Lewis's question is, do you recall saying that you went with Mr. Bon Savage to, forgive me, what's the name of the woman from the Fed? Ms. Whistler.
yes, Ms. Whistler.
To Ms. Whistler during that interview.
I don't recall saying I was with Bon Savage.
All right. Carmen, you were really clear in the interviews in May. You said more than once that you did a total of 3 purchases for Kouri Richins, correct?
Correct.
1 from Susan Kohler, 2 from Mr. Crozier, correct?
Correct at the time, yes.
All right. And during those interviews, Detective Maynard and Detective O'Driscoll told you that you purchased drugs from Mr. Crozier on March 9th, correct?
Correct.
And you still said there were 3 purchases. So at that time, you were telling them in your interviews, I had a purchase from Susan Kohler in February, correct?
Correct.
A purchase from Mr. Crozier in February, correct? And a purchase from Mr. Crozier on March 9th, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, that was it. You said in these interviews, that's it. Those were the purchases I did for Ms. Richins, correct?
Correct.
All right. So that's what we're talking about right now. I know you've changed your story and you're now saying there was another purchase, but we're talking about what you told them a year after these events. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. So you meet with the U.S. Attorney's Office on May 10th of 2023, correct?
I'm not sure the date, but
All right. Well,
you get me confused on the dates, but
let me just show you. Maybe this will help. I'm going to hand the witness with smart as impeachment CL8, but I'm using it to refresh.
Can I
All
see
right.
a copy on the screen?
Oh, I'm sorry. These are just they're the dates of all the interviews with, it's just the first page of each transcript. Oh, it doesn't have May 10th. Oh, it does. It's at the end. Oh, it's out of order. May 10th, May 12th, May 13th. I'm going to put that in the right order.
But it doesn't say who the interview's with.
Transcription of interviews with Karm. I'm just going to get the dates straight.
Right, we know
The
Karm
dates.
is at all the interviews. We don't know who is interviewing her by
Oh,
the face of these transcripts.
Doesn't matter right now. I'm just asking her for the dates because she can't remember the dates. I mean, all right, let me see what she
Counsel,
says.
would you pause for a
Let me
minute?
just see what she says and then I'll clarify.
2 notes for the jury. 1, I need a restroom break, so we're going to take one. And 2, I recognize that the temperature is trending toward meat locker at the moment. That is my fault. I asked them to cool it off. I didn't think we were going to overshoot by this much. I'm working on it, I promise. Please rise for the jury.
I wondered why my toes were getting cold.
Yeah, Aaron, I'm not sure what to say. It's just a
Please
poor
pause.
display, and I think that the defense here is really creating a problem with jury perception right now, where they might be,
Okay, we're
creating.
going to take a restroom break. Everybody can have a seat for a minute. We'll be in break until 10:20. Ms. Lauber, I have a thought here. Ms. Lauber, same rules. You cannot speak to anybody. If you need to use the restroom, that's fine. Otherwise, you got to keep to yourself. You're allowed to stand next to Mr. Moffitt, but you can't talk to him about your testimony, okay?
Mhm.
Can you do that?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Bloodworth, Ms. Lewis, Maybe we can talk in my office for a moment. Would that be all right?
Uh-oh.
Hey, Lord, Your Honor, can I ask for a little more than 10 minutes? I have something I need to attend to.
Oh, no problem. How much time do you need?
Can we come back 10? How long am I going to be in the chambers?
You know, we can do that second if you want to attend to something first.
Can we do that, please?
Yes, sir. Nobody can start without me, so we'll just take the time it takes. Okay. When you're ready to have a brief conversation, please grab Miss Lewis and come around.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Court's in recess. Thank you.
I'm not sure how long court is in recess for right now. And by the way, if you have questions for Aaron, obviously Prof. Joe had to step out. We got kind of a rotating situation. Just a quick reminder, 2 p.m. Eastern, which is like an hour and 15 minutes from now, an hour and 49 to be precise. Phil Waters and Scott Duffy are going to join me on a separate stream to go over some of the latest with Nancy Guthrie. And there's some new information there. And we'll take a lot of your questions. But we're going to be taking this trial. What does it mean when a judge says, I need you to step into my office? He presents himself as very calm, very affable, not like a hot-headed type judge. I've watched other judges who would not be nearly as nice, but is he officially irritated and annoyed right now, Aaron?
Typically, when a judge wants to talk to you in chambers, it's usually because of the kind of stuff that we're seeing here. One of the things that and this also goes to the question here, that the chit chat between the defense and the prosecution that you were hearing, when a jury trial is being broadcast like this, you have to be so cognizant of that microphone and everything that we just heard. The problem is, I assume that where the jury is, they can't hear it. It's being broadcast to us. My hope would be that the jury is not hearing the microphones that are on them. If they are, that could be a problem. You should not be hearing that stuff. But my guess is that he's going to want to talk to them about that. They've been having kind of this sort of bickering. Like I say, she's doing this weird thing where she's not trying to refresh the witness's recollection. She seems like she's trying to impeach her, but she kind of keeps doing a hybrid of it. And so he may be wanting to talk about that, to clarify that, so that when we pick up again, maybe it'll be more mainstream, where she actually stays focused. Another thing that, and this may be a small thing, but as soon as she said, well, this is impeachment evidence, and she starts to walk up to give it to the witness, and then all of a sudden she realizes she hasn't shown it to the prosecution. But typically when you walk into trial, you have 2 sets of all of your exhibits sitting on the desk in front of you. And every time you want to use one, you hand a copy to the other attorney on the other side. You do that. That way they know exactly what it is. They can refer to any pages. They can follow along. But you do that. And so I guess one of the things that's really striking me is they seem to completely not understand what the evidence is in this case. Because every bit of impeachment evidence that she has is something that he should have already seen, knew existed, stuff like that. So when he's objecting to certain pages of the transcript, that is very strange, right? Because normally all of this gets worked out ahead of time. If you want to try to exclude evidence, you do motions in limine that happen before trial, and you have all these arguments before. What is happening right now is it's very, very unusual, especially for a murder trial when you have highly experienced attorneys handling such a trial.
I keep going back to this, but Kathy Nestor is also handling this Tyler Robinson case, which is more high profile than this. Does she just have too much on her plate right now? I know this isn't Nestor handling this right now, but is that a problem, do you think?
That she's not handling it?
That she's got just too much on her plate right now. I mean, this is a very high profile case, and then she's handling this Tyler Robinson case simultaneously. Is it too much?
Well, and I was a prosecutor in Idaho, and I was a prosecutor in California. I don't know what the rules are in Utah, but I can tell you that in Idaho, when it comes to defense, prosecution, they can bury you as much as you want. You can be drinking from a fire hose all the time. But the defense is limited on how many cases they can handle at a time. And if you're handling, a capital case, you can only have one. If you're handling murder cases, all of that is limited. So typically, it's the kind of thing where they shouldn't be overburdened. And if you're handling a murder trial, then you really, that should be your sole focus. And so I know that that's an item. I don't know if they do it the same way in Utah, but I think a lot of when it comes to defense attorneys, they are limited in, especially if they're appointed by the state. So if they're appointed by the state, they're limited in how many defense cases they can have at once, especially if they're murder cases. So they shouldn't be. It shouldn't be just a factor of them being so overwhelmed.
Sorry, I had myself. Yeah, I had myself muted. I apologize. From Sully and Sam, Aaron, why doesn't the judge stop all the stuff we are hearing, chit chat between the defense and prosecution? He has a very commanding voice, but does he have enough of a commanding, beyond presence? Does he need to be more forceful? And it's easy to come down on the judge because they're the, they're the open targets here. But does he have to be more forceful? I think with both sides, in particular the defense here.
Well, and like I said, and with, for something like that, when their mics are picking up them talking to each other, there should have been an admonition. Remember, please mute your microphones. You're mic'd for the media. I think you can step in on something like that when you've got unintentional audio going out. He could have said something there, but like I said, the hard thing for judges in these is that they're not going to stop this sort of, she's doing this very circuitous questioning, right? She's walking her through line by line. Really, the main thing she wants to do is discredit her. That's the defense's entire goal right now, is to discredit this witness. And so you've had these moments where she said, and that wasn't true, was it? And the witness said, no, it wasn't, right? And Carmen said, no. And then at one point she makes the comment, and this is something, if I was the prosecutor, you're taking notes for rebuttal. And a lot of people I know are like, hopefully the prosecution's going to fix this on rebuttal. But one of the things she said was, I was very overwhelmed right then, right? This is a person who's already been in criminal trouble, who was doing drug court, who was trying to get clean, who all of a sudden starts doing buys for her wealthy employer and starts doing these drug buys. And now all of a sudden she's caught up in possibly a murder. I mean, who wouldn't be, right? I mean, this is somebody who's just now thinking, what have I done? What have I gotten myself into? Could I be an accessory? I mean, she's going to be scared to death. And she kind of alluded to that. She said this was all very overwhelming. And that's completely fair. And frankly, it's really hard to go from being, from lying about using, from lying about your drug use, about doing drug sales, to all of a sudden just being 100% honest. And you see that where she's probably, in her first interview, she probably was being honest, but still holding a little bit back. And that's just human nature. She's worried now about what she's caught up in, and she's trying to be honest, but maybe not make herself look quite as bad as she did. But now that she's under oath and she's in trial and she has immunity, now it's her time to really just tell everything. And I feel like she's being very honest, including what's the point? This is somebody who's been dealing drugs, using drugs, which are all felonies, and you're making a big deal about her driving without a license. What was the point in that? And then she very honestly said, well, yeah, I drove back because she wanted to get high, right? That's a very honest statement right there.
Yeah. Mama Karm, that's interesting. That's my mom's name. I believe Carmen too. I mean, the people in the chat could very easily be jurors on this case, and it seems like there's a sympathetic ear for Carmen Lauber. You got to think that that's probably what the jurors are thinking. I mean, I don't know how to toe that line because I was never a defense attorney or a prosecutor for that matter, but it seems, you've got to be careful. And we talked about this before, but you just got to be careful with a witness like this, that you are not, browbeating them so bad that the sort of the sense that the jury gets here is that they're literally being beaten up by the defense attorney. And then they start to have more empathy for the witness than they do for the victim in this case, which I think is what's going on here. And that victim is Eric Richins. I mean, people are really, I think, feeling badly for Carmen Lauber sitting on this witness stand right now, getting beaten up.
Right. And somebody used the word shaming too. And you certainly, when this is somebody who's been through it, got caught up in something really unfortunate here where all of a sudden somebody has died and there's a chance that you bought the drugs and gave them to her that she used potentially, to get caught up in that. But now she's, 4 years sober or almost 3.5, right? Wherever she is. I mean, like somebody made the comment of the defense attorney saying, well, it's February. So you're saying that you've been sober since February because you told law enforcement that it was July of 22 was the last time you used.
Yeah.
Who cares? We're a few months away. She's almost at 4 years. That's still a big milestone. And to kind of shame somebody who's come out on the other side of something like that is also not a good look. I think that one of the most, I'm sitting here while we're listening and I'm reading the chat and everybody's confused. And then for Carmen at that one point, I thought it was perfect. She said, I'm confused. You're confusing. She literally just said, you're confusing. And she is. She's so confusing. And that doesn't do anything useful for the jury. They don't understand what you're getting at. Like I say, she's had these few moments where she said, and that wasn't true, was it? And Carmen had to say, no, it wasn't. And then, I mean, really what she's trying to do is make her a liar. And she's doing a terrible job.
Yeah. A lot of people are saying, I believe Carmen. I believe Carmen. Carmen has no reason to lie. Philip Dubé, who's been on our show, he's a big guest on Court TV, a criminal defense attorney. I just saw him post a tweet, and I thought it was interesting. He said, I'm paraphrasing, but it's pretty accurate. When you bring a devil to trial, you will not have angels as witnesses. It's like an old adage. So I think that's interesting. The devil, of course, here would imply Kouri Richins. And so the people she associated with in order to allegedly carry out this poisoning murder, they're not going to be angels. And Carmen Lauber is not an angel. This just brings me back again to the Donna and Charlie Adelson trials that we covered, where the hitman, Luis Rivera, who admitted to it and he cut a plea deal, a lot of times he, by sort of an impromptu, informal poll, is thought to be the most credible witness. He's just telling the truth. He's a criminal. He's an admitted criminal who's like, yeah, we did this. And he usually offers really good testimony for the government. I'm not saying Carmen is effective in that way, but I also think that the jurors are smart enough to know that if you have a woman on trial who's accused of this horrible murder, that her bedfellows are not going to be these pure, souls who are, on the upper echelon of the morality scale, right, Aaron? You're going to be associated with some people. If you're getting someone to buy you fentanyl, allegedly, these are not going to be wonderful people necessarily.
Well, I mean, I think that's absolutely true. And especially when you've got this woman who was kind of living this life and trying to basically look like this big jet setter and with the big house, and I'm doing the house flipping and things like that. This is not somebody who's going to know how to go out and get illicit drugs. I mean, most of those people, it's not commonplace where these people know how to go out and find fentanyl or find, even if you're just looking for black market oxy, a lot of people don't know where to go for that. So of course, so I think it's really unfortunate, like I said, that she kind of took advantage of somebody who was hopefully trying to straighten herself out at that point, instead got her to go out and do these drug deals for her. I think that Carmen has a history also, unless I'm mistaken, but I think her history also included some selling in the past, which is more serious than just there's users and then there's dealers, and Carmen had certainly crossed that line before and crossed it again here.
Yeah. Also, everyone is saying Carmen is not on trial. What do you think of this comment from JT Desert Dweller, longtime STSer? Redirect needs to ask Carmen why she said, quote unquote, I'll do whatever it takes. She said it already, but the defense stepped on it. She meant she was willing to say things that might get her in trouble. Do you agree with the fact that the redirect needs to underscore this?
I do. Yeah. And that's something, I mean, it does, my impression is that they didn't really make out of it what they could. Like I said, there's been these moments, but then she buries them in, 45 minutes of nothing. And so she's had these moments where it's like, but you lied to this person. I mean, that should have been where you follow up, but that wasn't true, was it? Well, why were you lying in that moment? Those were the things she should have said. But yeah, that's something that they'll go back on then and talk about it. Like I say, I mean, there's a huge difference between being a user who's doing some little drug deals for their boss and all of a sudden having somebody die. It's never, that's never typically a user or dealer's intent, is to then have somebody die and all of a sudden understand that you could somehow be implicated in that. And so I think that to say you'll do what it takes, I think that, in my mind anyway, that's her more saying that she'll be honest, that she'll talk about all of her dirty deeds. She'll be honest about when she bought, when she used, who she bought it from. She'll give up, because also there's the whole snitch thing that she has to worry about, that if she's buying and now she's giving up the names of the people who are selling to her, now they could be in trouble. I mean, it's kind of one of those things. But then when Eric died, I think she felt like, I'll do what I have to do. And I think that makes her more believable.
COE did a poll with 1,361 votes. The question: I find Karm Lauber to be is a credible and sincere witness. That's 69% of you. Almost 70% believe her to be a credible and sincere witness. And I have to say, again, you're basically the jury pool here. A questionable witness is only 14%. Still unsure, mixed feelings, whatever the difference is between 69 and 14, because it's blocked by our logo. And I'm not going to do the math because that's too hard. 18%. Okay. What's going on in the principal's office right now, Aaron Tognetti? If you missed it, Judge Richard Mrazek basically said, hey, I want to see you guys in my office. So what's going on in there right now? Is he smashing his forehead against his desk?
Right. And I would say I'm in the same time zone that they are, where I am. And he said we were coming back at 10:20, and now it's already 10:27. So they're definitely having a conversation in there. I mean, I think that the attorneys needed a little bit of time, but then they went straight into chambers. I think he's talking about the mishandling of the evidence. That, like I say, when he said, "Is there any objection to the admission of this?" and he stood up and thought about it. And that just surprises me. He should know. He should know what the evidence is. He should know if he has an objection to it. But I think that it has a lot to do with. I mean, if you notice, the judge keeps telling her, "We need more foundation for that." Is this impeachment, or are you refreshing her memory? And I think that they're talking about some of those things because they really need to. I mean, the defense attorney just needs to get her act together. I don't know how to say it more than that. She's doing improper things. He may be talking about her commentary, which is, you need to stop with the commentary. You can't do that. I mean, your entire thing is you ask questions. You don't get to comment. You get to comment when you're doing closing, and that's it. You never comment on their testimony. You ask follow-up questions. You can do that, but you never make the commentary. And so it's possible that he's talking about that as well.
I think we're missing the point, says Gary, just when I was going to tell you I'm going to run and take my own little bathroom break, but it looks like we're coming back in a moment here. I think we are missing the point. The prosecution and investigators intentionally crafted this poor woman's testimony to fit their agenda. Whether Kouri is guilty or not, this looks bad for the state. Your thoughts on this, Aaron? I don't see it that way, but what do you think?
I disagree. That's somebody who I believe they really don't trust law enforcement. And when you spend, I spent years as a prosecutor, and you work so closely with law enforcement, and they know not to load interviews, things like that. They need to get the truth, because the truth comes out, or at least that's always our goal, is that the truth is going to come out. And so to go in and fabricate an entire story for this witness, I just, that does not ring true. I mean, it doesn't to me. And like I say, I've worked with law enforcement, I've worked with Homeland Security, I've worked with FBI, you know, and I would never, that would never be my belief, is that they just manufactured, which is essentially what that person I think said, is that they believe that they kind of manufactured her evidence, right?
Yeah, I mean,
these guys is evidence.
Yeah, and I mean they coach witnesses, but I don't think that's to that extent at all. I can't wait for redirect. What does the government have to do on redirect here, Aaron?
If I was the one doing the case, I would be laser focused, you know, because so much of this minutia is what's been driving everybody in our chat crazy, and you ignore all of that. If there's some things that sounded, you know, if there's anything in there that was concerning, like I said, the couple of times when she said, I would probably go back and touch on the part where she said it was all very overwhelming. So that wasn't true, was it? No, but it was all very overwhelming. I would go back to that and say, okay, well, you did agree that you didn't tell them the truth. Why didn't you? You know, and then she could go back, she could go into, my head was spinning. I was so scared. I was afraid I was going to prison. I was afraid I might be implicated. You know, let her explain that. But that's what you want to do, is just hit on those few things that might hurt, and you leave the rest of this garbage that she's been doing for the past 2 hours. You just kind of let it lie, because it's not useful to anybody. It's been very confusing. She hasn't really hit any points that really somehow make Carmen this liar who would be just making this up. And I agree with the person too who said she has nothing to gain. You know, she has a drug charge hanging over her head, but she's not going to be implicated in this murder. And so, yes, she has immunity. But the fact is to make up something, she has no reason to make up this story, right? It's Kouri is the one that they're after for this murder. And so I really don't think that she has enough of a dog in this fight to make any of this up.
How about something like this from Teen Bean, obviously throwing out a possible scenario? Can the prosecutor on recross just ask, did you buy drugs for Kouri or Eric? Kouri, thank you. No more questions, Your Honor. I mean, that is something they could do. Would that be effective to keep it as short as that?
Yeah. And like I say, I mean, you could, absolutely. You definitely could. You could come out and just say, did you buy drugs at Kouri's request? Yeah. Okay.
And yeah, what about this? Can the judge ask them to move on while in chambers? Can he say you got to move it along? Is that something the judge has?
Anything on the record before we invite the jury back in?
No,
Is Lewis?
No.
Okay.
Just so you know,
Laura, you are still under oath.
Picture's not
Let's
up.
invite the jury back in, please.
Hang on, everyone. We're hearing him, but the picture's not up, but it will be up in a second. Looks like they're ready to go. Here we go. The picture's up. Judge looks tall. Does anyone know how tall this judge is? I'm curious. Kouri Richins looking demure. This courtroom has been packed every day. You know, not a huge courtroom, but it's packed. It's a sizable gallery there. And you can see the defense is waiting to chomp on the proverbial bit here. Defense is making it all about credibility of this witness when there are plenty of other factors which hopefully will be brought in. Yeah, they'll definitely be brought in. Do you see this, Aaron? Do you see this going 5 or 6 weeks? I don't, but I mean, they always say that and it never happens.
You know what? With the way that the defense is doing this, if they're going to spend days cross-examining people, it'll really drive things up. That's the hard part, is that you can't really control that. I mean,
all right, folks, have a seat. Thank you.
On the stand for 30 minutes, and then I've had a defense attorney cross.
Ms. Lauber, you're still under oath.
So
Ms. Lewis, please proceed.
All right, here we go, everyone.
Just finished going through the interview you had with the U.S. Attorney's Office, right?
Correct.
Okay. It's a little painful, but we got there.
Yes. A little confusing.
All right. Yes, I know. I'm sorry. But let's just summarize that interview and then we'll move on. So in that interview, you told them that you bought pills from Susan Kohler one time, that you bought pills from Robert Crozier 2 times, and that you bought the same pills from Robert Crozier on each occasion, correct?
Correct.
All right. And in that interview, you said that the pills were left at the Midway house, either in the fireplace or in a cup in a closet, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you don't know who picked up the pills from the Midway house, correct?
No, I do not.
So you don't know if Kouri picked them up, correct?
No, I do not.
Or if Eric Richins picked them up?
No, I do not know. I do not know who picked him up.
Okay. All right. Fair. So 2 days after the interview with the U.S. Attorney's Office, so we're now going to May 12th of 2023, you called Detective Maynard and asked him to come see you. Do you recall that?
I don't recall calling him. I think they were just there.
Well, it might have been a text. You either called him or texted him on your tablet. Do you recall that?
I
you
don't
needed
recall.
to see him. All right. That's fine, but let's get the May 12th interview out, which is in the binder number 2.
All right.
May 12th.
Move this one's little ball.
You know, I'm going to take that out of your way.
Okay.
I think we're done with that one.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Now we told what page?
No page yet. I just want you to have,
Oh,
that's the interview we're going to talk about.
okay.
Okay?
Mhm.
You can look at the beginning. I'm not positive if it says at the beginning that you asked Detective Maynard to come see you, but maybe you can check that and see if it does say that. And if not, that's all right.
Yeah, it doesn't say that I asked to see him. They were already there.
All right. So either way, you talked to him on May 12th.
I have a Driscoll and a Maynard in both this.
You think they're both there on May 12th?
It says that they are.
Are you on the
I'm on page 2 or 1.
of the May 12th, 2023?
Ms. Lauber, would you look at that blue tab and tell me what the date is on the blue tab?
Interview 5/3/23.
It's the wrong one. If you go to the tab that has 5/12,
All right, oh, way back here. Okay.
Okay.
Now that might make sense now.
Okay. Thank you.
just wait for Ms. Lewis's question.
Okay. All right. Well, go ahead and look at the beginning again, and like I said, see if it indicates if you asked him to come see you. What page is that, Katie? Page 3. Line 18.
Okay, correct.
All right. So you asked Detective Maynard to come and visit with you that day.
Correct.
All right. And part of the reason you wanted to talk to him is you were very worried about being charged federally. Fair?
Actually, he was shocked that they were there.
What do you mean?
Because I told him I had just met with some feds and he's like, you did. So he acted shocked that they were even there.
Okay. You still though were telling him you were worried about it,
I had told him I had a visit with him, yes.
and that you were worried about what might happen because of that.
I don't recall what
All right.
that conversation was.
So look at page 7 and 8.
7 and 8.
The bottom of 7.
Okay.
Oh, I can't see the top, Katie. Is this page 7? Okay.
This one says 8. This is, I'm on 7.
I need you to ask a question.
I am. I'm trying to find the spot about the question. All right. So on page 8, you're talking with Detective Maynard again about getting it laid out for you. Correct? What had happened, correct?
They were explaining more to me what happened. They've had the data from my cell and everything, correct?
All right. Yeah, that's true. They did have your, not all of it though, because you'd lost some cell phones, correct?
No, I've had that cell phone forever.
Well, you told them you'd had a lot of cell phones, and some of the ones that you were using back in 2022 were broken, but they did have some cell phones,
They did have,
right?
yes.
Okay. So initially, they were the ones that told you that Kouri asked for fentanyl, correct?
I don't recall. That's what they said to me.
Yesterday when you were testifying, we talked about this.
They told me Eric had passed away from fentanyl,
All
an
right.
overdose.
And we talked about that it was the detectives that possibly put the word fentanyl in your head. Do you recall that?
Correct, yes.
Because they are the ones that told you about the fentanyl, correct?
Correct.
All right. And in this interview, you're telling them you're worried because of all these possible charges that you might get, correct?
Correct.
And Detective Maynard says that the goal is to convict Kouri for aggravated murder. These parallel drug investigations, those aren't a priority. Do you recall that?
I don't recall.
Can you look at page 12 of that same interview? It's at the top.
Yes, correct.
So Detective Maynard told you the goal here is to convict Kouri of aggravated murder.
Objection, Your Honor, that's not what it says.
Yes, it is on the top of page 12.
The word here is,
Are you looking at the right spot?
You added a word.
you added a word.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So Ms.
I'll read it
Walker,
exactly.
The question is, does that refresh your recollection that Mr. Maynard stated the goal is to convict Kouri for an aggravated murder?
Correct.
You're right. I added
No.
Yeah, sorry.
I added the word here. So what was it Detective Maynard said to you? Why don't you go ahead and tell us?
I said the goal is to convict Kouri for an aggravated murder.
And then he said the rest of that the next sentence?
Read the rest of what he said.
These parallel drug
Yes.
investigations?
Those aren't a priority.
Okay. So they're telling you they're not worried about what you're doing. Their goal is to convict Kouri of aggravated murder. Right?
Correct.
All right. And again, you're telling them it was just so much easier when they put the puzzle pieces together for you, correct? Do you remember that?
I don't recall.
Want to look at page 16?
16.
Mm-hmm. See at the top?
Yes.
Okay.
Line 3.
Yes. Does that, so now do you remember you talked about them putting the puzzle pieces together?
Correct.
All right. And didn't you also tell them that you were talking to your daughter, Kelsey, and that your daughter asked what was happening? You didn't even know. You didn't know what had happened, is what you told her.
I
Correct?
recall.
It's on that.
On a jail call or?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, no, let me rephrase that. That you were telling Detective Maynard that you had been talking to your daughter And you like telling her, I don't even know what happened, correct?
I don't recall.
All right, let's look at page 16. You see that now?
At the very bottom, yes.
Okay. So you said your daughter had asked you what happened, and you're like, I don't even know. Correct?
Not a foundation. I think at this point, counsel's using this portion of the transcript to refresh it.
She's still reading, so I wasn't quite sure. But are you done
Yeah,
reading that?
the objection is sustained, and
Okay.
also we're having pronoun and article trouble here. I'm really not sure what this is about. If you can be just specific and
All right.
provide context in your question.
So this is while you're still talking about, laying the pieces together and all of that. And
You have to ask her if that's her memory.
do you remember that, well, we just talked about it. You remember that you had spoken with Detective Maynard about, putting the puzzle pieces together. That made it easier when they laid it out. We just talked about that a minute ago, right?
Correct.
And then you told him, look at line 16.
Yes, Lewis, I sincerely don't want to interrupt you. You have to ask her if she recalls. You cannot ask her.
I thought she said yes, she did recall.
Then there's no reason to go to.
Oh, well, I haven't asked her if she recalled the second part.
Then that's why you can't just read from it.
So, yeah. So do you, I think I asked this, but let me ask it again. Do you recall telling your daughter, or not telling your daughter, do you recall telling Detective Maynard, yes, I talked to my daughter, she asked me what was going on, and I said, I don't even know, or something to that effect?
I don't recall that.
Okay, so if you look at line 16 through line 23.
Read that to yourself, Ms. Walbert, and wait for the next question.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Do you remember now that you said that?
Correct, but I'm confused on what she's actually asking me.
What I'm asking you?
What we're talking about in this conversation. It doesn't say exactly what we're talking about.
Okay, so you just don't recall exactly what that was about. That's
Not the
fine. If you don't remember, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't recall what we were talking about. It just says
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
You just said,
It just says it doesn't specifically say exactly what we're talking about.
okay, that's fine. Well, we'll move on from that then. All right. Why don't you turn to page 20, and then I'm going to ask you a question, and then if you don't remember, you can see what it says there on the page.
Okay.
So Detective Maynard, at the end of this interview, tells you just something to the effect, don't worry, we're going to get you through this so you can get on with your life. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, great. Now, there's one more interview that you have with the detectives in this case, and that's the next day, May 13th of 2023. All right? And then, okay, so why don't you just have that in front of you? Do you recall that in that interview, during that interview, that's when they really laid out for you about the March 9th drug purchase? Do you
I
recall
don't
that?
recall.
You don't recall that that's when you guys talked about the March 9th drug purchase?
I don't recall.
All right. Well, why don't you take a look at the beginning of that interview?
Which page?
Just at the beginning.
Which date? are we
Which
speaking?
date? What
Page
page?
13th, the next day.
So just make sure you're at the right tab, Carmen, if you haven't already.
Yeah. 513. Okay, I'm back.
And forgive me, I interrupted you, Ms. Lewis. The page number that you want to use to refresh your recollection.
I was just asking her to look at the beginning of the interview to see if she recalls that they were now on this day talking about primarily the March 9th purchase.
Is there a
Is there
page range?
page I need to be on?
Can I look at the beginning, Katie? I think it's right at the beginning. Next one. Because you're just chatting at first. Next one. Okay, well, let's start here on page 5, page 5.
Okay.
This is when they tell you that they've met with your friend Nick Von Savage. Do you recall that?
No, I don't recall them.
Do you recall, let me ask it this way. Do you recall conversations with Detectives Maynard and Detectives O'Driscoll where you talked about they had talked to Nick Von Savage about the last purchase that he went on with you?
I don't recall them saying that I talked to Nick yet.
All right, well then take a look at page 5, line 9, 10, 11. Does that, take a look at that? Have you looked at that?
Correct.
All right, so they're talking to you about how they had met with Nick Von Savage.
Yes.
All right, and isn't it after their meeting with Nick Von Savage, it's through Nick, they decide that that last purchase was March 9th. Remember that?
Correct.
Okay, there we go. And at that point, they ask you, is it possible you bought pills a total of 4 times? Once from Susan, 3 times from Crozier. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Let's look at page 13.
Okay, new page.
At line 7, Detective Maynard.
Okay.
He asked you if there's a 4th trip, correct?
Correct.
And you said absolutely not. There were only 3, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then you've told them again in that interview, I just know totally there were only 3 total purchases. Do you recall that?
I don't recall.
All right. This is page 29. You now recall you said, but I just know totally there were only 3 total.
Yes.
All right. So again, back on March 13th of 2023, or I'm sorry, May 13th of 2023, you told the detectives more than once, not 4 purchases. I know total 3 purchases for Kouri.
Correct.
You told them that 2-3 times, correct?
Yes.
You told that to Ms. Whistler.
Hey everyone, Space Coast is working on the audio. Just bear with us here. Yeah, you should not miss it since it's all repetitive.
to help you figure this all out, something to that effect. They're going to bring you a timeline, correct?
Correct.
Did they ever bring you a timeline?
Pause for one moment. Mr. Lever.
Your Honor, just foundation, this, we're gonna break the timeline or something to that effect, that we can use the precise words. We have the precise words.
Overruled on this one. Keep
Okay.
going, Ms. Lever.
So they said they're going to bring you a timeline. Did they ever bring you a timeline?
I don't recall.
So you don't know if you ever got a timeline from the detectives?
I don't recall if they even brought
All
it or
right.
not.
So it's after this, I'm not sure what day, and I don't know if you remember. Sometime after this interview, they released you from custody. Correct?
I had to be on ankle monitor. It had to be approved through Judge Maybe to be on ankle monitor. I could not leave the jail without that being on my.
Okay. So they put an ankle monitor on you and they released you from custody. Correct?
Correct.
And did you go back to, you went back to see Judge Maybe, correct?
No, I was not allowed in drug court at the time
Why weren't you allowed in drug court?
because I was suspended for a minute. It was on pause.
Because you were a cooperating witness?
Because what?
Because you were a cooperating witness for the state?
Yes.
That's why you weren't allowed back in drug court?
Yes.
All right, but you did go see Judge Maybe, not in drug court, but you appeared in front of Judge Maybe to get conditions for your release, right?
She already had approved the conditions before I was released.
Oh, so you didn't have to go to court. It was
I
just,
still had to go. a couple
Judge-
times. I
Judge
still go
Maybe.
every 3 months now in front of her.
okay. Oh, let me just, so when you went back to Judge Maybe, she gave you some conditions of release, correct?
Yes.
Judge
And one
Maybe,
thing
not a
they
very
did-
confident name.
Is they transferred your probation from Wasatch County to Summit County, correct?
I think so, yes.
And your new probation officer became Detective Maynard, correct?
Yes.
All right. So he's now your probation officer. You testified yesterday that you only talked to him a few times after these interviews in May up until today.
I text him every morning still. I still have to check in with him.
Oh, all right. You didn't tell me that. So you text him every morning to check in with Detective Maynard,
Correct.
to tell him what?
I just have to send him a text saying good morning and he responds back, Lauber, that's it.
Okay. Does he drug test you?
He was in the beginning.
How long did he continue to drug test you?
I don't recall.
Do you recall the last time you were drug tested?
No, I don't recall.
Has it been more than a year?
I'm sure.
Has it been more than 2 years?
I'm not 100% sure.
Could it be more than 2 years?
Yes.
So you haven't had a drug test in over 2 years, correct?
Correct.
Even though you are on probation with Summit County Drug Court, correct?
I'm not on drug court.
I'm sorry, I said Summit County. You're on probation with Wasatch County Drug Court.
No, I'm paused. It's in pause.
It's okay.
It's paused.
Go ahead.
It's paused, so therefore I don't have to interact. I don't interact with anything to do with drug court right now.
All right. So you don't actually physically go to drug court because it's on pause until this case is over, right?
Correct. I go in front of Judge maybe every 3 months.
Okay. And every time you go in front of Judge Maybe, well, tell me, what happens when you go in front of Judge Maybe?
They just put it out another 3 months.
Do they ask you when the trial in this case is going to be?
They never have asked me.
All right. But they're putting it off until the trial's over, right?
Correct.
Because what happens is going to depend on if you testify at this trial, correct?
Correct.
And if you testify truthfully at this trial, then you are not going to go to prison, correct?
Correct.
And it's the people here at this table that decide if you've testified truthfully, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, who makes the decision if your testimony was truthful?
I have no clue.
So if you got up here and testified today, I never bought pills from Robbie, I never gave pills to Carmen, would you?
I'm Carmen.
I'm sorry, I never gave pills to Kouri. Would you still be not charged in drug court? Everything would be fine, you'd just be done?
I don't know.
Okay,
I don't know the answer to that one.
all right.
So one of the conditions of your release is that there were certain people that you were not to have any communication with, right?
Correct.
And one of those people was Nick Bonsavage, correct?
I'm not 100% sure.
Well, let me show you. It's been marked as IMPCL 7. Right here where it says the defendant is ordered.
Just wait for the next question after you read it as well.
Yeah, read it and then I'll ask you the question.
That is correct.
So one of your conditions was that you were not to have any contact with Nick Bonsavage.
Correct.
You weren't to talk to Nick Bonsavage.
Correct.
But you did talk to Nick Bonsavage. You've been talking to him for the last 3 years, correct?
Correct. It was only until I had the ankle monitor on that I was not to have contact with my kids or Nick Bonsavage. It says right there with the ankle monitor on. I had the ankle monitor on for a year.
Okay, that's not what that says.
Or maybe I misread it.
I think you misread it. So these were,
But Ms. Lewis, we're asking her about her recollection, so if you'd follow up on that.
all right. So your recollection is it was only when you had the ankle monitor on you couldn't have contact?
Correct.
All right.
Because I had to go back and get permission to even talk to my daughters.
Well, did you have permission to talk to your daughters, or it was just you weren't to see your daughters in person?
I couldn't go down the canyon at all.
Right, and later that changed, and you were allowed to go see them in person?
Yes.
Correct, okay. But take a look at this again. Does this, and then tell me, did the ankle monitor have anything to do with not talking to Nick Bonsavage?
Is to install a GPS ankle monitor on the defendant prior to her release. The defendant is ordered to have no contact with Kouri, Darden, the Los Angeles County Drug Court. Yeah, I'm confused on that, but
So it doesn't say in there that the ankle monitor is connected to not having conversations with Nick Bonsavage, fair?
I think that's where I was confused, where it combines in the top
Okay.
to the second sentence.
So you weren't to have conversations or contact with Nick Bonsavage,
Correct.
but you have had conversations with him throughout the last 3 years. He's your best friend, right?
Correct.
You talk to him, I don't know that you talk to him a lot anymore, but you talk to him all the time at first.
Yes.
All right, so you didn't pay any attention to that condition?
No, I don't think I recall talking to Nick until he graduated drug court. Because it says that I'm not supposed to have any contact with any people in drug court.
Right, but Nick graduated from drug court before you were even arrested in April of 2023,
I'm not quite sure
correct?
when he graduated.
Right. If in fact he did graduate by April of 2023, you still weren't to have contact with him because he was a witness in this case, correct?
Oh, I don't recall that.
All right, I'm just gonna ask you one more time. It says here you're not supposed to have contact with him, correct?
Correct.
And you have had contact with him throughout, correct?
Throughout a couple of years, yes.
Okay. Oh, let me ask you, yesterday it came up that Kouri Richins wrote you a couple of letters saying you'd completed community service that you hadn't really completed, right?
Yes.
You asked Kouri to write those letters for you, correct?
I asked Kouri if she could, yes.
All right, so you asked her, even though I haven't done community service, will you write letters saying I did?
Correct.
All right, so that's how you got those letters?
Yes.
All right. So, Carmen, isn't it fair that you really don't have a memory about what happened in February and March of 2022?
What do you mean by that?
Well, when you were interviewed in 2023, you didn't remember what had happened, correct?
Correct, it's a lot to take in.
It's a lot to take in. And you didn't remember it a year after the fact. So you really don't even remember now what happened in 2022 and 2022, correct?
Rephrase your question, that kind of confuses.
You didn't remember in 2023 what happened in 2022, and you don't now remember what happened in 2022, right?
Yes and no.
It's been laid out for you by someone else, correct?
Due to data and cell phone data and everything, yes.
All right, so whatever memory you have is what was, you don't have a personal memory, it was shown to you.
No, I have partial memory.
You have a partial memory.
I have memory, yes.
All right, fair to say your memory was better 1 year after the fact than 4 years after the fact, right?
It is confusing later on, years later, yes.
Okay. And you were using and selling that whole time in drug court?
I was not using and selling the whole time.
The whole period we're talking about of February and March of 2022?
Yes.
Kouri never once asked you for fentanyl, correct?
No, not correct. I mean, yes. Wait,
That is-
you confused me. Can you answer the question again?
Kouri never asked you for fentanyl, true?
I had told her that that's what Robbie had, and she said, okay, go ahead and get it.
Let me ask the question again. Kouri never asked you for fentanyl, true?
Yes,
All right. And you bought prescription Oxycontin from Susan Kohler, correct?
correct,
You got light green pills from Crozier sometime in February of 2022, correct?
correct,
And then you went back and said, give me more of the same, correct?
correct.
And the last time you went back was after Eric Richins died, correct?
I'm not sure.
Well, the last purchase was May 9th of 2020, March 9th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
After, and you know Eric died on March 4th, correct?
It was March 5th he passed away?
Well, I think it was March 4th, but either way,
Sure,
the
correct.
pills were after he passed away,
Correct.
correct? All right. And again, a year after the fact, you said numerous times, I bought pills from Mr. Crozier twice, correct?
Correct,
Now you're saying 3 times, 4 years later, correct?
correct.
Because that's been told to you because of some data you saw, correct?
Yes, correct.
But you don't remember that.
No, I don't recall.
Okay. So, after you said you were willing to cooperate, and they said you were getting a big jail get out of free card, you got your big jail get out of free card so far, right?
Correct,
Because you have not been in jail for the past 3 years,
correct,
and you haven't had to go to drug court anymore, correct?
correct,
And all you do is wait to see how your testimony goes to find out what happens, correct?
correct,
You're not being drug tested, correct?
correct,
Even though you're on probation, correct?
correct,
And your probation consists of, in the morning, you say hi to Detective Maynard and he says lobber.
we just text back and forth. If I'm leaving town, I tell him I'm leaving town. If I'm here,
Okay, so you tell him if you're leaving town. Are
I
you,
still keep tabs. He still keeps tabs on me no matter where I'm at. He has my work schedule. He has everything.
he does have your work schedule.
Yes,
And you've been allowed to move to Las Vegas, correct?
yes,
So because of your cooperation, you got out of going to drug court, correct?
correct,
You got your probation transferred to Summit County with Detective Maynard, correct?
correct,
You got to stop your drug testing, correct?
correct,
You got to move to Vegas, correct?
correct. But I'm not living in Vegas. I'm living here.
You're here right now.
Judge maybe approved me to move to Vegas, but I'm still here in Utah.
You haven't moved to Vegas yet?
No,
Okay. You've been allowed to go to Vegas numerous times to visit, though, right?
correct.
All right. And you haven't done any time for any of the crimes that you committed, correct?
Correct. I was incarcerated. I stayed in jail for 23 days.
Well,
I mean, that's it.
23 days when you were arrested in April of 2023.
Yes.
And it was during that time period you were in jail because you were getting your story together with Detectives Maynard and Detective O'Driscoll.
Yes.
Okay. And the pills that you bought from Mr. Crozier, you don't know what those pills were, correct?
He had told me that he had fentanyl.
You didn't look at the pills, correct?
No, I didn't sit there and play with them. No.
You didn't know what they were, correct?
Correct.
You didn't have them tested.
No.
Okay. You didn't take any, you said,
No.
correct?
Correct.
You did or you did not sell them to anyone else?
I did not sell them to anyone else.
Okay. You don't know what happened to those pills, correct?
I don't know who picked them up, but that's what you're asking.
Right. You don't know who took those pills, correct?
Correct.
And you have, sitting here today, absolutely no information about what happened to Eric Richins other than that what you were told that he died of a fentanyl overdose.
Correct.
And you have no idea what happened the night that Eric Richins died.
I do not.
And you have no knowledge if Ms. Richins killed Eric Richins.
I do not.
Can I just have a moment? I have nothing further at this time.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Thank you.
Just listen to the questions. Thank you.
Didn't think we were going to hear that. No further questions. But there it is. We're going to get a redirect here from Mr. Bloodworth. Bloodworth.
Scott, can you bring up Exhibit 8-11, please?
For the witness.
For the witness and counsel, Your Honor.
Okay. One moment. There you are.
Your Honor, the state moves 8-11 into evidence.
I don't have any objection.
8-11 is admitted and published.
Ms. Lauber, can you see 8-11?
Yes, I can.
Do you recognize that? I know you said you didn't earlier, but has Mr. Moffett shown you that exhibit?
I don't recall seeing them yet, but I know they were given to me. They're given to him.
And they're dated, you see, April the 19th, 2024. Do you think they were given to him? Or do you know what day they were given to him?
I don't.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
Actually, Scott, can you put that back up? I think some of the jurors were still reading that.
My apologies.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Lauber, do you recall testifying yesterday that you met with prosecutors a few times over the past few weeks to prepare for testifying in court?
Yes.
Was your lawyer present with you every single minute of every single meeting?
Yes.
Do you recall yesterday mentioning that you had anxiety?
Yes.
Have you seen a medical doctor for that anxiety?
Not recently, no, not
Have
for
you
me.
ever seen one?
I did in the beginning of drug court, yes.
Did you receive a diagnosis of anxiety?
Yes,
And did you receive any treatment prescription?
yes, a non-narcotic, a boost bar.
A boost bar?
I can't remember exactly what it's called.
Can you describe it?
It's just a little white oval pill. Looks like a little bar. I have them in my purse out in the car.
All good. Was that your personal physician that you consulted with?
In drug court, yes, they provided one through Wasatch Mental. Anybody who needed meds through drug court, they provided her because they were non-narcotic kinds.
Understood. From the time of your entry into drug court in September 2021 until your arrest in April of 2023, did you continue to behave like an active drug addict?
In the beginning, I'm kind of confused what you asked.
From the day you entered drug court until the time you were arrested, did you still behave a lot like an active drug addict?
I'm kind of confused on that one.
Well, did you occasionally use drugs?
Yes,
Did you lie about using drugs?
yes, an active user will lie.
Right. Were your lies to interviewers consistent with being an active drug user?
Yes,
Have you been clean since you were arrested in April 2023?
yes,
And that same day you were arrested was the day that detectives, or was it the day that detectives told you that Eric Richins died of a fentanyl overdose?
the day I was arrested, no.
When was it?
I was in jail for a couple days till they came to see me.
So a couple days.
Yes,
You didn't use in jail, right?
no,
So you've been clean since detectives told you that Eric Richins died of a fentanyl overdose.
yes,
Has your memory become cleaner? Sorry, has your memory become clearer since you've been clean?
yes,
Has your memory become clearer as you've had more clearer as it relates to everything we're talking about here?
yes,
Has it become clearer as you've had more time to process your involvement in Eric Richins' death?
yes,
Has your memory become clearer as you've reviewed phone records, photographs, Facebook messages, and other materials with your attorneys?
yes,
Are there times, though, you still get confused about dates?
yes,
And are there times you still confuse details between various drug buys?
yes,
In the 6 or 7 interviews with detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard, did those detectives repeatedly stress to you their need to corroborate any information that you provided?
yes,
And did you repeatedly stress to them how much you loved Eric and how much he did not deserve what happened to him?
correct.
Do you recall testifying yesterday, and again today actually, where detectives said that you could get a big, giant get out of free jail card?
Correct.
Do you recall what you said to detectives immediately after that?
I don't.
If I were to show you a transcript of that interview, would that refresh your recollection on that point?
Yes.
Scott, can you please publish 8-59, page 113, lines 11 through 15? Ms. Lauber, if you could read that and then let me know once you've read that.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
After detective said, do you realize you could get a big get out of jail free card? What did you tell them?
I told them that even if that was the case, I felt like I still needed to step up and take accountability if this is really what happened to Eric.
Thank you. When considering the 6 or 7 interviews with detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard, in their full and fair context, do you think that did you think at the time, do you think now that detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard were trying to plant information into your memory?
Your Honor, objection, speculation.
Overruled.
No, I do not.
Do you think that they were trying to help you recall information from your memory?
Yes.
You've reviewed all of those transcripts, and just to be sure, is it April 27th? Do you have the binders up there?
I do have them, but
Is it April 27th?
You may need to help her out.
Well, that's okay. We've touched them all. We don't have to review.
yeah, that's one.
Were all of those transcripts accurate transcripts of your interviews with Detectives O'Driscoll, Maynard, and Miss Whistler?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state's marked the April 27th, 2023 interview as 8:57. The May 2nd, 2023 interview is 8:58. The May 3rd interview as 8:59. The May 4th is 8:60. The May 10th is 8:61. The May 12th is 8:62. The May 13th is 8:63. The state moves 8:57 through 8:63 into evidence.
Your Honor, we object. We haven't had a chance to go through these transcripts. They're loaded with hearsay. So unless there's time to go through and redact and determine what's hearsay and what's not hearsay, we're going to object.
I'm going to not rule on that motion at this time. There are multiple rules of evidence we need to have a conversation about there. So if there's any other foundation you want to lay, I'm not suggesting that you need to, one way or the other, do that now, but we'll have that legal discussion at a later time.
Understood, Your Honor. I don't need to lay any additional foundation.
Understood.
Ms. Lauber, at bottom. Let me back up half a step. Your Honor, can we have that legal discussion during the lunch break?
Yes.
Because it
May impact what you
may
do.
impact additional redirect.
Understood.
Ms. Lauber, at bottom, did you purchase drugs at Kouri Richins' request 4 times?
Correct.
Did you deliver drugs either hand-to-hand or by placing them somewhere at Kouri Richins' request to Kouri Richins 4 times?
Correct.
Did you testify yesterday and today truthfully to the best of your recollection?
Yes.
What do you think happens to you if you did not testify truthfully?
Everything I have on would be revoked.
And what happens then?
I go to prison.
For how long?
A long time.
Ms. Lewis, with the reservation that Mr. Bloodworth just made on the record about the potential for additional redirect depending on the court's ruling on the state's motion to admit the transcripts, anything further for Ms. Lauber at this time?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. Let's just have that discussion immediately, if you don't mind, Mr. Bloodworth. Folks, let's let you stretch your legs. We're not going to recess for lunch just yet. There may be a few more questions for Ms. Lauber. Thank you.
Okay, short recess here. We're getting redirect from Counselor Bloodworth on Carmen Lauber, the one-time housekeeper who the government says basically got the fentanyl to help in the poisoning of Eric Richins. She's been on the stand for the better part of 2 days now, and we're going to continue to watch this.
Ms. Lauber, I need you to step into the lobby during this legal discussion with the lawyers. Please don't talk to anybody about your testimony, okay? Stay in the lobby, though. We may have a few extra questions for you in a few minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm going to be here for just a couple of minutes, and then I've got to go get ready for the next show. 2 o'clock, by the way, with Phil and Scott, which is 33 minutes. I'll be here for a couple more minutes, everyone. Thank you all for being here. Savannah Guthrie just put out sort of another plea on her, not a video, but
the state has
commented on her
moved to
Instagram.
857 through 863, which is a series of transcripts of interviews between of Ms. Lauber by other government officials. None of those were subject to cross-examination, right?
No.
They were all just interviews.
At the time, no.
Correct.
At the time, they were not subject to cross.
Okay. So they are categorically hearsay that will need an exception for or another rule that would allow them to be admitted, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The defendant objects to hearsay. If you would respond to that and then tell me which rule you think they come in under.
Your Honor, the defense has cherry-picked certain statements that Carmen Lauber made to impeach her credibility, to rehabilitate her credibility. The state needs to enter all of the interviews because they show essentially an ongoing iterative discussion, which when you understand the full arc of, it is clear that she is being credible. While she may be confused, she is not untruthful. So the full scope of Ms. Carmen Lauber's statements need to be admitted for rehabilitation purpose. Any other statements by, the questions essentially, right, by the various interviewers, that all goes to the effect on Ms. Lauber.
Everything you say is true, but I still have to contend with Utah rules of evidence. And so they are out of court statements. You could call the other half of those conversations, Detective Maynard, Detective O'Driscoll, presumably, maybe the federal official, and ask how this went. And if they didn't remember, you could refresh their recollection. All I need to contend with right now, and it is a genuine question, I don't think I have a basis to just admit them wholesale. There may be a basis for you to ask Ms. Lauber about other prior consistent statements that she's made to rebut the argument from the defense of a recent fabrication. And I'm not suggesting otherwise, but we can't do it through the wholesale. We can't do that through the wholesale admission of the transcripts.
Your Honor, I think I can't, I guess I disagree with that.
I guess, how can I overcome the hearsay problem that is being raised? They are out-of-court statements being made for the, being admitted for the truth of the matter, right?
No,
Because if what she's,
they're being admitted to rehabilitate.
well, but if what she says in the prior things isn't true, it doesn't rehabilitate her. So the truth is what matters, correct?
No, in rebutting recent fabrication, what matters is what matters is the full arc of the discussion to show that this was not a recent fabrication. That if you understand Carmen Lauber's statements, not cherry-picked, but over the scope of a series of interviews over 2 weeks or whatever it is, you can understand that she is credible and not recently fabricated.
I need you to tell me how this comes in over a hearsay objection or through some other rule regarding prior statements of a witness. If they're out-of-court statements.
80. I don't know. I start with hearsay. They are out-of-court statement, yes. The state is not offering them for the truth of the matter asserted. In Carmen Lauber's statements, the state is offering them not to say what she's saying back then is true. We're saying the opposite, actually. We're saying that a lot of what she said back then, we're not offering for the truth. We're not offering Carmen Lauber's statements to show that she had 3 drug deals. We're offering Carmen Lauber's statements to show, regardless of whether they were true or not, this is the evolution of the detectives, of her providing information to the detectives, whether or not that information is true. Because the defense in impeaching Carmen Lauber has suggested that the investigators were planting information with Carmen Lauber.
And you can call those people to testify subject to cross-examination to say that's not how it went at all.
And
the evolution of them was X, Y, and Z.
And I think putting in the transcripts does the same thing, and there's no hearsay problem. The statements that are not hearsay, 801 D1A.
Yeah, that's why I asked about the cross-examination problem, right?
She's been cross-examined.
The prior statement has to have been cross-examined, right? Under D01,
No.
the declarant testified. Sorry.
No, subject to cross without a prior.
801 D1A, right?
She testified about the prior interview statements.
Where's the inconsistency?
She has been cross-examined about the prior statements, and the statement is inconsistent with the declarant's testimony.
But that's the foundation you haven't laid.
The interviews are, D1B,
Sure.
inconsistent with the declarant's testimony. We have that.
But I'm not sure you do. Like, these transcripts are 100 pages long, maybe less, maybe more. There's how many of them? There isn't foundation for all of these statements being inconsistent with her sworn testimony.
Consistent, I'm sorry.
Sure, D1B, that's fine.
D1B is consistent with.
Right, and there isn't foundation for all of them being consistent either. You just have to lay foundation. That's the problem with the wholesale admission. It may be that we just need to do this piecemeal, maybe call Karm and Lauber back. I'm not suggesting that there are not pieces of these transcripts that are admissible. There certainly are likely to be pieces of these transcripts that are admissible as a non-hearsay exhibit. Wholesale admission of them, there is not foundation for that. Yeah.
Your Honor, I think the consistency comes in the arc of the statements. That's where the consistency rises. Sure, we have individual sentences. This is an ongoing interview, right? It might have taken place over the course of several days, but it is an ongoing interview. And to appreciate the consistency of the interview, the giant interview, the jury, that is the consistent statement. That is consistent with her testimony. Her testimony being that this is generally what happened. I might be confused on days. I might be confused on details between various buys. But she is, in the great arc of her interview, she is consistent. And you have to understand the great arc of her interview to appreciate that consistency.
And forgive me, I just want to make sure the record is clear on the scale of what the state is asking here. So if somebody could please give me the page counts for each of these exhibits.
Looking at it.
And I appreciate that, I guess it is somewhat voluminous. And the jury, it might go back to the jury room and they're like, too much. We're not even touching it.
That's not my concern.
And
can you just go to the last page of each of these exhibits? And
Your Honor, we're
okay.
getting, I'm slow, exhibit by exhibit, I'm getting numbers up.
Okay.
And Your Honor, maybe just to put a finer point on the Rule 801 D1B, there is the recently fabricated piece, but really the defense's argument is acted from a recent improper influence or motive. And, you know, seasoned throughout the entire scope of the interviews, the defendant is consistent. I'm sorry, Karm Lauber is consistent in her testimony.
I understand the state's position.
Okay.
I still need those numbers, and then Ms. Lewis will give you the benefit of the record.
I was just going to tell you there's 932 pages of transcripts
Combined.
combined, yes.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, anything else for the record?
I think Your Honor has identified the issues. I agree.
Okay. So the issue currently before the court is the state's motion to admit proposed exhibits 857 through 863, which constitute 932 pages of certified transcript of interviews by law enforcement and other government officials of Karm Lauber in 2023, correct, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The state has offered those as exhibits. Defendant objects that they constitute hearsay, not subject to any exception. In response, the state points to the definition of hearsay under 801 and argues that these 932 pages are categorically not hearsay under 801D1B, which states that a declarant witness's prior statement is not hearsay when the declarant testifies and is subject to cross-examination about a prior statement. That occurred here on the record through Ms. Lewis's cross-examination of Ms. Lauber regarding these prior interviews, and the statement seeking to be admitted, the out-of-court statement under D1B, is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut an express or implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated it or acted from a recent improper influence or motive, and so testifying. The state makes a persuasive argument that admission of Ms. Lauber's consistent statements from the interview transcripts would be appropriate to rebut the implications by the defense that she has recently fabricated or acted from a recent improper influence or motive in testifying on the record in this trial. But the state simply hasn't laid foundation for a conclusion that all 932 pages constitute statements that are consistent with the declarant's testimony here. For two reasons. One, I don't have a basis to rule that all of those 932 pages are consistent, and it's entirely possible that many of those 932 pages are unrelated, not consistent or inconsistent, and therefore would be need to be analyzed under a 403 balancing test regarding probative value and things like unfair prejudice, misleading the jury, or wasting time. So based upon the foundation laid so far, the court simply doesn't have a basis to rule that all 932 pages being offered are not hearsay. In so ruling, the court acknowledges that there is likely portions of each of these interviews that is consistent and would be admissible under 801 D1B. I just don't have that designation in front of me at the moment. Ms. Lewis, anything further? Okay. May not be the last time we have this conversation, Mr. Bloodworth.
Yes,
okay.
Doubt it will.
Understood. All right. With that ruling, anything else for Ms. Lauber?
Your Honor, not today. Can I propose, though, that we keep her under subpoena? We will address the interview transcripts and then revisit this.
Understood. I'll tell her that on the record. Okay. May we invite Ms. Lauber back in, please?
Your Honor, can the court advise her that because she's being held, she still can't talk about her testimony?
Yeah, I think that's fine. Ms. Lauber, if you'd take the stand for one moment, I just need to give you some instructions. Thank you for your patience. The lawyers don't have any additional questions for you today. we may need to call you back at some point in the next 4 weeks. You'll get notice. You're still subject to subpoena, which means if you get notice that you need to come back, you have to do it.
Okay.
All right? Second, you cannot speak to anyone about your testimony between now and either being called back in or the trial being over. You have to affirmatively avoid talking to anybody about your testimony. So if anybody asks you about it or asks you about this case, you have to say, the judge told me I can't talk about it. Do you understand?
Yes.
Can you follow that instruction?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Bloodworth, anything further with Ms. Lauber today?
No.
Ms. Nestor?
Can you also make sure she doesn't watch the rest of the proceedings on television or video?
I would imagine you have
I
better things to
don't
do.
watch any of
Yeah.
it at all.
But please, if you would not watch any of the witness testimony and not read any news or social media reports about the other witness testimony.
I don't, I stay away from it.
Okay, can you follow that instruction?
Yes.
All right, very good. Anything else, counsel? Ms. Lauber, you are free to go today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Mr. Moffett, thank you. Okay, Mr. Bloodworth, may I invite the jury in, tell them we're going to take a lunch break?
That sounds right, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis,
It's fine.
what time would you like to come back?
12:30?
Sounds fine. Ms. Lewis, is that agreeable?
That sounds fine.
All right, can we invite the jury back in? Ladies and gentlemen, stay standing. I promise this won't take long. Thank you for your patience. We needed to handle a legal issue. It was efficient. We're going to take a lunch break. Lunch is either here or imminently arriving. During the lunch break, please do not talk about the case. Please don't read, watch, or listen to anything about this case. Please don't do any internet searches or other research about the case. Please enjoy your lunch break. We'll be back on the record at 12:30. Thank you. Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we recess?
Oh, yeah.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, court's in recess until 12:30. Please travel safe.
Looks like we're starting. Ciao a tutti.
Thank you. All right, have a seat. Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Anna Isbell.
Miss Isbell, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Have a seat.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. What is your name?
Anna Isbell?
Do you spell your last name I-S-B-E-L-L?
Yes.
Do you know who Kouri Richins is?
Yes.
How?
Knew her from
Ms.
high school?
Isbell, I apologize for interrupting. Turn that mic towards you a little bit. You can sit wherever you're comfortable. It's easier to move the mic. There you go.
Knew her from high school? Just living in the same area?
Do you know who Hayden Jeffs was?
Yes.
Who was he in relation to you?
My significant other for 13 years.
And he passed, didn't he? And it was a motorcycle accident? Okay, I can see you're nodding.
Yes, sorry. Try not to say yes, because it'll start making me cry. But yes, did.
I appreciate that. I'm sorry. Do you know whether Hayden Jeffs knew Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Did they know each other?
Yes.
How did they know each other?
He did handyman work for her.
Were you with Hayden Jeffs on January the 22nd, 2022, when he received a call from Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Did you overhear that call on speakerphone?
Yes.
What on that phone call, if anything, did you hear Kouri Richins ask Hayden Jeffs?
For something for a client. I don't remember what it started with, the T or P. We didn't know what it was. I went to the bathroom, and when I came back, I don't know who brought it up or how it got around to that. Hayden was just saying, "Fuck that client. Fentanyl? What? Fuck that. Fuck that."
Your Honor, hearsay.
Hayden's statements, Mr. Bloodworth.
No.
Your Honor,
Would you pause for 1 second, Ms. Isbell? My apologies.
effect on Kouri Richins?
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jeff's side of this conversation, as related by Ms. Isbell, that's an out-of-court statement that you cannot consider for its truth. The only reason you can consider it is for context for whatever Ms. Richins may have said in response after hearing it. Please proceed.
Thank you, sir.
I interrupted you. Did you want to say anything else about that?
Okay, after Mr. Jeff said that, how did Ms. Richins respond?
She said, "Okay, thank you." That's all.
Was there a second call then?
No.
Okay. Did you hear any other of the discussions between Ms. Richins and Mr. Jeffs?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Good afternoon, Anna.
Good afternoon. know about good, but afternoon.
Afternoon. I'm Wendy Lewis, we've met, right?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to say, I start by saying I'm very sorry for your loss of Hayden. I know that's been very difficult for you. Now, you, of course, have been called as a witness for the state, right?
Mm-hmm.
And was there a time a couple
Oh,
of...
yes.
And did they reach out to you a couple of months ago to try and get you to come in and meet with them?
Yeah, I've tried multiple times.
Multiple times. All right. I'm going to show you, just for what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 1002.
Mm-hmm.
Anna, do you recognize those text messages?
Yes.
Were those text messages from your phone?
Yes.
And they were between you and Detective O'Driscoll, is that right?
Yes.
So your texts are in blue, is that correct?
Yes.
And his are in black?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that we publish, that 1002 be admitted and published.
Not objection, that we approach.
Of course. Get back.
A long break. Wonder what they're talking about. Hopefully it will end soon. I hope I didn't miss too much when I had to leave for for about what? I think I was gone about an hour before you broke for lunch. I'm sorry I missed it. Was there anything important that I missed? Anybody in the chat? So do we know how her significant other died?
Thank you. You got a glass of water? Okay.
Katie, can you, or Your Honor,
Oh, I can do it.
whoever's controlling the screens?
No problem. So that's the text exchange that's been offered by the defense.
And it's just that one page.
Yes. Oh.
There we go.
Mr. Bloodworth, no rush. Take a moment, make sure that's what the state regards as, is it 2 pages, Katie? 4. Okay.
She sent it.
Screenshots.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Katie, I don't read that fast. Can we start at the top, please? Next page, please. Next page, please. Next page, please.
I see Kouri's, Eric's brother-in-law in the courtroom, in that, it's not the first row, but it's row. He's in a jacket, gray jacket, white shirt, and the woman to his right has reddish hair and it's pulled up. There he is. And the woman to his left is his wife, Eric's sister. She testified. They both testified the other day.
Katie, can you go to the first page, please?
Are these out of order?
Yeah, I can't figure out the order. They go, I can't tell if they go backwards in time.
The man in the second row in the dark suit is Eric's father.
It doesn't, but
We can just do the first page if you want. Let me see. Let me see. Oh, no.
It's because it looks like 2 different types.
pause for a minute. Thank you.
Why don't we just do that? I can do that because it's confusing. Because I do think it repeats. I had a hard time.
Well, but it looks like there's stuff above this. That this is a midstream discussion. I'm sorry, Katie, can you go to the second page, please?
They're trying to figure out what the context is of the part of the text that the defense wants to show to the jury.
Go back one more page, please. Go back to the first page one moment, Katie.
Wendy, I think the fourth page is
Now we're all peeking. We're having a little party over there.
Counsel, I'm not persuaded that the first page of this proposed exhibit is in a form that would exist on an iPhone. Pages 2, 3, and 4 seem more consistent with how iPhone text messages exist in the world.
That's fine. All right, let's go 2, 3, and 4. We see 2, 3, and 4.
The judge has a question, I guess, as to the authenticity. He doesn't think the first page.
It seems like the chronological order is something like 4, 2, 3. Does that sound right, Mr. Bertram?
Yeah. And just the way that I'm looking at it, Your Honor, it appears that 4 should be 1.
Right.
Then it should go to 2.
Right.
And then 3 and 4. And 1 is just kind of another screenshot off of.
We're going to get rid of 1. Yeah. So.
Okay, that's fine.
Katie, can you take a moment, carve it up, and reorder it? And then we'll have you take a look at it, counsel.
So it's out of
Temperature
order.
a little better? Yes, very good. Okay.
Some of these questions are not full. There's a question from 1016 Debs. Can the defense bring why? I don't know what the rest of that question is. And then it's motorcycle, which I really don't understand. Okay, the prosecutor wanted the interviews, I take it, of Carmen to come in, but the judge said no because of hearsay. She's still under subpoena. So this is a summary of what happened after I had to leave. Thank you, .u4m. Okay, 1016 Debs wants to know if the prosecution didn't talk about text messages, how can the defense bring it up? That's a good question. I'm not sure because all the prosecutor asked was about the conversation that this witness overheard between her significant other and Kouri. That wasn't a text message. But it could be within the general scope of the subject that the prosecutor asked about. Okay, did I hear that the lawyer was called into the judge's chambers, the defense counsel? No, I didn't. Was that must have been while I was, I had to do my errand. Tell me about it. Did that happen in open, did some of that happen in open court? I hope it's related to the comments that are being made that should not have been made. You heard me say that yesterday with regard to the other defense lawyer because they're both doing it. I guess if If that really was done in open court, I missed some fireworks. Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you, Eva Dirks. The witness's significant other died in a motorcycle accident. Oh, it must have been fairly recent because she's still clearly having difficult. Not that you ever get over something like that, but it looks as though from the way she's reacting that it was recent. I look like Christine Baranski, huh? Okay, so now I'm getting it. Bella Vita said the lawyers were bickering at each other while looking at an exhibit while the jurors and the witness were present. So did he call both of them back? He must have, or I don't know why I'm saying he must have.
No objection to the current.
Eric's
version.
kids, I think, are with one of the sisters. I think
Katie,
it may
if
have been the
you'd show
Katie who
it to
testified.
me. Will you go to page 2 for me? Oh, wait a minute. Go back to page 1. Will you go back to page 1 for a moment? My apologies.
Both were called in, okay.
That's one we took out, correct?
No, that, okay. Then page 2. Then page 3, please.
Liz Laugh 777. Well, I don't know that you should be jealous,
Okay.
but it is true. It's nice being
I'm
here.
going to show this to the witness. If you would lay some foundation, Ms. Lewis.
So, do you recognize this as text from your phone?
Yes.
And they are texts between yourself and Detective O'Driscoll, is that correct?
Yes.
And his original text at the top was sent in December 30th, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded sometime later, which was sometime in January, correct?
Yes.
And you recognize all of these text messages?
Yes.
And are they accurate as far as you recall?
Can we show our pages 2 and 3,
Yeah.
please?
Yes. The first one, it's two different. That's why it looks weird. But yes, they're all. Yes.
Okay. We now move to admit defense exhibit.
I'm sorry. No, just foundation. There's two different phone numbers that appear. I think we just need foundation on whose phone number is who.
One's Detective O'Driscoll's and the other one's Travis.
I didn't understand that answer, Ms. Lewis. Could you lay some more foundation?
Yeah, I
please?
wasn't sure. So the first page, the 14353213618, that's Detective O'Driscoll.
I don't know his phone number off the top of my head, but
Do you recognize the text as being from him?
I think that the first one is Travis. Because I believe the first one is Travis. I don't know his number off the top of my head.
All right, let me see where there's a
I didn't say by their other numbers.
Can we move to the next page, Katie? Is that a different phone number? That's the same phone number, correct?
It is not.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So that one would be Travis. That
So-
one would be O'Driscoll.
Are you sure? Because they say the same thing.
The one is because I sent it to Travis to show him how Detective O'Driscoll was handling himself through this.
Oh, I
That's why,
understand.
yeah.
All right. So the first text is from Detective O'Driscoll.
What is pulled up right now, that one is.
And then that's when you
that's
sent the text.
That one's Travis. I had
To Travis.
screenshotted it to show him
we consider these separately.
All right, so let's go to the text, the second page from Detective O'Driscoll. Take out the first page, Katie. Starting right there. So let's, if we could introduce, is that 3 pages now? Or 2? 2. All right. If we could introduce the 2 pages of text between Ms. Isbell and Detective O'Driscoll.
Would you mind confirming with this witness what these 2 pages are?
And these 2 pages are text between you and Detective O'Driscoll, correct?
Yes.
And the black bubbles are from him, the blue are from you, correct?
Yes.
And that's an accurate representation of the text conversation you had with him at that time, correct?
Yes.
I think this is still Defense Exhibit 1007, if we could introduce, or at least mark it as 1007, this particular version.
Say it again. Well, I don't know what it is. How are we marking it? So, Mr. Bloodworth, Defense Exhibit 1002A, a text message streamed between Ms. Isbell and a number ending 6267, 2-page document.
Can I see the second page?
Of course.
Hopefully they'll get this straightened out soon.
Your Honor, no objection to the admission. We're going to need, though, before publishing to anybody, to redact the phone number except for the last 4 digits.
No problem. I think that's the only place it appears, right? Is at the top.
Can you do that so we can still see the,
There you go.
oh, that's on the previous page though, right?
And then on both pages, please, Katie. Okay, will you just show me page 2 again? Okay. Numbers redacted. Any objection, Mr. Bloodworth?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Defense 1002A, a 2-page text stream involving phone number ending 6267 is admitted. Let me publish. Ms. Lewis, take it from there.
Thank you. All right, now as we just talked about, this was a text between you and Detective O'Driscoll.
Yes.
And he sent you a text that said, so you can make our life easier and answer our calls so we can prep you on what you're going to be asked. Next time I knock on your door, I'll have a warrant and a catch pole for your dog, correct?
Yes.
Now, he was talking about that they'd reached out and asked you to come in to be prepped for your testimony.
Oh, overall.
Overall, okay.
Pause,
And
Ms. Lewis, for a moment.
Your Honor, she misread the text. I know it's up there and the jury can read it for themselves. But
If they can, I mean, it's small. Yeah, can we zoom in, Katie? Pause for 1 second. Can you folks read that?
I might have misread because some of it's covered here.
Yeah, I mean, the redaction might have been part of the problem, but.
Can we maybe go to,
I think because we blocked out the number, I can't see
Okay.
the first line.
all right. We'll just let the jury read it for a moment.
Your Honor, if Ms. Lewis could also turn her mic back on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Brian. All right, let's try again. This is blocked out a little bit, but you'll be able to see it later, hopefully. So until you are needed to testify. So make your life easier and answer our calls so we can prep you on what you will be asked. Otherwise, the next time I knock on your door, I'll have a warrant and a catch pole for the dog. That's what he said, correct?
Yes.
I don't need to be prepped. Give me the time and date and I will appear. He says it's on your subpoena. You ask, is there more an exact date or a date? Do I need to be there February 23rd through March 26th? His response, we could have discussed that if you ever replied, but since you don't want to, you can plan on showing up every day at 8 o'clock. Next page. Your response, I don't need to be prepped. Give me the time and date and I will appear. Oh, so this is the same. it's repeated. It's on your subpoena, February 23rd. Plan on being there every day. And then you say, I would like it over text message so that I have exactly what you say in writing. And again, he says you're legally obligated to show up on the dates and times on the subpoena. So let's go back. First of all, what was your reaction when he showed you when he sent you these text messages?
Oh, I was livid. I was very upset. I thought it was rude, inconsiderate, but not how you should treat somebody that did nothing wrong.
Okay. And you were asking if he would give you an exact date to show up to court instead of telling you to be here every day, correct?
Yeah.
And he said, well, no.
Yeah.
You'd be
Should
here
have talked to
every
me.
day, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And that's because you didn't want to come in and be prepped, correct?
I didn't want to speak to them at all.
All right, but you never refused to come in and testify because you were legally obligated to do so. Is that fair?
I never refused.
All right. Now, he said that next time I knock on your door, I'll be there with a warrant and a pole for the dog.
Mm-hmm.
So he threatened to arrest you if he had to come back to try and talk to you.
Yes.
And he said the next time. He'd been to your home before?
Yeah.
Did your dog attempt to attack O'Driscoll when he was at your home before?
No.
Is your dog a vicious dog?
He's a big dog. He's very protective, especially after Hayden's passed. He's behind a fence that you aren't supposed to open unless somebody that knows him is there.
Did he attempt to bite Detective O'Driscoll?
Absolutely not.
Did he touch Detective O'Driscoll?
I don't think he's ever seen my dog. Maybe through the fence.
Through the fence. So you didn't sick your dog on Detective O'Driscoll?
Never.
All right. Okay, thank you. Now let's go back. Sorry that took so long. You recently completed rehab, right, Nana?
Yeah.
Fairly recently. I mean, it wasn't like last week, but fairly recently. And your drug of choice was alcohol. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You're doing well. No.
Yeah.
Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
How were you doing in 2022?
Sorry, what year was that even? I base my years off was Hayden dead or not at that time. I'm 2022.
Let me make it simple.
Yeah, give me a point of date.
During the time when this phone call happened, were you sober?
What phone call?
The phone call you're here to talk about between Hayden and Kouri.
I had just got done with dinner, so I think Hayden and I had went to Sushi Blue that night. I probably had a drink there.
Okay. So before we get to the phone call, just a couple of other questions. So you said Hayden did handyman work for Kouri.
Yes.
Did he work on a number of projects for her? Do you know?
That I know of, yeah.
All right. And was Kouri good to him while he was working for her?
Yes.
She would help him out at times?
Yeah.
What kind of things would she help him out with?
Just advice, helping with she had helped him get insurance, liability while he worked for her, so that she wouldn't be liable, those kind of things.
All right.
She seemed very nice to him.
So you said in January of 2022, Hayden got a phone call. He was on speaker, and you could hear part of the call.
Mm-hmm.
Because you did go into the bathroom for some of the call, correct?
Yes.
All right. So is what you heard Kouri say that she was asking him for the Michael Jackson drug?
That was part of it.
Because you didn't know what that was, correct?
Yeah.
And were you Googling on your phone trying to figure that out during the phone call?
Going to, but I didn't because I was trying to figure out what the first thing that she said because I thought it was a muscle relaxer. And then I was like, what the fuck is Michael Jackson stuff?
So you thought she was asking for a muscle relaxant?
That was what I was thinking she was talking about.
Okay. And then you went into the bathroom, right?
Mm-hmm.
And did you ever at that call hear Kouri ask for the drug fentanyl?
I did not.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Mr. Bloodworth.
No, sir.
May we release this witness?
We may.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes, Your Honor.
you are released from the subpoena.
Awesome.
Free to go.
Thank you.
Take care. You mind taking that glass of water with you? Thanks. Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Robert Crozier.
Sir, if you would step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Step up here.
In front of Brittany.
If you'll please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
What, sir, is your name?
It's Robert Crozier.
You spell your last name
here's the boyfriend.
Crozier.
Yes, sir.
Sir, do you have a criminal drug history?
I do.
Can you please explain it to us?
I had a distribution charge in December of 22, and 2 possession charges in 23.
Were you dealing drugs in December of 2022?
Yes.
When did you begin dealing drugs?
I'm not sure, sometime around 2020, maybe.
And were you dealing drugs throughout early 2022?
Yeah, I was.
Mr. Bloodworth, I apologize for interrupting you. Would you and Ms. Lewis approach for one moment? Just a minute, sir. My
All right.
apologies. Should you take a quick restroom break while I handle a quick issue? Please rise for the jury. Please stand. Have a seat, Mr. Crozier. Thank you.
All right.
We're going to be in recess until 1:25. Do I have present? Watts, we carry for a minute. Court's in recess. If you want to stretch your legs, now's the time.
Lots of breaks. Let me see if there are any questions in the chat. Yes, it's Corey's boyfriend. I see the question posted. What's his name? I thought it was the boyfriend. Maybe I'm wrong. Is this Crozier? If it's Crozier, it's the drug dealer. If it's Grossman, it's the boyfriend. So it's Crozier, then it's the drug dealer. My bad. Okay, thanks, Tara Wells, for going back and listening. Question from R. Sherby. Didn't Kouri have multiple affairs with her handyman? That's something I know nothing about. I hadn't seen anything reported. Doesn't mean she didn't. Doesn't mean that it wasn't reported and I missed it, but I didn't see anything. Liz Laughs wants to know if I watched Carmen's testimony. I saw almost all of it. I think almost all of it. I had to run out towards the end. I thought she was a credible witness. She certainly seemed maybe to have some memory difficulty, but a lot of that was the defense lawyer being back and forth and disorganized and asking questions that characterize things rather than ask the specific particular question. But boy, I thought her answers, whether she was doing it right or wrong, were certainly, to me, sounded credible. Oh, Jennifer said the judge stopped the testimony because he suspected alcohol or marijuana. Could be. Okay, question. What witness will be used to get the walk the dog letter in? Well, it's not going to be Kouri, and it's not going to be her mother to whom the letter was sent. It may be the jail person who found the letter, but they will also need somebody to authenticate it, that it is her handwriting. Question is from Tara Wells. What do I think the defense lawyer is? Ms. Lewis, the one who did the cross-examination of Carmen Lauber. I think she's very disorganized, and I think her comments, although the other lawyer is doing the same thing, but I think their comments are inexcusable, and the judge should stop it. I think her style can be a little pushy, and I don't think that her cross of Carmen Lauber was as effective as it might have been, because first she was pushing, and I think a lot of people felt she was overbearing to the witness, And then she turned around, and when Carmen seemed not to remember some things, she became condescending. Her tone, I thought, in those questions was even worse than when she was pushy. Okay. And Tara Wells said, we agree, condescending, disorganized, maybe intentionally confusing. I don't know, to some extent, I think she just didn't know how to get the questions answered. My impression of her was that when she asked Carmen Lauber questions, she expected Lauber to answer them by saying yes, no. And when Carmen Lauber couldn't remember something, she got frustrated. She, the lawyer, got frustrated and couldn't figure out how to deal with it without just being pushing and asking the same question over and over again, which surprises me a little because she is an experienced defense lawyer, so far as I know. And you get witnesses like Lauber. And she then she then veered because she at least sounded as though she thought Lauber was just being difficult or lying when she said she didn't remember. And even if she felt that way, and even if she were right, she shouldn't have had the tone that she did. But I don't think Carmen Lauber was lying. I think she either couldn't remember, disagreed with something, or couldn't figure out was answering honestly with regard to the characterization that the defense lawyer put on it, and wasn't contradicting herself. And the example I gave earlier was when the defense lawyer asked her, let me see, it was about was with regard to one of the law enforcement interviews, didn't she?
All right, please have a seat.
Say she didn't
We're on the
cooperate.
record. Thank you for your patience. Mr.
I think
Sturgeon,
she
you're
genuinely
under
didn't
very good.
know
Glass
what
of
the
water.
lawyer meant by cooperating.
Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Sir, are you represented today by counsel?
I am.
And are you testifying pursuant to 3 grants of immunity?
I know that there's immunity. I don't know how many of them. Yes.
Understand. Are you aware of immunity from Summit County?
Yes.
From Salt Lake County?
Yes.
And from the federal government?
Yes.
Did your attorney assist you in getting those grants of immunity?
Yes. As far as I know, yeah.
Okay. What is your understanding of those grants of immunity?
That I need to be honest, or they're void, I guess.
Okay. Do you also understand that you have to testify not only honestly, truthfully, but also fully and completely?
Yes.
And did your lawyer advise you regarding your obligations under the grants of immunity?
I don't understand what you mean.
Did she tell you what you had to do?
She told me I had to come to court and be honest. And
did she tell you what would happen if you weren't honest?
that the immunity would be void, or so that I could potentially be charged with a crime.
Sir, do you know who Nicole Cummings is?
I do.
Who is she?
Excuse me. She is a girl that I lived with for a couple of months at the end of 2021.
Did there come a time in early 2022 when she contacted you about a friend of hers?
Yes.
What did she say to you?
She asked me if I would talk to her friend, I don't remember her name, and get some Roxy's for her, the oxycodone.
Did you contact Nicole Cummings' friend?
I think Nicole asked her if she could give her my number, and then she contacted me. But I think that's how that went.
Did you ultimately speak with her?
Yes.
Did you text with her?
I think it was mostly phone calls, but yeah, it might have been some text. I don't know. That was 4 years ago.
Sure. When you spoke or texted with her, what did she ask for?
As far as I remember, she was asking for Roxy's for the oxycodone.
Did she identify what she was asking for by any label other than Roxy's?
No.
Did you at that time believe that Roxy's meant oxycodone?
Yeah, that's the only thing that I know. I know that they mean. Excuse me.
Did you set up to sell to her?
I set up to meet her in Draper.
Did you set up to meet her at a Maverick in Draper?
Yes.
Did you ultimately meet her at that Maverick in Draper?
Yes.
Where were you coming from to get to the Draper?
At that, I think Roy, maybe, or Layton.
Do you remember how many times you agreed to meet her at the Draper?
Like I said, it was 4 years ago. I remember once clearly, maybe twice.
Could there have been a third time?
I don't think so.
So let's talk about the first time you can recall. Is that the one you recall the clearest?
I mean, yeah. Yeah, I believe it was raining that day, and she was coming from quite a distance, so we met in Draper to make it easier.
Once you met at the Maverick in Draper, did you meet up with her personally?
I mean, she was in a car.
Okay.
I went up to the car. She handed me the money. I gave her the pills, and then went our separate ways.
Did you have the pills with you, or did you have to go get them from somebody?
I don't remember.
Do you remember what she looked like?
I really don't. I think she was Mexican, kind of short, but I don't know if she was in a car the whole time. Like, I don't even think she got out because I remember it was raining.
Have you come to learn that her name is Carmen Lauber?
I have heard that, yeah. Like,
you said she handed you the money. Do you remember about how much money?
I don't remember.
You said you handed her pills. What do you remember, if anything, about the pills?
It was like 30 or 40 of them.
Do you remember anything else about that first buy with this lady?
No, she was in like a little, I want to say like a Civic or something, like a Honda Civic, but yeah.
Okay. Were you selling a lot of drugs around this time?
I wouldn't say a lot, no. I sold or got pills for maybe 3 or 4 people. So yeah, I wouldn't by any means say it was a lot.
And was this about early February 2022?
Yes, I believe so.
Can we talk about the second time?
Okay.
How did the second time come about?
I really don't remember. Like, I'm not even real clear if I had met her a second time. Oh. To be honest with you, like, I know that I met her the one time. And it might have been twice, but I really, you know, like, it was like 4 years ago. So, like, I don't really remember if I met her more than once. But if it would have been the same thing, like, I would have gotten the money from her, given her the things, and left. Like, there wasn't a lot of interaction. We didn't, you know, get a drink together or anything. We just.
It's a drug deal.
Yeah.
Not rocket surgery.
Right.
Doesn't remember how many times he met her. I think he said he was having trouble remembering her name.
Had you met her at the Maverick Draper for anything else other than a drug deal?
No.
Had you met her anywhere other than the Maverick Draper?
No.
So am I right that the only times you've met Carmen Lauber is at the Maverick Draper?
That's right.
And the only times you've met her at the Maverick Draper was to sell her drugs?
That's correct.
Do you recall interviewing with Summit County detectives on May the 4th, 2023?
Vaguely. I remember, like, I was in jail. I hadn't been there very long. I was on a lot from those drugs, and I remember, like, going in a conference room and speaking with them, but I don't really recall a lot of the discussion.
Which jail?
Davis County Jail.
Do you recall whether they asked you if Carmen asked for blues specifically or fentanyl specifically?
I have read the report, so like, I know that they did, but I don't remember them saying that to me.
Okay, and by report, do you mean a transcript of their interview?
Yeah.
So you know from reading a transcript of their interview that they asked you whether Carmen asked for blues or fentanyl on one hand or oxys on the other hand?
Yes.
Do you recall how you responded to that question?
Not right offhand. I think I said something to the extent of that I thought they were. I didn't know if they were fentanyl or Roxy's, but whatever she asked for is what she got.
Do you recall your answer to that specific question of theirs, whether she asked for blues specifically or fentanyl on one hand or oxys on the other hand?
No.
If I were to show you that transcript again, would you be able to recall?
I mean, I'm not going to remember it, but like I can.
Would that help
see
you
it. Like,
refresh it?
I can see like what it says. I mean, yeah. So, but as far as remembering it, that was 3 years ago, or however many years ago, and I was in a rough state at the time that I had that conversation with them.
Scott, can we bring up for the witness, please, 8-46, Tango?
In this interview, in the interview with the officers, he said it was fentanyl, and then he recanted a while ago and said he was high and he didn't, and he never gave her fentanyl. He said he never sold fentanyl, at least at that time.
Are we moving too fast for you?
No. No, I was reading, I'm sorry.
Okay. Sir, can you focus in, please, on page 13, line 13?
Okay.
Does that help refresh your recollection on how you responded to the investigator's question of whether she wanted blues or fentanyl specifically, or oxys?
Yeah, but it says that,
It's a yes or no.
yes. Okay. Yeah.
Sir, how did you respond to
Your
that?
Honor, can I take this witness on voir dire for just one moment?
Not at the moment. You gotta let him answer that question.
We approach.
Yes.
That was Eric's sister Katie and her husband, Eric's brother-in-law. They both testified. And coming down that row, I'm guessing it's family, because I guess the jury. Anyway, I was guessing it was family because I think the end of that row, there he is Eric's father.
Sir, when the investigators asked you whether Carmen Lauber asked specifically for blues or fentanyl or oxy, how did you respond?
I said that she asked probably for blues, but at that time, Roxy's were blues. It wasn't like it was like the slang on the street was, you know, when people bought Roxy's, they were buying blues. It was before, you know, this influx of fentanyl that, and it also said that usually so M30s, yeah, that's what the Roxy's were stamped with was M30s. That's the manufacturer stamp. It's not just a fentanyl thing.
Do you recall investigators then clarifying that very thing with you and asking, it wasn't like she was asking for oxys and got M30s, right? Do you remember the investigators asking you for that clarification?
Well, oxys implies that they would have been Oxycontin to me, but M30s would be fentanyl, or not fentanyl, but Roxy's. At that time in 2022, in early 2022.
Well, I think that confusion's what the investigators were trying to clarify, weren't they?
I don't know what they were.
Do you recall the investigators asking you? It wasn't like she was asking for oxys and got M30s. Do you recall them asking you that?
I have read it, but I don't recall them asking me that, no.
But you know that they asked you that from having read the transcript, right?
Your Honor, asked and answered, he said he doesn't recall.
That is true. And if you would answer that question, please.
I'm sorry, you can repeat the question.
I knew that.
Do you know that investigators asked you, it wasn't like she was asking for oxys and got M30s?
Yeah, that's what it says, yeah.
Do you recall your answer to that question?
I do not.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you the transcript of the interview?
Sure.
Scott, can I get 846T again?
See, he's doing so much better with a witness who either can't remember.
If we
or
can
doesn't-
stay, please, on page 13. And sir, if you could read from
Says I sold her what? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, can you please read to yourself?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Can you please read to yourself from page 13, line 19, and then we'll switch over to 14 in a second.
Okay.
The tone of the prosecutor's voice doesn't change. He doesn't sound condescending. He doesn't sound aggressive. It's the same even tone. He's doing much better at dealing with a witness who is either not
If you could
telling
take
the
that
truth
down, please, Scott.
or doesn't remember.
Sir, does that help refresh your recollection?
I mean, no, but I can see what it says, but I don't remember having this conversation, but
When the police asked you whether she was asking for oxys and got M30s, do you recall how you responded?
it says no, she would have got what she asked for.
Moment.
Okay.
He said he doesn't recall.
Sustained.
Sir, do you recall whether police asked you if Carmen Lauber knew there was fentanyl in the pills that you sold her?
Again, yeah, it said
It's
that.
a yes or no question.
Do you recall?
I don't recall. I really don't recall the conversation with the police at all, other than I had the conversation with them. I don't remember details of it other than what I've read.
Do you agree in the interview generally that you confirmed that you sold pills containing fentanyl to Carmen Lauber?
No, I said that, from what I read, I said that she knew what she was, she got what she wanted. Whatever she asked me for is what she got, but I'm pretty sure it was Roxy's, and it was, the whole questioning with those cops was them kind of telling me what I had been doing.
So you've read a copy of that transcript.
I have.
Is it an accurate transcript of your interview with detectives that day?
He said he doesn't remember anything about the interview.
Well, I'm going to let him answer it. You're objecting to foundation. Your foundation's overruled. It's a yes or no question, sir. Or, I don't know. I want to be clear.
Okay, yeah, again, I don't know.
Can we turn now to an affidavit that you signed in September of 2025? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do.
Did you swear to the affidavit saying that it was true?
Yes.
Did you read the affidavit before swearing to it?
I believe it was read to me.
In that affidavit, did you say that you sold drugs to Carmen Lauber 2 times in February 2022 at the Maverick in Draper?
I believe it said the same thing I've been saying, that it was once, maybe twice. Like, I don't recall if it was more than that. But
Did you say in that affidavit that one time you sold Roxy 30s and one time you sold Blues?
yes, but again, blues are, at that time, blues are Roxy 30s. Like, they're synonymous.
That was
Yes.
your understanding of what Blues are, right?
Yes.
At that time.
Yes, and if I sold somebody blues, then they were the Roxy 30s.
Did you say in that affidavit that you understood actually at that time in early 2022, that OxyContin was the same thing as Blues and Oxy and Roxy 30s?
No.
Did you say in the affidavit that you sold OxyContin?
No. No, I think like there were notes being made in it and things crossed out, but yeah, I clearly said that's not OxyContin. I've never sold OxyContin. I sold oxycodone, Roxy 30s.
So, sir, you've never sold OxyContin?
Never.
Scott, can I get 847, please? Sir, could you please review that? We'll scroll down through all the pages. Scott, can you go down one?
Yeah, that's a typo. I'm sorry.
Go down again, please. One more to the swearing. Can you go back to the top, please, Scott? Mr. Crozier, is that an accurate depiction of the affidavit that you signed in September 2025?
I mean, without all of the corrections, yes. Like, as I was sitting in jail and going over it with the defense attorney, she was crossing like Oxycontin out, because I kept saying that's oxycodone. And then she was crossing other words out. Like, there was a whole bunch of different words that were put in there that were typos or they weren't the right words. They certainly weren't my words. But
Whether they were your words or not, is this the one you signed? Is that your signature at the bottom?
it is, yeah.
Your Honor, the state moves 8-47 into evidence.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 8-47 is admitted. Published to the jury.
Yes, Your Honor. Scott, can we just zoom in on the first 4 paragraphs? So is that first paragraph accurate?
Yes,
Is the second paragraph accurate?
yes,
Is the third paragraph accurate?
yes.
Scott, can you drop down 1 page and zoom in? Is that fourth paragraph accurate?
No, no, it's got a, yeah, it's got the, it says oxycontin and not oxycodone.
Is that fifth paragraph accurate?
No, again, it says oxycontin and not oxycodone.
Is that sixth paragraph accurate?
No, again, it says oxycodone, or oxycontin and not oxycodone.
Seventh paragraph accurate?
No, because it says that I met with her 2 times and I'm not sure that I met with her 2 times.
How about the eighth paragraph?
Yes,
How do you know whether what you were selling, were you selling pills at the end of 2022?
I wasn't selling Roxy's anymore, I was only selling fentanyl at that time.
Were you selling pills in late 2021 and early 2022?
I was selling Roxy's then, yes,
How do you know what was inside the pills that you were selling?
because I had multiple people that had prescriptions.
So you were getting the pills from other people?
Yeah, I had, yes.
Who did you get the pills from that you sold to Karm and Lawler?
I don't recall, like, I had multiple sources that I was getting them from.
So you just had a guy?
I had a few guys.
Is paragraph 9, is that accurate?
Yes,
Is that accurate with the handwritten correction?
yeah, the possessing, yes,
Are those your initials next to that possessing it's handwritten?
yes,
How about paragraph 10, is that accurate?
yeah, yes,
How about paragraph 11?
Yes.
Can we go down to, we can go all the way, just do, okay.
Hey, all, I'm here.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Paragraph 12, accurate?
This is the drug dealer.
13?
Oh, okay. Well, exciting way to end a Friday.
Well, he's having trouble remembering anything or
With the
everything.
exception of the Oxycontin again, instead of oxycodone.
Carmen Lauber's all done, correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
I missed the end of it.
Again, the oxycodone prescription, I didn't.
So I don't
the
know if-
Oxycontin prescription.
14 accurate?
Again, with the oxycontin instead of oxycodone.
15 accurate?
It is.
16 accurate?
Thank you all for being here. I'm going to just mute and watch.
With the, again, with the oxycontin instead of oxycodone.
And let's scroll down to the, that's your signature?
It is.
Can we go to the next page, Scott? Is that your signature?
It is.
Now in there you say that you read the foregoing. Did you read it?
It was read to me, yes.
Is the foregoing a power of attorney or is it something else?
I'm sorry, I don't know what foregoing is.
What's above there? First 3 pages.
I'm sorry. What was your question?
It says right there that I read the foregoing power of attorney and understood the contents thereof. You're telling me that you didn't read it, right?
Saying that it was read to me, and and every time it said Oxycontin, like we were saying, okay, that needs to be oxycodone.
But those changes weren't made.
Oh, I mean, yeah, apparently not.
Thanks, Scott. Is it fair to summarize your testimony today that you sold Carmen Lauber on at least one, maybe 2 occasions, M30s and blues, and you believe that M30s and blues referred to at that time oxycodone?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Ms. Lewis. Do you have a glass of water?
I do not, thank you.
Good morning, Robert.
Good morning.
We've met
Afternoon.
before. Good afternoon.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's all a blur. We've met before, right?
What's that?
We've met before.
We have?
Yes. Okay. Just gonna ask you a couple of questions about that first interview. You said that with the detectives that you really didn't remember that interview. You did say, though, just a moment ago, well, they were just telling me what I'd been doing. Do you remember that?
I do.
All right. So during that interview, remember that they just told you what you'd been doing and you just kind of agreed. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, like I didn't really want to get in trouble. I was already in jail. I had bail. I was trying to get out. I wasn't. And they kept telling me that I wasn't in trouble and nobody was going after me and things like that. But still, I mean, when they originally came and talked to me and were asking me about, I had no idea who any of the people they were besides Nicole. They showed me pictures and I was like, I don't know who that is. But yeah.
All right. Let's fast forward to September of 2025. And you were interviewed by myself and by my investigator, Mr. Bertram. Correct?
Yes.
And were you sober when you and I and Mr. Bertram met?
I was.
And do you recall at that interview you told us you thought you had sold to Ms. Carbon 2 times?
I think I said once, maybe twice.
All right.
Same thing I've been saying.
You said once, maybe twice.
Mm-hmm.
And that the first time was Roxy 30s, which you've explained,
Mhm.
right?
I'm sorry, yes.
And Roxy 30s, and we're going to get to this whole Oxycontin,
Okay.
Oxycodone thing in just a minute.
Okay.
But Roxy 30s, would that be 30 milligram oxycodone pills?
Yes.
All right. And you said you met her at the Maverick
Mm-hmm.
to sell them. And you,
Yes, Liz. If you would just add a question mark at the end of these as you go.
oh, all right. And you met her at the Maverick to sell them, correct?
Yes.
And that, you remember it was early 2022, correct?
Yeah, it was around this time. There was snow then. So
Okay. So can you remember what you were charging per pill for 30 milligram oxycodones?
like either $25 or $30 a piece.
$25 or $30 per pill.
Mhm.
You weren't selling fentanyl at that time, but when you did sell fentanyl, what did that sell for?
About the same.
You sold fentanyl for about the same?
Mhm.
Are you aware that there was a time that fentanyl was sold for considerably less than oxycodone?
Yes.
Like, and would that have been earlier when fentanyl first started in the market, or that would that just depend on who was selling it?
It just depends on who was selling it.
Okay.
Where you got it from. If you know a Hondo that'll give them to you for 80 cents, then yeah, but
All right, that's fair. So, do you recall, let me back up. So you said that when you sold her, the time that you clearly remember the first time she was sitting in a car, was anybody with Ms. Lauber?
I don't remember.
You don't remember there being anyone, or you just don't know?
I just don't know. Like if there was some or if she was by herself, I don't know.
Okay. And then do you recall saying that there was a time you sold to her when a man came with her?
Yes. I do.
So that would have been the second time that we talked about earlier, correct?
Not sure. It could have been the first time, but I probably, yeah,
Okay.
if there was twice, why not?
Okay. All right. So, if Ms. Carmen Lauber testified that you told her, these are fentanyl pills, I'm selling you fentanyl pills, would that be true?
I mean, if I said it to her, then it would be true, but I don't know that I said that to her.
Well, were you selling her fentanyl pills?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. And let's go over that again. Because I know you were using during that period.
Mhm.
But why was it that you remembered that in 2022, early 2022, you were selling oxycodone and not fentanyl?
Because everybody was scared of fentanyl in early 2022 and in 21. you know, it was all over the news and people were dying and it was kind of hard to get and people were scared of getting it. And like I testified, I had people that had prescriptions. I had my own prescription and we sold those.
When you said you had prescription and you knew people that had prescriptions, are you talking about oxycodone?
Yes.
Do you remember the milligrams of your prescription?
Mine were 10s at that time.
Tons. Did
Yeah.
you sell any of those to Carmen Lauber?
No.
Okay, so you sold somebody else's prescription.
Yes.
And the pills you sold were actually prescription pills from a pharmacy?
Yes.
And do you recall, you met her at the Maverick, and do you recall the person that you were buying from actually lived not super far away from that Maverick? Isn't that correct?
No.
You didn't have a supplier that was pretty close to that Maverick?
No.
You don't recall that you met her there and then you left to get the pills and came back?
I don't remember. I might have met somebody down the street, but I don't remember if I didn't go to anybody's house to get them.
All right, that's fair. So somebody met you a ways from the Maverick to give you the pills?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
And those were that person's prescription?
Yes.
Do you know what the milligrams were? Were they 30 milligrams?
There were 30 milligrams.
All right. So at that time in early 2022, you would not have been telling Carmen Lauber, here, these are fentanyl.
No, I didn't have a fentanyl plug at that time. Like I didn't know anybody that sold fentanyl at that time.
All right. And you said if you were asked for blues, that to you that meant what?
Roxy's.
Roxy's. Because before fentanyl became really well known, a lot of oxycodones were blue.
Yeah, and they were the M30s, like from the manufacturers. They were, and I think that's why whoever makes those now, the fentanyl ones, they made them to look just like the Roxy's because people were taking, you know, a lot of people were addicted to Roxy 30s at that time. So they made them look exactly like that. And that's why people were dying, you know, because they were thinking they were taking a Roxy and they were taking a fentanyl that looked exactly the same, but color might have been a little different.
And those were either being made illicitly or brought in from Mexico, right?
I'm not sure how they come in, but yeah, they were here. Yeah, they
There
weren't.
were-
Yeah, you couldn't get them from a pharmacy for sure.
I'm sorry,
You could not get them from a pharmacy, no.
Okay. So the pills that you sold in 2022 that were light blue, those came from a pharmacy.
Yes.
Do you recall that selling pills that were light green?
If they were light green, they would have been 15s or 20s. Like with the Roxy's, like the lower the doses, like I had a prescription for 10s and they were pink. And then I think the 15s might have been green and then 20s were gray, I think. And then all of, from every manufacturer, they were all blue. The Roxy 30s were, every manufacturer, they were all blue.
Light blue?
Yeah, whether they said M30 on them or A22 something or whatever it was, the manufacturer stamp on them.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about the affidavit, the one that's been admitted, and then there's a second one that has not yet been admitted. Now, when Mr. Bertram and you didn't type this affidavit, right?
No, I did not.
And Mr. Bertram and I brought these up to you, correct? And we
Yes.
read them to you, correct?
Yes.
And you made some corrections, correct?
Well, I think you had the pen, but yes.
You told me some
Yes.
corrections to make, and I made them correct.
Yes.
And then you signed them, correct?
Yes.
But at that time, let me rephrase that. Then later, you were given an attorney, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Ludkins. And, is that right?
Yes.
And Ms. Ludkins went over these with you again later, correct? The affidavits.
I don't remember if she did or not. I mean, I went from meeting with you from jail and then going to treatment. I was in 7th Street treatment at the time. I know that we talked about them.
You and Ms. Ludkins?
I don't know if we went over it line by line like we just did, but I know that we talked about it.
Do you recall telling Ms. Letkins, there's a mistake in these? It says Oxycontin and it's supposed to be oxycodone?
Yes.
All right. And are you aware that Ms. Letkins then let the prosecutors in this case know these are correct, except that they say Oxycontin and they should say oxycodone?
I don't know that she did that, but I'm sure she did. I don't.
Okay. And so I'm the one that typed Oxycontin, correct?
Probably, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And now that I didn't understand them, but I understand now, what's the difference between Oxycontin and oxycodone?
Oxycontin is way stronger. And it's time released now, I believe. Like, I think in the 90s it wasn't. They were having a lot of problems around the country with those. And then they made them time released. The oxycodone, or the Oxycontin 30s, I believe, are purple, or they're red or maroon color or something like that. But yeah, they have like a gel around them.
All right. So there's a mistake that we put Oxycontin, and then you later corrected it with your attorney and said, well, this is right, other than it should say oxycodone.
Yes.
All right. Because you were selling oxycodone,
Yes.
not Oxycontin.
Yes.
All right, let me show you, do we have the mark on the new exhibit? Okay. Let's pull up what is Defense Exhibit 1025. You actually signed 2 affidavits in September of 2025,
Yes.
correct? And the state introduced one of those affidavits, correct?
I don't know. They just showed me one.
They showed you one.
Okay, yes.
That's the only one they showed you.
Yes.
Will you take a look at this and tell me if this is the second one you signed?
In paragraph 8, it says Oxycontin again, but
Yeah, I'm gonna talk about that.
Okay.
but-
yes.
Okay, so other than where it says, there's 2 times it says Oxycontin when it should have said
Mhm.
oxycodone. Other than that, is this a true statement?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to admit Defense Exhibit 1025, which actually is both statements, the one that was already admitted plus this one together. We can separate them out, but it's the same.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
This is the drug dealer here giving testimony in the Kouri Richins case. Probably not a good idea to do drugs because this guy, I know he's had a difficult time, I'm sure, in life, but seems a little scattered, like he could use some help, and was talking about drug treatment and all that. So hope he gets everything together. But you can see the some of the effects that I think it has had. Kouri Richins, meanwhile, is day 5 here. This trial expected to go, they said 5 to 6 weeks. I don't think it is going to go that long. I would be very surprised if it went that long. I have not been napping, everybody. I've been on nonstop calls and taking care of stuff that I'd rather not be taking care of, like bank crap and tax crap and all the other crap that everyone has to deal with. Not my favorite thing in the world. I'd much rather be doing another show than that. Here's Joe Patudo. We're watching. They're on a little bit of a sidebar here. I'm not 100% sure why, but they're on a bit of a sidebar here as this quote unquote drug dealer, one-time drug dealer, continues to be questioned by attorneys here. Joe Patudo, your thoughts on the trial in general, and does this have a real shot of going 5 weeks. I don't know. I guess if they cross long, it could take a long time.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to go 5 weeks, but I don't know what the defense is going to do, whether Kouri will take the stand, which I would, whatever they're saying, I don't believe she'll be on the stand. So I don't know if they're going to do any kind of affirmative defense. I mean, we've still got some of the expert testimony to come in on the state side with regard to particularly with regard to the drugs and Eric's death. But they've done, the witness, Carmen Lauber, in terms of the person the state says supplied the drugs to Kouri, and this guy who gave the drugs to Carmen. So they've done that. So I don't know how it could last 5 weeks. But
Well, Primetime KCL has one answer. The defense's cross exams are taking 2 to 3 times the length of the prosecution's direct exam. So that could be, hopefully that's just with Carmen Lauber and this guy. Joe, do we know, did this guy cut any sort of deal to get up here and testify?
they said he's got immunity. I mean, they went through that when he started, but I'm wondering what in the world they gave him immunity for.
Yeah, well, here you go. Kelly is asking, do you think prosecution revokes immunity? It's probably tough to do that, I would imagine.
Well, he's got to testify to testify truthfully. The issue is going to be whether his saying he can't remember anything he said, turns out to be truthful or not. I don't know. He hasn't said this time. If he said it, I missed it. He did say that he was not in a good state when he gave the earlier statement, and he's saying, he didn't give her didn't provide fentanyl when she said she wanted blues. It was the oxycodone. But what he hasn't said so far is that he never sold fentanyl. And I think the statements that at least were reported in the media when he recanted was that he said he never had the drug to provide. And I haven't heard him say that yet.
I'm just taking a look at the gallery here. I'm actually pretty surprised. I mean, this is a high profile case, but typically you don't see the gallery as full as it's been every single day. But I guess there's a ton of interest in this in Summit County, which is where Park City, Utah is. But it's I thought Carmen Lauber's testimony was interesting. Thought the way the defense handled her was interesting. Maybe had a negative effect on the jury, the way that the defense handled it. And you can see this witness just sort of standing by. This is, you see right now, Kouri Richins with her head in her hand speaking to Ms. Nestor as they try to figure out what their next moves are here. So fascinating stuff. Yeah, I'm going to ignore the comment, whoever the dope is asking if I pay any attention to trials. Yeah, I do. And I also pay attention to 33,000 other things, which I'm not asking for credit for. So that's your answer, is yes, I do. I pay attention. How's Italy, Joe?
Well, it's a little cold and overcast today, but in general, it's great.
Glad to hear
Going
that.
to Positano on a Sunday by ferry, and I thought twice about it because the water will be cold, but I didn't want to miss the trip.
Yeah.
I know it's great. There's nothing, can't complain.
How far is it by ferry?
To Positano from Sorrento, the fast ferry, maybe 20 minutes. And we're out of season, so it shouldn't be crowded. We'll see.
Look at this. Someone said, quit picking on Joel. Thank you. That's sweet. I appreciate that. Speaking of not paying attention, I told the COE and the kids in about 35 minutes, I've got to meet them for a family affair.
Let me just get us back to...
We're going to be back on this all day, every day
here.
next week.
Katie, if you would go back to page 1. I'm going to hide this for just a moment. Ms. Lewis. It is queued up, though, if you need it.
All right, let's actually go to page 2, though, Katie, because you've already read, you just read this, right, as you were sitting here. All right. So do you recall a meeting with prosecutors in this case in April of 2025 to discuss your testimony?
I do.
And that was before you met with myself and Mr. Bertram in September of 2025.
Yes.
And at that meeting, did you tell them then that you never did sell fentanyl to Carmen Lauber?
I told them that I'm pretty sure that I sold her Roxy's and not fentanyl.
Okay. So you told them, excuse me. You told them basically the same thing that you said in September of 2025 and what you're saying today
Yes.
in your testimony. And did you sign a sworn affidavit that that in fact happened?
I did.
All right. And were you sober when you met with the prosecution in 2025
I was.
to tell them that I never sold her fentanyl, I sold her Roxy 30s,
Yes.
oxycodone?
Oxycodone.
Okay. When you met with, or not met, I'm sorry, you talked to your friend Nicole, what did she tell you? No, let me rephrase that. What was your understanding of what Carmen Lauber wanted? She said, I have a friend who wants some pills. What was your understanding of what that friend wanted?
That she wanted Roxy's. Roxy's. I'm sorry.
So again, you didn't start selling fentanyl until late 2022.
That's right.
You had no access to it in January, February, March of 2022.
No.
When you did start selling fentanyl, what color were those pills?
Like almost purple.
A really dark color.
Yeah. Yeah, they were very distinctive.
Okay. So not light blue, not light green.
Mm-mm.
Did anyone ever ask you for the Michael Jackson stuff?
I'm sorry?
I think that answers my question. Nobody ever asked you, Carmen Lauber didn't ask you to sell her the Michael Jackson drug.
No. No, it was that,
Do you know what that is?
what do they call that? Prohypnol or something?
Propofol.
Propofol. There you go. Yeah, I've heard of it as I watched the Michael Jackson thing when he died, but yeah, nobody's ever asked me for that.
Do you know if you can even
I don't,
buy that on the street?
I doubt it.
Okay.
It seems like they would keep that under a tight lock and key.
All right. All right, I'm just gonna summarize and then we're gonna be done, okay?
Okay.
So, when you initially agreed with detectives that you might have sold fentanyl, you were high, you were coming down, and you don't remember saying that specifically. True?
That is correct, yes.
And when you met with myself and Mr. Bertram in September of 25, and you said you were selling only oxycodone, you were sober, correct?
Yes,
And you were being truthful?
yes,
All right. When you met with Mr. Bloodworth and his investigator in April of 2025, you were sober,
yes,
and you said you were only selling oxycodone in early 2022.
that's correct.
You sober today?
I am.
In fact, congratulations, you just finished your treatment program, right?
Thank you, I did.
What was your sober date?
August 26th,
Of 2020?
25.
25. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Robert, I want you to look at the jury. I want you to tell them, are you telling the truth here today?
Yes, I am telling the truth.
Okay, I have nothing further.
Mr. Blood.
Mr. Crozier, how were the pills that you sold to Carmen Lauber packaged?
It was in a bag.
Those little tiny clear Ziploc bags?
I don't remember, but a Ziploc bag or something, yeah, they were in a bag of some kind, yes.
Like one of those little bags you get with a spare button on a shirt?
Well, I don't think you can't fit 20 or 30 pills in a little bag like that, so they were probably a little bigger than that, but yes.
And you got that bag from your plug, right?
Yeah, from one of Somebody,
One of the guys that sold
Yes.
you the pills.
correct.
You did not get that bag from a pharmacy, correct?
No.
Thank you.
Anything further, Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
May we release this witness from the subpoena?
We may, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Crozier, you're free to go.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Litkins, thank you. Is this a good time for a restroom break? I don't know how long the next witness will be.
Yeah, Your Honor, next witness, maybe 30 minutes from the state.
Why don't we take a restroom break? Thanks, folks.
All rise with the jury.
I'm going to join in on that restroom break. The judge probably taking 5 minutes here. 4:32 Eastern Time, primetime KCL. It does seem like there are a lot of breaks during the course of the day. Gia and TJ's mom, are you flipping kidding me? So many breaks today. But guess what?
All right, take a seat. Mr. Blutterith, anything before we recess?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll be in recess until 2:45. Thank you.
That will be a 12-minute break. I'll be back for about 15 minutes after that. I appreciate you all being here very much. Please, on the way in or the way out, hit the like and subscribe button. That goes a lot further than you think to helping us. Nobody pees that much, Your Honor. It's hard to believe. Just got back from Iceland on Tuesday, and it feels like it was 14 years ago that I was there. It's time for another vacation soon. Maybe I'll go look. I was going to say the magazine, but they don't exist anymore. So I will scroll my phone tonight. What is the opposite of? Is there an opposite of doom scrolling? I will scroll along looking at potential vacation spots. Joe Patuto, I was just saying, I got back from Iceland Tuesday and feel like it was at least 14 or 15 years ago. And so I'm going to do the opposite of doom scrolling and look at my next potential vacation spot at some point. But Joe Patuto, you're coming to us from Italy. Beautiful, beautiful.
From Sorrento, see.
Sorrento. There's a witness. A new witness will be called. I'm not sure who that next witness is. But Joe Patuto, I'm gonna go use the men's room before this breaks about another 11 minutes. Any interesting thoughts here, Joe Patuto?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't know that anything new has happened. I'll be interested to see how the state puts this case together at the end, because maybe two of the most critical witnesses are not the best witnesses. And this will be, I think it's going to be a little difficult for the jury to work their way through it. We'll have to see who else testifies now. But these two, it's going to be a little difficult, I think. We'll see.
Someone said the opposite of doom scrolling is joy scrolling. So I'll be doing some joy scrolling tonight. And looking forward to it. All right, I'll be back 10 minutes, and then I've got about 15 minutes after that before I've got to go meet the fam. But the break will be over at 4:45 Eastern. It is 4:35 Eastern right now, so 10 minutes. Joe and I will be back. And Joe, I'll bounce you out of here. You can bounce yourself out if you want. And
Okay.
see you in a couple minutes, everybody.
Okay, so long. Can I see the questions on STS? No. I can
Hi.
only see one scroll.
Hi, Joe. Yeah, we can pull both of them up. Sometimes
Okay.
I choose, yeah, I have access to both. So I'll pull them up right now for you.
Okay, good enough. Good vacation? She left.
It was amazing. I absolutely loved it. Thank you.
Great. And happy birthday, late. Okay, Uncle Mike is a poop, says he feels like both attorneys are unprepared. Both for the defense, or are you talking about the prosecutor and the defense? I think the prosecutor is well prepared. But I will agree, unprepared in the sense that it's not going smoothly. They have to look for things on the defense side. They do a couple of things I really don't like. One of them I've said before, and that is the interjecting comments that have no place from any lawyer, and they do it repeatedly. Why is she being allowed to imply false testimony? She just Carmen about asking him for fentanyl. Carmen said no, yet she just inferred she had. I'm not sure I understand quite well enough, Catherine L., what you mean. Why is she? Do you mean that the defense lawyer is at least suggesting that Carmen was lying on the stand? Asking for fentanyl. Carmen said, no. She just said, I'm not following it. I'm sorry. It's sometimes with these short little questions, you don't get enough of the question to make it clear on occasion. Does a attorney remind you of Jackie? I don't think, not me. No. I don't think they've got the same. Jackie was one of the defense lawyers, for those of you who don't know, in Donna Adelson's murder trial. They both have styles that I think wear on you and must wear on the jury, but it's different. These lawyers, I think, have a very clear picture of what they want to do and probably a pretty good picture of how they want to do it. But they're not getting the evidence in a smooth way. We have all these pauses while they're looking for things. In that sense, it reminds me of Donna Adelson's lawyers, for sure. Is there any cell phone proof of the drug deals between Carmen and Robbie? Well, there's some proof, whether it's the cell phone, whether it's the texts or the photos, that they interacted with each other. And there's the one check, the check was from Kouri. But if you mean actual proof, that they were on the phone talking to each other, or one of them said to the other, I want fentanyl, and the other one said, okay, I'm going to give it to you. No. And I don't know that there are any texts directly between Carmen and Robbie. I'm trying to remember. He said he didn't know her very well. And then one of the things he testified to was he didn't know her name. So I don't think there's much that we're going to find between the two of them. And nothing that's going to say she asked for fentanyl and he said he'd give her fentanyl. Because he's saying that's not what she asked for, at least seemed to be saying that's not what she asked for. And that, was it blues? I'm losing track of the colors, meant oxycodone. Now, I don't know whether the state's going to call somebody onto the witness stand who's a drug expert to say, a street drug expert, to say that that's never what blues meant. If the state could find somebody who could qualify as an expert and could say that, that would be really helpful. Okay, Jane for Justice asked, Wasn't that leading when the defense said the dealer's laugh answered her question? Not leading, but it's again, her interjecting comments, which she shouldn't be doing. Mary Bird says to her, Kouri seems very confident. Well, in this picture, she certainly does seem to be confident. I'm not sure whether she's feeling confident overall. Will Carmen and Robbie get the deals they cut? Carmen, I'm virtually certain will get the deal because she did the best that she was able, testified to the things that she pre-trial had said occurred. Her memory wasn't necessarily terrific, but I didn't get any sense that she was prevaricating or trying to get out from under what she said. He, on the other hand, I don't know what the deal was, and I don't know why they still are giving him the deal, because he's just not clear. Now, he's not as bad as he could be. Some of the press reports were that he was very affirmative and clear that he never sold the fentanyl. Here, he's sort of saying that, but it's not as clear, it's not as direct. Okay. Recovery Warrior says he thought Carmen was a good witness. I did too. Her display of emotion was perfect because I lost the rest of it. Anyway, okay. The dealer kept saying, I gave her what she asked for. He never said what he gave her, though. This is Cynthia Taylor, that's right. And he also said what she asked for was blues and that the blues were oxycodone. I think that's right, although he was not, he's not the clearest person in the world. And he did sign that affidavit for the defense that said something along the lines of that he was coming down from from drugs when he was interviewed by law enforcement. And he doesn't remember saying what they said he said. And in any event, he was out, he just was not in a position to be speaking cogently about it, and that he never sold fentanyl. I mean, the affidavit, as I recall, is pretty clear, but of course the defense would have written the affidavit. That's pretty clear, and on the stand, he's nowhere near as clear. Weaving Moss, does Kouri and her side dude still speak? If you mean her lover, Robert Grossman, I don't know for sure, but I would say absolutely not. Okay, Maggie May said he just recovered his memory when Lewis got the mic. Yeah, well, I don't know that he was great on memory even with her, but you're right, he was better. Bella Vita, something seems off, almost as if the defense already knew he would lean towards their side. Well, they did know that because they got the affidavit from him saying that whatever he said in that affidavit that he signed, was it an affidavit? I think it was, for law enforcement about selling the fentanyl, he recanted. And he signed an affidavit for the defense saying he never sold fentanyl, he never had fentanyl, and that Carmen asked for blues and blues were not fentanyl. So, of course, they expected him to say that. They had an affidavit that I think he signed in September 2025 saying that. Okay. Here's Leoral Levity Love. Okay, at the end, why didn't Brad ask, so you can't say for sure that what you sold Carmen was not laced with fentanyl? Because that's a dangerous question. You ask it that directly and he would say, yes, I can. I think, the state might have been better off having him be a little sort of squirrely and not saying yes, not saying no, sort of not saying yes, not saying no, and seeing what the defense could get him to say. And so far, I don't think the defense has gotten him to say anything completely clearly either. But he's got that affidavit where he recanted, which again is why I don't understand why they gave him the immunity. What did I think of Carmen? I thought she was believable. I thought she came across as trying to answer the questions, not always understanding the questions. I think the defense tried to paint her as having a really bad memory, but I think part of that was the defense characterizing what was said in a way that Carmen, would deny it. And if the defense had asked the questions particularly, did you say X? She would have said, yes, I did. Although at times she just didn't remember. So I thought, given who she was, she did about as good a job as was possible to do. And I do think she sounded credible in trying to answer honestly. Okay. The seller can't recant what he originally said. He told the truth the first time, so why believe him now? Well, he can recant. You just don't have to believe him. And you, Yvette Moore, say he told the truth the first time. I think it's possible for a juror to say, either I don't know when he was telling the truth, or I believe him that he was not in a sufficiently cogent state of mind the first time, and that the affidavit he signed later is the accurate one. But we will see. Presumably the state has other evidence, and the other evidence will help in terms of showing that that his first statement was the accurate statement. That's why I say it would be nice, and I don't know anything about drugs, if they could bring in an expert to say, when you say blues, you don't mean oxycodone. The street never considered oxycodone to be blues. That would be very helpful for the state. Okay, we're waiting for the jury.
Have a seat, thank you.
The bit of testimony, but I'm curious what's happening here. I'm curious why. That was a very abrupt stop right there.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if something went wrong with the technical equipment. It has nothing to do with the testimony.
That could be.
But they all went up, so I don't know.
That could be it.
And she's eating.
Yeah, I'm not sure who.
For Court TV, I need you to stop recording and transmitting from this point forward until I tell you differently.
Whoa.
Wow.
Okay.
Court
I apologize
TV.
for interruption.
I wonder if it's because he's undercover. I was wondering that. I was actually wondering that.
That's a good guess, because I was thinking the same thing, and so were people in the chat.
Yeah, I was wondering why.
Ah.
It's weird. I had this whole scenario where someone actually, is doing a drug deal, and someone would recognize him from this. So that's got to be what it is, because, when we do the Adelson trials, this Mr. Bumpman, he testifies, and they pan away from him. And he's retired now, but he did deep undercover work, and yeah, I did. Someone asked me if I knew that judges go to judge school. Yes, judges are.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're great at what. I mean, they're all different.
That's a great,
Yeah.
guess about this, because there were people in the chat saying it, and I was thinking because he was saying we do undercover. That's why the beard or something like that.
And I wonder. That's probably as we praise this judge, is probably a huge screw up from him for not making that call prior to the testimony. I'm wondering if someone from Salt Lake City Police Department called and said, why are we showing this guy? Because he does undercover work. So interesting development. You never know what's going to happen. These are living, breathing organisms, these trials. But Joe, what do? I mean, the cat is out of that bag, right? So how do you put it
There's
back
nothing
in?
you can do about it. And it's not just the judge. The prosecutor should also have reminded everyone that camera should have been off. If we're right as to what's happening.
Wow.
Oh, I don't know what you would do now. I mean, he was on for a few minutes. That video is out there.
Yeah, and I
on
sure
several
hope
different channels.
I sure hope it wasn't. I almost certain it's not not an issue with Court TV. They were just doing their job. But I also hope now that there's not some sort of retribution where the judge is like, no more video cameras.
Well, I
So-
hope not too, but it's not Core TV's fault or any of
No.
the other channels that are covering it. I mean, it's open in public and they have the permission to cover open in public. It's not their fault that somebody on the other end dropped the ball.
Yeah, someone's saying he might be disguised. I don't think so. He even said that, you might be wondering about my beard. It's because I do undercover work.
Right.
Wow. This is interesting. And it just got my adrenaline going here. So I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure how long this guy would be up there testifying for, but I don't think we're going to get a camera signal back until he's done. Any thoughts on that, Joe? How long he might be up there testifying?
I don't know what he's going to testify to.
Yeah,
I had hoped that he's going to be the one who can say, that on the street blues mean fentanyl. Because seems to me if they need somebody to say that.
That's what I think it's going to be. I think he's going to lay the groundwork for what goes on in the drug underworld,
Right.
what color pills are what, how much they sell for, etc. This is interesting.
But I don't understand why we're not hearing it. We don't have to see him to hear it.
Well, I think the judge right now is essing a brick maybe, and he's trying to figure out what to do. I have a feeling that the court got a phone call. Typically, it's the sheriff's deputies, the bailiffs, whoever's in charge, whoever's doing security for the court are the ones that typically make those calls, I think. And so maybe Salt Lake PD is what I'm thinking, called, the deputies and said, you guys gotta pull the camera feed on this. And then they went to the judge or whoever they went to, and that person told the judge. It was that sweet looking woman who was walking
Well,
with
somebody messed up because that should have been done ahead of time.
Yeah.
So either it wasn't done ahead of time and then it's on the law enforcement end not doing it, or the arrangement was made and then somebody on the court end forgot.
Yeah, I mean, but this is literally not to be dramatic, but this is literally the type of thing that could get that guy killed, because the next time he's out on a drug buy and they're like, well, I saw you on, because it's being broadcast on all the local Salt Lake City TV stations.
Yeah.
And
I think the likely result is they're going to have to move him somewhere else in the police department. He won't be able to continue to do undercover work.
And I'm sure he's going to be really unhappy about that,
Yeah.
because it looks like that's what he's made to do. And those guys generally, they want to be doing it. Yeah, no one has the feed. Aloha pointing out Court TV doesn't have the feed. That was not a STS, or that was a broad stroke, do not film this. But I'm just wondering if right now we wouldn't know. I'm wondering if he's testifying right now. Is anyone following anyone on Twitter who's live tweeting from the trial right now by any chance? If you are, let us know if the testimony is going on. But this is an interesting development. I mean, 2 days ago, the judge had some sort of weird meeting and then adjourned court for the day. And now this.
Yeah.
But
this judge has done a lot of, sealing records that I saw no reason to have sealed. So he's not reluctant to close things to the public in ways that are broader than necessary. This may be something that's going to convince him or persuade him that he's right, and he's going to be back to his, prior way of handling things and close off more stuff.
Yeah.
Everyone is streaming it, is what somebody in the chat just said. I'm sure that's true.
Yeah, there's a lot of people streaming this. Again, if anyone in STS Nation is following someone on Twitter or X, whatever the hell you want to call it, and you know someone in court, if you have information from inside court, I'm just curious if the testimony is continuing right now just without Court TV. You heard the judge say, do not Court TV turn off your feed until I say otherwise. Could this cause a mistrial from Jane for Justice? Joe Patuto, I don't see that.
No, it has nothing to do with the defense. It has nothing to do with the case. it has to do with the officer and whether the officer's face should have been publicized, but
Yeah.
it has
I mean,
nothing to do with the case against Kouri Richins.
right. It has nothing to do with the testimony per
No.
se, you know, against her, but it does have everything to do with this guy's. Oh, there we go. Nate Eaton is live tweeting, our friend from East Idaho News. I just want to take a quick peek here, if you guys can indulge me for a moment. Let me just see what he's saying, if anything at all. And I'm not sure if he's able to tweet, if he's actually in there. So, judge just called up a representative from Court TV. This is per Nate Eaton 9 minutes ago. The judge says Court TV needs to stop recording and transmitting from this point forward until he says differently. Yeah, this just happened, and Nate Eaton is saying, I just sure hope this wasn't. I hope that Court TV wasn't instructed to not film this, and they filmed it and streamed it. That's going to be a real problem for everyone. Because
yes, it will.
Yeah, if that's the case, the judge will yank this feed moving forward, though it will not be televised, I don't think, if that's the case. But let's hope that's
that would be an overreach also, because whatever Court TV did, streaming the rest of it is not going to affect any other undercover officer.
I love people like Janae. I do love you, and I don't know you, but you're like, OMG, stop something. You have no idea. How do you know it's not their fault? I'm not saying it is their fault. As a matter of fact, I said I doubt it's their fault. I'd be shocked if it was their fault, but no one knows if it was their fault or not. We're gonna find out. I really doubt it's their fault, and I know a bunch of those guys, and their whole job is just traveling to trials, so they know what to shoot, what not to shoot, what angles. But I just
the judge could have called them up just to find out, what were you told?
Yeah.
Yeah, you may just be doing a little inquiry as to where the screw up happened.
Joel is testy today. Leo Wren, man, I flew back from Iceland, got right back into things, and I'm a little tired. I'm a little testy. Watch out, everybody. Watch out, world. Joel's testy. Joel's going to cause a mistrial, according to Vesper Martini. There's very few people that help us out as much behind the scenes as VM here, Vesper Martini. She remains mysterious to me. She lives in my area of the world. I could pass her 30,000 times a day. I would never know. But if I did know, I would thank her, because there are people who help us out. A lot of people, but Vesper's up there as being one of the biggest helps that we have. So
Jane for Justice wants to know, how does no one notice when a camera is on?
By the way, breaking news. I really was not a fan and don't know much of his music, but I bet you a lot of you are. Neil Sedaka has passed away at the age of 83. Look at this right now. Someone just said this. Look at this. How weird is that? I am not a musical person. I could not name a single Neil Sedaka song, but guy's been around. I think his first hit was in the early 60s. So there you go.
I think he is from that period.
Yeah, someone says I'm not testy. Someone says I'm not testy. Joel loves that Vesper is so mysterious, never unmanned. Yes, I do. She's got mystique. There's a mystique there. COE, what's going on here, COE? Do you know? You should have the answer to this.
Breaking up is hard to do, don't you?
Yeah, is that his song? I don't know.
That's his song, yeah.
If you told me Justin Bieber sang that, I'd be like, okay. I have no idea. Music is a weird thing. Like, some people are just like Phil Waters was just saying that his son is a guitar virtuoso. He can pick up any song by ear. I could listen to a song 100,000 times and I never listen to the lyrics. It's weird. Like I don't know the lyrics to a single song except maybe Happy Birthday or like Yankee Doodle. However, I could see someone one time, and if I get a good look at their face, I will remember that face the rest of my life. But I could also meet someone and they would be like, hi, my name is Jack. And I'd be like, hi, I'm Joel. And 2.9 seconds later, I have no idea what their name is. I don't remember her name. What is that, everybody? What side of the brain is that? I cannot remember or know. I do not. You know who's incredibly musically talented? Space Coast. Ridiculously talented with music. There is he here? I just saw Space Coast. Oh, look at this. This is weird. I don't really listen to lyrics either. That shocks me. Space Coast, I would think you know the lyrics to every single song, including every Dead song ever. By the way, Space Coast, I was having this conversation with some Deadheads, not implying that you are one, but you are one. But how talented, on a scale of 1 to 10, is John Mayer? Because obviously he does Dead and whatever their new thing is. But my friends were telling me that he's like on a scale of 1 to 10, it's like a 9,000 in terms of talent. So, Spacey, let me know your thoughts on John Mayer. And now we've gone off the rails. If you're just joining, there was an undercover narcotics police officer with the Salt Lake City Police Department. And in mid-testimony, the judge stopped everything abruptly. We even said, Joe, before we knew what was going on, we said, wow, that was really abrupt and weird. So like a 3.
3 adjusted. Adjusted up or down.
9 out of 10, but he's a douche. I don't know anything about him other than I guess he's good at guitar. Spacey, who's, in your opinion, who's the greatest living guitarist? I would like to know that. I would like to know that. Other people are saying John Mayer is at 10. Who's the greatest living guitarist?
Well, this is a shame.
Yeah. By the way, I just want to, now that we have a minute and Testy today, I planned this trip for the COE, surprise, big birthday for her. I planned this trip a year ago, literally I'm not exaggerating when I say a year ago. I never check luggage ever. I just don't, because I don't pack a lot. The COE surprisingly brings nothing. We never check luggage, but just my coat, our coats alone require basically something the size of a coffin to fit them in. So I checked one piece of luggage on our way to Iceland. We flew through JFK on Delta, and then from JFK we flew Iceland Air. I know this has nothing to do with anything. However, it will come full circle. So we go to JFK and the gate's not open. Again, JFK, I think the Port-au-Prince airport in Haiti is a better airport than JFK. Woman's paying no attention, takes my bag, land in Reykjavik, Iceland, but my luggage is not there. I thought I was going to have a brain aneurysm because when the COE and I left, we'd been doing Nancy Guthrie for 3 weeks. We were both like ODing on Zicam. The COE had lost her voice. I was on the brink of, just being hospitalized and airlifted or whatever. So we get to Iceland, and my luggage, which had all of our clothes, the only thing I had on me, the only thing I packed in my carry-on was my coat. And everything else was in this bag, and the luggage doesn't get there. Needless to say, with not much to do and no clothes, I said, I am writing an email, and I've done this once or twice before. One time because I think service to one of my UFC fights was interrupted, and I wrote a letter to the CEO of Comcast. And the guy wrote back to me, Brian Roberts. He's only worth $35 billion. And he wrote back to me. So when my luggage was lost, and Iceland Air specifically let us know that it was Delta that lost it, I summarily looked up the CEO of Delta and I sent him a scathing email. So I want to go on record as saying, Delta, screw you. And I'm going to name... Let's look at CEO of this company right now, Delta's CEO right now. I hope his wife watches this podcast. You guys say I'm testing.
Okay, so we're just not going to hear the undercover cop. I hope somebody summarizes because his may be the important testimony for the state, and we don't know We don't know what he said. I don't know why we couldn't just hear him. And I think the cow is out of the barn. Is that the phrase for this? He's been seen for quite a lengthy period of time.
Yeah, I don't think it's a cow. Is it what the horse has been let out of the stable?
Maybe it's the horse.
Something
Horse
like
out
that.
of the stable.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't do animals. So.
Well, let me tell you, Ed Bastian, Bastion, Ed Bastian, Bastion, CEO of Delta Airlines since 2016. When your customer sends you, the email was nice, but I was annoyed. When a customer sends you an email, Ed, you should respond. I don't care. You're the head of the company. It should be going from the top down. Delta, get your act together. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Joe.
Why didn't you just wear the coats? I never pack a coat because I figure that's something that you can wear and you save luggage space. Plus, that was a great opportunity to go shopping.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I was
How'd you
wearing
keep it a secret? When did the secret?
Look, COE I had my thermals, coat, and makeup. When did what?
I said, when did the secret end? I mean, you couldn't have gotten on the plane and she still didn't know.
No, I had to tell her. I told her the last night of Hanukkah because I figured it was like, when you have 3 kids, it's impossible. So I had to tell her. So she knew. But we had like basically what we were wearing. So
for how long? When did the luggage arrive?
Joel, please, I have some air companies I want you to shame. Send them my way. No, but I'm really annoyed because, in all seriousness, the CEO of Delta. I don't think there's a lot of people who are as dumb or crazy as me who are sending the CEO of Delta a note, but I did, and he should respond. We are his customers. Without all of us, Delta does not exist, and I'm annoyed that he just blew me off. Who am I to you, Ed? I'm a nobody. But you know what? I've got SDS Nation behind me, and I will organize a boycott against Delta that will take at least 0.03% off of your bottom line, maybe 0.001% off of your bottom line, because I'm a nobody podcaster. But that doesn't matter, because one day when I'm a somebody podcaster, I will throw your ass under the bus. You should respond to your customers, is my point. Sorry, Joe.
Maybe he will. Maybe it's it's in his inbox.
It's a little late now. We got the luggage on like day 3.
Oh, Jay.
And then we went on. Mark Knopfler, people are saying he's a phenomenal guitarist. Maybe he's on vacation, says Sherry Bolts. He's probably in Iceland. He was probably on my tour looking at the Northern Lights. I probably bumped into him. It really irritates me, Ed, that you didn't respond to me. And if I ever see you in person, I'm going to tell you this story, and I'll send you a clip of this podcast. But we are just like STS. Without STS Nation, there is no Surviving the Survivor. People don't. I don't want to take credit for this, but the COE and I spend many, many hours a day and late into the night. I try to respond to a lot, as many people as I really do, because without you guys, we're nothing. And that's really the way I look at it. That's the way I was trained by Karm and my father, and I really do try to do that. But obviously, how many? I'm going to scroll to the bottom. How many emails do you think the CEO of Delta is getting from someone like me? I mean, he's getting emails from Mark Cuban or whoever about some stupid deals that they're working on. But how many customer emails do you think Ed Bastian, CEO of Delta, is getting on a? I would like to know. STS Nation. Joel lives to It's fun. It's fun. Can't say it's not fun to sometimes complain, but I don't know. You plan a trip for a year and your luggage doesn't show. Like it's aggravating.
Yeah,
it's aggravating. Yeah. Sorry to put you through this, Joe. Joel did not complain once after the luggage. You're right. I didn't. I actually walked out of there. The funniest thing was Iceland Air was the representatives were like so insulted because they're like so meticulous. They never make mistakes. And they're like, we can guarantee you this was not us. And believe it or not, this is hilarious. COE. I forgot. I got a gift from Icelandair. I got a white undershirt, and the tag actually says Iceland. Like the tag on the back of the shirt says Icelandair, and it's probably the softest undershirt that I've ever worn in my life. And it's going to be a memento for me forever because they gave it to me because my luggage was lost. Here, by the way, here's another weird thing about me. If anyone cares, I should be the next CEO of Delta. Not to be confused with COE, but I cannot tolerate any ambient light when I'm sleeping, Joe Patuto. So my kids, everyone in my family knows this. I take a shirt and I kind of roll it up like an eye mask and I block all light and then I like press it up against my lids. I can have zero. I just don't like any light at all. So I'll probably do well when I'm dead because I'll be underground and it'll be very dark. But I like darkness is my point. And I only had 2 shirts, the one I wore and then the Iceland
There
Air.
are stores in Iceland. I'm sure of it. I've never been there, but I'm sure they have stores there.
I know. You know what? There was of all stores, there was actually an H&M because of every horrible American chain has to, they go and take over every other foreign country. But there was an H&M right there. But I took the no one complains in Nordic countries. You're right. They're too polite to complain. But anyway, I took that Iceland Air shirt. COE, when I go home, that's the first thing I'm looking for is my Iceland Air shirt. But I wrapped it around my eyes and it kept my room very dark. Joel, use your platform to complain. I think I'm already doing that. Oh, look at this. Delta is the best airline. I'll tell you that. They've got the most leg room. You pronounce Ed's last name incorrectly. Bastia. How do you pronounce it? As a 35-year flight attendant, you always wear your heaviest clothing items on the flight going to your
There you
destination.
see. That's what I said. I always wear the coat.
Although after the flight, I did pack first of all, I wore like long underwear underneath my Unabomber outfit that I wore on the plane. And
Yeah, but see that you can pack.
Yeah.
It's the big heavy coats that, although you run a risk. I'm notorious for leaving things behind. I've left a purse on a train between Salerno and Florence, and luckily it was turned in, but I had to go from Siena to Florence to Milan by train to go retrieve my purse. I was traveling from Chicago to New York for a conference. From Lincoln to Chicago to New York for a conference, and I left my heavy winter coat at O'Hare, and I had to go out in the sleet and cold in New York to buy a coat for that weekend. So,
wow. I didn't know H&M is Swedish. My apologies. I thought they were a dumb American company, as my mother would say. By the way, the COE just put up a comment. Where was that COE? Who was that? It was Barb, I think, saying that I responded to her email. I really do. I really do try to respond to as many people as I can. I can't always, but I really do, because I really believe that that's a true belief. Like, it's not a belief, it's a reality. Like, without you guys, we don't have a podcast. So Karm,
you're right.
Karm would tell you. I don't think I told this story to Karm that I sent the CEO of Delta. COE, why did I write the CEO of Comcast that email? It was something that just drove me insane. And I wrote him, and he responded. He was really nice. And I mentioned something in there about him being a professional. The CEO of Comcast had a really weird history. He played professional pickleball or something. And I referenced that in my email. COE, I forget what, and I put really non-dramatic subject lines like, "You've destroyed my marriage and life." I wrote something like that in the subject line. And it started with, oh, hold on. "I upped our coverage with Comcast and it went out right before my favorite UFC fight and you had a tantrum." Yes, that sounds about right. But I do think the subject line to the Delta CEO was, "You ruined my trip, my life, and my marriage is how it started, and then I went into it, which is maybe. Well, I like.
Sounds like hyperbole.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if I should reply to that email and just say, waiting on your response. I wonder what he would do at that point. Probably went home and told his wife, he's like, if I have to be CEO of this company another day, I'm just going to lose my mind and move to Iceland. He's like, I can't take these idiots.
What led you to pick Iceland for her birthday trip?
Great question. As you know, Joe, everyone recommends Italy. It's romantic. Barcelona, it's romantic. Madrid. My dad was a very quirky guy. Like one day my dad, I'll never forget this, and I don't know how we've arrived at this. I kind of like this part of Fridays. My dad once read, my dad, by the way, was very, and may he rest in peace. He, Joe, you remember like the Pritikin diet, like way before hell.
No, I don't, but I'll listen to you.
I almost just died just now. In the 1970s, my dad was really into like healthy eating way before the longevity people, all these things. And he lived to basically 90 years old. So I think it paid off. My dad used to have a Nordic track when I was like in middle school. He'd be like Nordic tracking in the morning. My dad was very disciplined, up at 5 a.m. every day. But I remember one time he read an article about like your prostate and tomatoes, and literally like the next day, our pantry was filled with like 100 cans of tomatoes. I'm not exaggerating. The point is, he's a little quirky, and I think I inherited that. And I said, I don't want to go to Italy. I've been to Italy. The CEO's been to Italy. I don't want to go to Barcelona or Madrid. I want to do something that's different and weird. And then I was like, let's climb glaciers. And by the way, I hate the cold. But for some reason, Iceland was like, it was so refreshing. Like the air is so clean. I don't know. It was just very clean. Joe, when you're flying to Italy, do you ever think to yourself for like that 3-hour period where you're flying over the North Atlantic, that you're flying over the North Atlantic in the middle of the dark? And it's just icy cold water below. Do you ever ponder that while you're flying?
No, I'm usually watching a movie.
Very smart. I usually don't ponder it quite that much, but on the trip there, we were flying in the dark of night, and I was like, this would not be a good place to have to do a water landing. And luckily,
better a water landing than a crash.
Yeah, I was just like this. And they tell you, I was paying attention the last time. They say if you're wearing high heels, please remove them because they could deflate the chutes. So there's a lot of weird thoughts that were going through my head on the flight over there. Someone says, Karm, please call Joel. He needs help. This is me with jet lag. On the flight to Iceland, Joel started telling me horror stories regarding flights.
Just the kind of stuff you want to hear, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's like my mom would call dark humor, but every time I go, I'm like, Karm, just take care of the 3 kids. You'll be fine. Don't worry. It was good while it lasted. And she freaks out because then she feels like she's really going to have to take care of the 3 kids. And it's a whole thing. Not supposed to think of that, Joel. The sky is falling, says Canine. I rarely complain, as you all know, but I am pretty worn out. What do you do when you're, by the way, when I was in Iceland, literally in Iceland, you get like CNN International, and they did a whole story, I think it was while we were there, a whole story about how the new trend in vacations, Joe Patuto, is to go somewhere where you can just sleep for a week, because people, when they go on vacation, they feel compelled to do all this stuff, and we're glacier climbing, and you get back and you're 10 times more tired. So now the new trend amongst the yuppies, which was once the term, is to go and just go on sleep vacations where you do nothing. But I got to tell you, the worst part of the whole trip to me was like the little spa thing at the end where we were forced to relax. I really hated it. Told the COE that. So yeah, I guess I've got some issues. We're on standby for cameras to be turned back on. Court will resume. COE, wasn't I supposed to meet you guys and the kids like 30 minutes ago? I don't know. Yeah, I'm testifying now. Anyway, wish I had more to say.
What's the next trial you're going to cover?
That's a great question. We've got Shanna Gardner coming up. I don't know. There's a couple of interesting trials coming up for sure. There's movement, by the way. There's stuff going on with David the singer. Looks like there's more a cloud of suspicion with him. I don't know if you followed that case at all.
I do, yeah.
Yeah, but there's the Alexander brothers is going to probably will get a verdict in that. And by the way, just today I was reading that the government had to drop 2 charges in that case, and it's sort of collapsing a little bit for the government. So I don't know what is going on with the government, because they're supposed to have a 99% conviction rate, and then you've got Diddy, and then back to back you've got the Alexander brothers. And if these guys, I mean, walk, I would just be stunned, but also really disappointed. Nordic Track, Jen Ken, I am. Does the Nordic Track still exist? My dad had that in the 80s. I think my dad had a Nordic Track. So what is this? And look at this. In China, we do not sleep. The only problem with Las Lucidoras, I think she doesn't live in China. We watch STS the whole night. The sun goes up now. Best trip for me was to Stockholm, Sweden. The Swedish are the best, says S. Somerville. But yeah, I like to see weird things. I'm really, even though I don't know why, I'm fixated on Botswana right now, because the greatest trip I ever took was Rwanda and Tanzania. That was for our honeymoon, and I absolutely, without question, like animals much more than human animals. I like real animals way more than people. No offense to everybody, and I would love to go. I asked Karm literally yesterday. I asked her if she has it in her to go to Botswana. Karm's turning 87 this summer, and she said one word: no. She says, I couldn't care less, and I don't want to go. And then I said to Karm, I can't believe you'll never climb glaciers. And she said, you have no idea how happy I am. Do you really live in China? Please email me, survivingthesurvivor@gmail. I want to know more. I had no idea that you live in China. You've been here for years, and I did not know that, if you really do. Courtney Clenny, that's right here in Miami. That's coming right up.
Yeah.
Hey, Vesper Martini, you have any connections at the AAA arena, which is no longer the AAA? The UFC's coming. And since you help us out behind the scenes, figured I might as well just ask you for UFC tickets and not even try to skirt around it. Nurse Kristen is here, gifting 5 Prof Joe Explains memberships. That's awesome. Thank you. How about this? Joe Patuto, do you have any interest in the COE? And I were just talking about this. I never knew this. The COE said one of her dreams in life is to see the Taj Mahal.
Ah, that would be wonderful, wouldn't it?
I never knew that. I had no idea. But
well, had you known, you could have taken her there for her birthday.
Yeah, I would love to go to India.
Yeah.
My only worry about India is like the first 3 hours is like I know the food's not going to agree with me, and then I spend like the next 13 days in the ICU in Mumbai, and that's how that trip goes.
You certainly managed to find the dark cloud in a horizon of sun and rainbows.
Yeah. I have not. One place I haven't traveled at all is Asia, and I have got to go. I have my cousin who is very high up in one of these nonprofit organizations, and she was in Senegal, and now she's in Vietnam, and she speaks very highly.
People speak very highly of Vietnam.
Yeah, I would love to go to
As a
Vietnam.
it's hard to believe. In my brain, it's hard to believe, but everyone I know who's been thinks it's just gorgeous.
Yeah. I would love to check out Australia. I really would. My thing with Australia is I feel like it's going to be a little bit like America, just with cooler accents. Aussie. But How wrong am I about that? Let me know, you Aussies. How wrong am I that Australia will not be America with funny accents? Lorna,
Go to Scotland. Scotland's gorgeous.
I've been to Scotland. I absolutely loved it. Edinburgh, 1989. I went there when I was studying. Absolutely loved it. It was stunning. Philippines. I would go to the Philippines. I would love to go. I would love to go anywhere. I have to go to Asia.
How about Egypt?
Been to not to the quote unquote real Egypt, but I studied in Israel. Oh boy, Court TV ended their stream. That's not good. I was in a place called Dahab in the Sinai in Egypt. I was just talking about it. It's literally an oasis on the Red Sea. There's not even when I was there, which was in the early 90s, there were no hotels. You had to you slept in like the equivalent of a desert igloo. It was like just like these mud huts with straw on top. But you would wake up, Joe, and there'd be a camel outside your door, literally a camel outside your door. And you're like, where the hell am I? But I don't know. It's weird that you're saying this, Joe. It's like you almost listened to our conversation because the COE said she's dying to see the Taj Mahal and that she's obsessed with the pyramids.
Pyramids, yep, me too. Yep.
She's obsessed. Have you been to the pyramids?
No, I have not. I've been to China.
How was China?
China was interesting.
Yeah.
Like
where in China were you?
Beijing, Guangzhou. Let me think now. Shanghai, or that is Guangzhou. It's a different name for it. Couple of other places. The town where they have the military men. You know, the I don't know. I don't remember now what it was called. Where they've got all those soldiers and they're stone. It's really fascinating to see. And Hong Kong. I loved Hong Kong.
Yeah. I hit this point living in the material capital of the world, which is Miami. I just don't want things anymore, but I want experiences. Like I want to literally just see things. You never know. Someone else here saying New Zealand. New Zealand is supposed to be phenomenal. I would love to.
Isn't that where they filmed The Hobbit, The Lord of the Rings? Wasn't that New Zealand?
I think it was. I think it was. And they Game of Thrones, I didn't know, was filmed in Iceland. The new Matt Damon movie that's not out yet, Odysseus, which is about the Odyssey, that was also filmed in Iceland. And Rogue One, look, I saw the original Star Wars and then didn't pay attention to the next 1,100 of them, but whatever Rogue One is, that was filmed in Iceland too. Someone here says Omaha is a great vacation spot. I'll tell you who thinks that is what's his name? Warren Buffett. He likes Omaha.
He doesn't live there very much. He's in California most of the time.
Yeah. Joe, let me ask you this. If you were worth $300 billion, would you be living in the same home that you lived in the 1950s like Warren Buffett? I think that's pretty cool, actually.
He doesn't. He lives in California most of the time.
Does he?
Yeah.
I thought he was in his ranch home in Oklahoma, but the guy still goes to McDonald's every morning.
Well, that he may do. And he's got a restaurant in Omaha that he likes, but some of the myth of Warren Buffett is not quite true. He does make a lot of money. He certainly knows how to make money. That's for sure.
Yeah, he's pretty good at it.
But no, if I had $300 billion, I wouldn't be living in the home I grew up in.
Yeah, I don't think he has 300 billion, but he's close. He's in
whatever it is, I wouldn't live in the home I grew up in.
Yeah. Joe, what would you do if you had $287 billion, Joe?
It's pretty tough to even think about. I'd give maybe $1 million to close relatives and friends. I'd have a big party and give everybody $1 million check.
Yeah. Look at this. Wild Mercury Films. Warren Buffett's house is 6 blocks away from me. Wild Mercury, I know you probably shouldn't invade his privacy, but if you're ever driving by and you want to take a snapshot and email it to me, survivingthesurvivor@gmail.com, I'll frame that and I'll put it in my studio. And tell him I say hello, by the way. And by the way, this is true. This is a global phenomenon. It is not a podcast. Where else would I like to go? I mean, I've never been to Cape Town, South Africa. I've never been to really, I've been to Central America, but not really South America. So that's something. We are being invited eventually to a wedding in Colombia, which I would like to go to. Who's the Galapagos Islands? I have not been. Someone mentioned that. Yeah. Plus, you know what else is beautiful is our own country out west.
Yes, go to Santa Fe.
Love to go to. So we have John Day. I haven't seen John Day. We have to get him back on. John Day.
He said we could all go visit him.
Yeah, he'd love it. Like 70 of us can pile.
Well, and you were in Tucson I didn't know. I spent a semester at the University of Arizona teaching there. I really liked Tucson.
I love to. I want to move there. The COE won't go. She refuses.
Too hot, too dry, too what?
COE likes, she likes to roll with the high rollers here in Miami. I'm a blue collar working man. In Tucson, it's all like pickups and whatever. I don't
want to pick up. I want a nice car. But Tucson had, I really liked it.
I'll tell you what I would love. I would love to go to like a dude ranch in Montana for a week and just ride horses and pretend to be a real man. That'd be fun.
What is that movie? The first movie, Billy Crystal and
City Slickers. That's what
City
I want.
Slicker. I like that movie a lot.
I would do great wrangling horses. And if anyone in STS Nations in Montana and wants me to come help them wrangle their horses, I'll be out there. I'll do the show from. That's what I should do. You know what? I should start inviting myself around the world, staying at people's houses and doing the podcast from random people's homes. I think that would be fun. But look at this. Someone here is saying, wait, where'd that just go?
Botswana's moved. Yeah. Taiwan, yeah.
Botswana's amazing. People say Botswana is incredible, which was, I think for many years, Botswana was incredibly dangerous, but then it's become like this, like, really cool spot. I don't know. What I'm curious what you all think is the best place to go in Asia, because I need to go to Asia, but there's South Korea, there's Japan, there's China. I think South Korea would be super cool. Everyone says South Korea is like 5 seasons or 5 generations ahead of us with everything, like technology, fashion. They're like so far ahead of us.
I think you should go to Botswana. Have you read any of the number one ladies detective? Oh, I don't know quite right. Anyway, that's set in Botswana, and she just the lady detective there described some of the scenery, and it sounds like a wonderful place to spend a little time.
Look at this. Have you ever been to the Cotswolds?
Yes, they're very pretty. That's England. Yeah.
Joe Simpson. That's where Joe Simpson lives. Mm-hmm. I'm sure it's absolutely beautiful. The only thing with anything in England is I don't do well when I don't see the sun for every day of my life. Growing up in New Jersey was just bad enough, but it's kind of cloudy in the Cotswolds, I bet. Boston, been to Boston. Went to college in Boston. Is court over for the day? We don't really know. We started off, I don't know how we got here today. We started off with an undercover drug law enforcement officer. Then court stopped. Then we were talking about all sorts of things. I went into a tirade about Delta Airlines. I still don't know how to pronounce the CEO's name. And now we were talking about Namibia is cool. Like, send me to Namibia. I'd go. I would love it. I just love, Joe, I don't know about you, but like, would I land in a foreign country anywhere? Whenever I go anywhere, I feel like I've hit a reset button. Like, it gives you a whole different perspective. It takes you out of your day-to-day. It gives you a perspective. Now, Gia and TJ's mom, she's in Bethlehem, but I think this is the one in Pennsylvania, not the other Bethlehem. Thailand, I would absolutely love to go to Thailand, Phuket. Little Lamb's husband is deployed in Korea right now. Thank you for your service. Court. I forgot about Court. Thank you, Anna. COE is working on it. And I'm just talking for no reason here. Look, all the European countries, Joe, like would I go to Barcelona, Madrid? They're all awesome. My uncle just literally picked up and moved to Portugal. I'd love to go there. I've never been to Portugal. But I don't know. I really just want to see the world. My uncle, Joe Pachuto, is sort of a big deal. I don't want to brag, but I will for a minute. He helped. My uncle is a hippie from this is my dad's brother, a hippie from the 1960s. You can Google him. His name is Ron Waldman, and he single-handedly helped, almost single-handedly helped. In the 1970s, he lived in the African bush, and he helped eradicate smallpox in Africa. He was one of those guys that would inoculate the Africans in the literally like in the bush. Like he lived in a Jeep for many months at a time, and he's one of the leading world experts on pandemics, if believe it or not. So when we had the pandemic, a lot of people were calling him, but he also said, I'm going to just move to Portugal. And he did. And he bought an old farm in Portugal, and he lives on this farm in Portugal. And I think he changed his cell phone number. And because of that, I haven't talked to him in like a year and a half. So Uncle Ron, if you're listening and watching, why don't you send me an email? Guy never got me a single gift in my life, and I love him for that. He's just one of those guys, just never. He got... For my bar mitzvah, he gave me a camera in 1982, which was awesome. But, Joe, you know what he did? This guy literally, he's been to, speaking of travel, I think he's been to 140 countries. And he, for our honeymoon, for my wife and I, gifted us our airfare to Africa and back because he has, I believe, speaking of Delta Airlines, he's got something like 6.5 million miles. And said, and I had to squeeze a few of those miles out of him, and he graciously obliged.
Go to Peru. Go to Machu Picchu.
Yeah, I would like to do that. I would like to do that.
It's supposed to be gorgeous.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of like one spot I would really.
Yeah, well, we wouldn't meet anywhere. Here's something.
Nate Eaton. Haskell says any street level drug deal is going to be part of a ring. The deal on the street has gotten those drugs from someone else. There's a chain, and Haskell's unit works a chain as far as they can. Judge asks attorneys to approach.
But that we saw.
Yeah,
that's as far as we got.
This is where we got. Yeah, this is.
We want what happens next.
Yeah.
Okay, now we're getting it.
And the buyer and dealer go their separate ways. Okay, so he's recapping the testimony here from this guy Haskell.
Yeah.
But COE, what's the deal with the scoop? Like, what's going on because of this?
Yeah, we saw this. I mean, I remember this testimony.
Court should be back in a minute.
Oh, good.
Like someone says Bora Bora. Like, I think it would be beautiful, but I think after 30 seconds, I'd be like, it feels like Miami. Canada, I love. Someone's saying Ottawa, but you know where I'd love to go is like Vancouver. I've not been on the west coast of Canada. Vancouver looks incredible. I thought I was fairly well traveled, but now that I'm talking about it, I've been nowhere. Goodland, Kansas, would love to go. Monique Dawn. Albania, I might pass on Albania, but maybe I would go to Albania. I don't know. Spain, Lisbon, Portugal. That I would definitely do. Mm-hmm. Good thing my uncle's emailing you, COE, but not me. COE, I literally thought I was supposed... Oh, he did pay for our flights. Was it points or he paid? Be shocked if you paid.
If you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
All right.
Yep, my name is
back.
Marcos Garagachia. My last name is spelled Garaycochea.
Where do you work?
At the Salt Lake County District Attorney's Office.
What's your role there?
I'm in the Special Investigations Unit.
What does that mean?
We have a forensics lab in the Special Investigations Unit where we download phones, we image hard drives, create demonstrative exhibits for court, and do cell mapping.
Are you trained to perform cell phone downloads?
Yes.
What certifications or what programs are you trained to use?
As far as the programs go, Graykey and Cellbrite and Axiom.
Did you receive a request from the Summit County Sheriff's Office to download some cell phones?
Yes.
I want to talk about those phones. I want to talk about 3 of those phones.
Okay.
So first I want to talk about a white iPhone 12 with phone number ending 1987. Are you familiar with the phone I'm talking about?
Yes.
Is this one of the phones that you were asked to perform a download on?
Yes.
And were you able to complete a download of this phone?
Yes.
Describe how you did that.
So I use what's called the Graykey machine to extract the data. All that data, it just comes in a zip file. Once that data is produced, you have to use a tool, forensic tool, in order to process the data. And I use the Cellbrite machine to do that.
And when you got that raw data from the phone, was there any way to manipulate that data that you extracted from the phone?
No.
You didn't change anything?
No.
And when you placed the raw data from that phone into the readable format, same question, was that data changed or manipulated in any way?
No.
How do you know that?
Cellbrite is a forensic tool that just specializes in just processing the raw data. You're unable to delete or modify any kind of processed data that it produces.
Once you put that raw data into a readable format, was that data given back to the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, it was.
Talking about the second phone, did you do a cell phone download for a green iPhone 11 with phone number ending 9317?
Yes, I did.
Okay, same questions. Were you able to perform a download on that phone?
Yes, I was.
And what was the process you used for that?
Again, I used the Graykey machine to extract the data, and then that extraction was processed through Cellbrite.
And same questions. Was that data manipulated or changed in any way when it was extracted from the phone?
No.
And how about once it was put into Cellbrite?
No.
Was that information from that second phone then given back to the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Now talking about the third phone I want to turn your attention to, that's an iPhone 7 ending 0904.
Yes.
Are you familiar with that phone?
Yes.
Were you able to complete a download of that phone?
I was.
Describe how you did that.
So I believe the iPhone 7 Plus was in need of some repair. So I fixed it, replaced the screen to a point where I was able to extract the data and get a partial download through Graykey again, and then processed it through Cellbrite.
Now when you say a partial download, was that on the iPhone 7 or the iPhone XR?
I believe it was on the iPhone 7. Might be getting it mixed up. I believe the iPhone, the first one that I received, the one that I repaired, I believe we got a full extraction on.
Okay, that's the phone I wanted to talk
Okay,
about.
yeah, that was the one. Yeah.
So when you say you repaired it, what was wrong with it?
So when I first received it, I noticed that the screen was cracked and the glass was flaking off. I charged it for a few hours and it was evident that it was not going to turn on, so it was non-operational. At that point, I started the repair process.
How did you repair it?
So the first, you want me to go step by step?
Sure.
Okay. So the first thing I did is, just for my safety, I used what's called heat tape, heat resistant tape, to cover the screen so that I wouldn't get any shards of glass on me. And then I started the separation process from the screen and the main board. Once that was done, I noticed that there was quite a lot of debris inside the phone, which typically is a pretty sterile environment. I could tell there was some water damage, which suggests to me not only the screen was cracked, but there might have been the water seal around it was most likely compromised. So it was not only physically damaged, but most likely some water had seeped in.
And were you eventually able to get a download from that phone?
I was, yes.
And that was after you repaired it?
Yes.
Anything about repairing the phone that changes the data on it?
No.
So same questions for that phone. You were able to download it, and what program did you use?
Gray Key, and then again, I used Cellbrite.
And same questions from the download with the raw data in Gray Key to the readable format in Cellbrite. Any of that data manipulated?
No.
Any of that data changed?
No.
And then you gave that information back to the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
I did.
Okay. Those are all my questions.
Okay.
Hey, everybody. I've been summoned by the CO. We've got a family.
Marcos is fine. My last name is
we were on the phone. So
yeah.
Dinners. I've got to run. Have a wonderful weekend. We're back at this next
really
week.
Just two things. And
thanks, Joe.
We've heard
huge thanks to Prop
the jury has
Joe.
heard testimony before.
Subscribe to Prop Joe. Thanks, Joe.
Phone being extracted by Gray Key, and then it coming in a non-readable format. Is that accurate?
Non-readable. Yes, it comes in a zip file.
Correct.
Yes, and it needs to be processed in order to be readable.
And that's when Cellbrite comes in.
Yes.
And then you do kind of like a double bind where you compare hash values, correct?
Typically, yes, that's something that you can do.
And is that the same thing you did here to make sure that nothing was, as the state indicated, manipulated?
Yeah, so Gray Key does give you a hash value, and then Cellbrite would also give you a hash value, and those were compared.
And you're certified in Cellbrite, of course.
Yes.
And are there different levels of certification within Cellbrite?
Yeah, I mean, you can continue going to classes and getting certified, but I think the most important thing is to keep your programs updated. Okay. That's probably the most important thing, because as a technician, as a phone down person that does phone downloads, I do numerous amounts of downloads, which keeps me fresh and updated with that process.
Well, because the technology landscape is constantly changing.
Yeah, the technology changes, but more so with the device you
Yes.
mean? Yes. Yeah, I can change. Yeah.
Let me ask you about how you received the phone.
Okay.
Phones. Can you tell me, and just go in whatever order you prefer.
Okay.
And tell me the state that the phones came in terms of their packaging when they arrived at your office.
Okay. So on, I believe it was May 30th, I received two phones, both in need of repair. The first one was an iPhone 7 Plus. That one came in its original evidence package. I took photographs of those of the package, front and back. Then I opened it up and took photos of the phone itself, front and back. The second package was an iPhone XR. That came in its original evidence package as well. I took photos of the front of the package and the back of the package, and I cut it open and took photos of the front and the back of the phone itself. And then I believe on June 28th, I received two other phones from Detective Root. And it's the same thing. Both came in their original evidence package. Front and back photographs were taken of both, and both were taken out of the bag, and front and back of the phone were photographed.
Now, I heard Detective Root for the last two. Was Detective Root for all four?
Ooh, I'm not quite clear on that one.
No problem.
I believe he was.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
Did they come in, or can you explain to the jury what a Faraday bag is?
They did not come in Faraday bag.
And could you just explain what that is?
Yes, what a Faraday bag is, it's a bag that will keep the phone from receiving any kind of exterior communication. So it's the same thing as putting an airplane, or it's the same thing as putting your phone in airplane mode. Like when you take a trip, they ask you to put your phone in airplane mode so it doesn't interfere with communication with, say, the airplane.
Now, there were two unoperable phones, correct?
That's correct.
And so that one really wouldn't matter, correct? In terms of whether they were in a Faraday bag or not.
Yeah, that probably wouldn't matter.
And what about the other two? Were those operable?
They were both operable, but they came to me in a off.
In off mode?
Yeah, off mode, yes, correct.
And also those were similar, just to make sure, I think you said this, evidence bag sealed, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then when you release them back, could you just tell me who you released them to, and then how you package them, if any different than how they got to you.
Yeah, I believe both phones were released to Detective Root. I'd have to look at the chain of custody paper. But what I did was, once I was done extracting the phones for all 4 phones, I put them back into their evidence bag, sealed it and initialed it, and then I took photographs and gave it back to Summit County.
Perfect. 2 last questions. The first one is with regards to analyzing. I know you didn't analyze in this case. You are certified to analyze?
Well, I mean, I've analyzed phones. I don't know what you mean. You have to clarify what you mean by...
Just as an analyzer, instead of in this case, you just extracted the information, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't analyze it.
I did not analyze any of the data.
Perfect. And then the second question I had is, in your experience, I can't remember how many extractions you said, or you might not. I'm imagining thousands?
Yeah, probably, I don't know, close to, I don't know, mid hundreds.
Okay.
Yeah.
And once you extract a phone, is there any reason to extract it again?
There might be. It depends.
Yeah. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, so if you can extract the phone using Cellbrite, you can also extract it just with Cellbrite, and then you can also extract it with Gray Key. Sometimes using 2 different forensic tools may yield different data, so it could yield more data than this one. So it's always wise to have different forensic tools in a lab.
And what about within the same forensic tool? So say you did a Gray Key extraction on one phone. Is there a reason to do another Gray Key extraction of that same phone?
Typically, no. I mean, it just depends how much time has gone by, because the Gray Key does update its program, and maybe at a later time, maybe it can yield more information as the technology gets better with the program.
And same with Cellbrite?
Possibly, yeah.
Perfect. That's all I have. Thank you so much. Good seeing you.
Yeah, you too. Thanks.
No other questions.
May we release this witness?
Yes.
Mr. Ramos.
Oh, sorry. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
You are free to proceed. Thank you.
Your Honor, may we approach and discuss scheduling?
Yes, please.
Undercover police officer said about drugs. He's the one that I really wanted to hear, and I'm not getting to hear him. It's really
It's
not fair.
almost 4:05 on a Friday. I appreciate your attention and diligence this week. We'll be recessing for the weekend. Please hear me on this. This is an extended period of time in which I will need you to be vigilant between now and returning at 8:30 a.m. on Monday morning, that you do not allow yourself to be exposed to anybody talking about the case, to any audio-visual depictions or reports about the case. You cannot listen, watch, or read anything about this case. You're going to have to put some effort in. It gets some media attention. There's a lot of people sitting in the front row. Court TV is here, so please be thoughtful and diligent about that. Please do not talk about the case yourself. Do not do any searches of any kind. Just forget about it for 2 days. Monday morning, 8:30 a.m. Please enjoy your weekend. I appreciate your time. Please rise for the jury.
So we're done for the day. Pretty anticlimactic, I would say.
Please have a
Let's see if
seat.
we're going to hear anything now.
Mr. Bloodworth, anything else on the record today?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor, it doesn't have to happen right now, but I need to create a record on the court's denial of the motion for mistrial at some point. Let's just not let that get lost.
Okay,
Okay?
Motion for mistrial based on what?
We can do that next week.
I'll be prepared to do that.
Very good.
Maybe Monday morning, first thing.
Let's just get rolling by 8:30 a.m. on Monday, and then we'll see where we go from there.
Okay.
Okay.
It couldn't be mentioned in jail.
Same
That's the only thing.
warning for all of the members of the media and spectators. If you happen to see a juror in the wild over the weekend, please give them a wide berth. I wish you all the very best. Court's in recess.
Wow. Okay, if there are any questions, I will entertain them for a little while and then cut out. So let's see, is there anybody have any questions you want answered? Last time I did this, I cut out right away and somebody sent me a little note saying that they needed a little time that person needed a little time to type out a question. So I'll stay for, a count of I don't know what to see if you've got any. And then we won't see each other until Monday. If anybody's on here, or those who are on here who are members, I'm doing a meet and greet at 4 on Sunday. So come ready to talk, ready with questions, ready with comments, ready to, if you want to sing, we'll let you sing. Anything you'd like to do within the realm of good taste. All right, I'm looking. Okay. Has the Nate guy sent any other updates on drug experts? No, he's got a channel, so you can go listen to him. He'll probably have some updates there since he was in the courtroom. Yeah, I don't know. This is Scotch Mom saying motion for mistrial. I don't know either. The only thing that I heard that could give rise to a mistrial would have been the reference to jail phone calls, and I don't think that's enough. I do not believe that the fact that the undercover agent was outed is grounds for any kind of a mistrial. So I don't know what could have occurred that led to the motion. But we should find out on Monday, hopefully. Eva, dear, can a person's statements ever survive a hearsay objection? Yeah, they often do. What are my questions? I have none. It's late here, so. Well, I do have one question. I want to know whether they will have an expert on the state side to say that blues are always fentanyl. That's what I want to hear. What would that be? Sheardry? What good would a mistrial be for the defense? Well, if they think this thing is not going their way, they've got a sense that they're in trouble, then a mistrial will give them a chance to start all over again. And if they really think there was something that happened at this trial that is too prejudicial to Kouri Richins, then again, there would be a good reason for a mistrial. Sorry, I meant a dead person, Eva Dirks. Now I'm going to go find what the original question was. Sorry, let me go find it if I can. Oh, Kevin, can a dead person's statements ever survive a hearsay objection? No different than any other. You have to fit within one of the exceptions to the hearsay rule. It doesn't matter whether you're dead or alive. If the statement fits within an exception, it's admissible, either as substantive evidence or as impeachment. Okay, let's see if there's anything else. Okay, we're out of the courtroom, we're out of the feed, and I don't see anything else here, so I'll count to 10 and see if anything comes in. I'm going to count to myself because it would be boring for you to hear me count to 10. That's it. Okay. Ciao a tutti. I hope you have a good rest of the weekend. Members, I hope to see you on Sunday. Whatever you're going to do, have fun and don't fall in the snow and freeze to death. That would be a terrible thing to do for the beginning of March. So long.